This is the Nations Cup, where the best of the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Now I'm out for blood.
Plays in various competitions. Are we going to see one more from them here? They've got the first blood.
Yep, they got the first blood, but Quetpa instantly there to answer. Finds Archer, he's gonna go down. Now Marco comes in as well, and once again, thing we saw from Exultant day one, good ideas, good initial engagements, but then overrun. Vasco currently is on his own, and he's blessed. I was gonna say that they're not turning around, but here they come. Vasco though finds one, goes down instantly after, but here comes the cavalry.
And here we go, the rest of the squad coming in. This could potentially be unfortunate for OG. Vasco there was correctly identified as a solo player, but I think they underestimated just how quickly the rest of Austrian force can actually come in and reinforce. Casualties on both sides now as Payne's down too. Silas and Soccer looking to try and finish this off. Can Heavens get in a sneaky res? I like the fact he's doing this instead of being aggressive until he sees the vehicle though, and Silas puts pay to that.
Ching as well to back off, but let's hold that thought for a second. Here comes Ascent Club, full speed in the go, but Nailor from the car. Thought Mika was gonna get that one easy, but not gonna happen. First one down for Ascent.
That was so important. I thought Mika was going to get the first knock as well, and that would have changed completely the course of this fight. That nade was meant for Brexco, but he's just gone down, actually.
4 teams down here, but he's ready for it. 1v4. How many are you going to get? Finds the first, peeks over. Does he get the second? Yes, he does. Going to get the third. Almost Duchess and Weavers. That boy scoops Yara. We know what Naleb and Ivers are capable of. I want to see if that boy can pull this one off. Good nade comes through, spots one headshot and the nade to confirm them both. Bad boy.
He's now going to be completely out of the game in phase 5, but because everyone's been avoiding it, the edge is just an absolute killing field right now.
That example down to low HP. Odin comes around the corner, finds him.
Alia getting caught by surprise and gets tagged as well, but able to step outside the entrance long enough to return with an absolutely beautiful headshot. Gets traded out now. Still more members of Na'Vi on the roof. Odin trying to come up behind him, but he runs out of bullets. And running out of bullets means he's going to get knocked as well. It's absolutely tooth and nail despite Na'Vi down to Uber only. What can Iroh do?
Knocks found on all sides, but Iroh needs this one. Oh my. Oh no, the flash from Vasco.
with 4 first aids. Is there a way you can out-heal this? He's trying not to. He wants the shotgun kill.
Jumps
He
out.
lands!
One
Advantage
missed
out
shot
yet?
here is the kill. One missed shot. He goes for the aim down sights, but Alia
my God.
comes out victorious.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to PCS7 Europe, the final day of the group stages. Yesterday, we saw 4 teams confirm their spot in the grand finals. Today, we will find out which 4 teams will join them. My name is Tickle, or Sam, or Tickle. You can call me whatever you want. I don't really care. And I'm joined on the desk with Erangel and Froz, 2 analysts who have probably analyzed more competitive PUBG games than most people have actually ever played. So make sure you listen very carefully to what they have to say tonight, because you might pick up some interesting tidbits. Erangel, I want to jump into what happened yesterday in Group A, because we saw these 4 teams qualify for the grand finals. In Tropic, though, the one that I think at the start of the group stages we would have said was guaranteed to get one of those spots, didn't do it. What happened there?
Yeah, the one that didn't need it to go to PCS7 Grand Finals actually ended up not qualifying. Well, to be honest, they fell through. There are some other teams that managed to pull up and do some insane things in terms of back-to-back games, in terms of how many kills they're able to put out, and just have a far significantly better day on their day number 2 than on their day number 1. So that's really good to see. And Entropic didn't have as good of a performance on day 2. So they fell through and only got 5th place.
Froz, I think that this group that we're going to see to play tonight is far more stacked than Group A. Do you think there's going to be some upsets coming? There's some big names in this lobby. You think they're not going to be making those final 4 spots?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this lobby is more stacked, as you're saying. But there's always going to be upsets in terms of who's going to make it, who's not going to make it. But at the same time, we'd still have the elimination stage coming up after this as well. So it's not over just because you're not making it through here. If anything, some of the teams might actually need that practice to be not going through in this stage alone, because they're just going to be able to play the elimination stage, playing against more teams, and sometimes playing against teams that is a little bit more random to them, that they don't know as much about, is a good practice, because then you have to adapt on the fly. And that is something that is like the bread and butter of PUBG, basically.
For sure. And the bonus for us is we just get to watch more PUBG from the best region in the world, which is Europe. I'm standing by that. This is your schedule. This is what you get to see today. 6 games will determine which 4 teams make it through to the grand finals. Froz did touch on it, though. Of course, we have these 2 groups of 16 teams that don't make it through. They move into the elimination stage next week, so they still have a chance to claim their spot. Right now, though, this is what Group B looks like. And straight off the bat, Erangel, Polish Power, FaZe Clan, those are 2 teams that I thought I would have seen on the other side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. That is, I think, the way you can say it. And also the expectations from the community, from the scene in general, is that you would expect to see Polish Power and FaZe Clan on the left side of the board. But once we're done with today, I honestly think there's a chance that can happen. Not necessarily in the top 4, but definitely they're going to be able to catch up, maybe to Sabin, ? The Wu and Digital Race right now, tied on the 5th right now, only 7 points behind Bystanders on 4th. And again, 3rd and 4th, kind of close, but it is NLT on 3rd, so I'm not too worried about those guys. They don't have that many placement points yet, but they have been fragging out, and that's definitely going to be a thing that we're going to see continue today.
I mean, it's the story as old as time, right? For us, consistency is really important. NLT, maybe they don't get in the top 4, maybe they don't even get in the top 5, but they always make sure that they get the kills on the board, and that kind of keeps them in a comfortable, safe position, right?
Sort of, but not really at the same time. Since they are in the top 4, that's all good for now. But if they would end up on a 5th place, if they end up on a tiebreaker, they are going to have the kills. But if they don't have the placement points for it, it's gonna hurt them because that's gonna be the first tiebreaker. And there's so many times we see it coming down to the tiebreakers. And this one with the placement points is pretty new. So a lot of teams haven't really adapted to it, or they're not thinking so much about it. Instead, they're still playing the game like they usually do. They go for the kills because that means points, and that is good for the team overall.
I was pleasantly surprised by the Woos performance when we got to see them play, but I was also surprised by Sarv and Frost. I thought those were two teams that really did a good job and could potentially get into the Final Four. Any teams in this group that have also caught your eye that you think we should be watching out for?
I mean, to me, I'd say Wu is the one. I'm very interested to see how they're going to work out. I spoke a little bit with Wookie earlier, who is the coach of that team. And they just formed this team for this, right? So they're a super new team. And they're having a little bit of trouble. Two players that is not like normally speak English as their first language when it comes to communication, now having to switch to that. But they made a lot of improvements from the day one to here already. And they saw that like when they were scrimming yesterday. But also, of course, the fact that they have different play styles depending on their backgrounds. We have someone like Ebi coming from Liquid and Skate who liked to play a lot of center before. And then you have someone like Best Lodge who never would go for center, basically. They would never leave the edge and they just want to play there. But they've been trying to work a lot on that and making sure that they can come to a consensus where they want to play, how they want to play it. And that's going to be with the help of Quiz, who's going to be the IGL of the team.
That's insane that like two of the players, English isn't their normal language to communicate in, and yet still on the first day of the groups, they did such an incredible job of getting those points in. They put on some impressive plays as well. So keep an eye on them if you are watching. That is a team's big names as well. You've seen these players before. You know what's happening. The firing power there is incredible. It's going to be really interesting. Personally, I'm excited with the new ENCE lineup to see them on the top. I want to see if they can continue that today. And of course, I would like the boys from FaZe to do a little bit better. But no one actually cares what I like or what I want. You've got your own fan favorites. Let us know who they are in the chat. And let's find out if they're going to make that top 4 and guarantee themselves a spot in the PCS7 Grand Finals. You know their voices. They're jumping straight in. Joe Rosar, Toby, let's get into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sam and co. This is absolutely nail-biting stuff. It's the final day of the group stage. Group A was closed out yesterday. We have an opportunity to do the same again in Group B. I'm Jorisar. With me is Toby. A pretty chilled out 2 to 7 o'clock plane path to start us off here on Erangel. And Toby, this group, you can make some predictions, but it's really tough to stand by them at the start of the day. So many things can happen.
It really is. I mean, a lot of the teams that we, I want to say, expected to come out strong did manage to do so. You have your Heroic up on the top of the leaderboard. You have your Northern Lights up there as well. Bystanders having, off of a good win followed by second place. Good performance on their final games 2 days ago as well. But ENCE, as we just rounded off, as opposed to the analyst segment there with ENCE finishing day 1 in first, that is the top surprise to me. They finish off with a third place followed by a win, and Scaff being the new sign up for starters, but also top damage dealer. I'm curious to see how they're gonna fare playing from in front, essentially. And now, well, arguably the team that's gonna have the longest or the furthest to the first circle too. Curious to see if they're gonna be able to maintain that first place spot, or if the hunting teams are gonna come and surpass them.
Circle number 1 in between Prison and Milta. So not too extreme, but with a reasonable amount of water. If you don't count Millie Island, because no one's really taking that as prio, realistically about 70%, maybe 65% of the area is going to be playable or takeable from these teams. And back onto ENCE for a sec, Toby. I agree with you, but almost in a sad way. I feel like we've been speaking about ENCE for the last several months as a team that have all the ingredients to succeed, but we're not used to them being on top because we're used to them being a bit up and down. So yesterday, the day before, I should say, was an example of ENCE going, actually, you know what? We can hit this level and try to maintain there or thereabouts. And they managed to do that, right? Back-to-back top 3s. Yeah. So I'm hoping this allows us to show a little bit of consistency. But speaking of consistency, room for improvement, another team that maybe is impressed in scrims, but is struggling to make their way into the top 4 at the moment.
It's been tough for them, for sure. I must admit, when we saw the first game, of Group B, them getting a 5th, then followed by a 2nd. I was like, okay, back-to-back top 5. I see where we're going with this. What is the rest of the day gonna bring us? And then, unfortunately, for room for improvement, not a whole lot happened. Hopefully, though, for them, they'll start off in a similar fashion today, and if they can convert a, well, potential top 5 position into a win, all of a sudden you're seeing yourself skyrocket up that leaderboard because they're already in kind of the 20-point club, and we're looking at, well, just double that, and you're sitting top 5.
They need to up their points per game, though, because if they're half the number of points of the top 4, and there are only 6 games left to go, if they close that gap substantially in the first game or two, okay, then we're talking. But I feel like Erangel here is absolutely pivotal for them. They can't afford a bad game today.
No, that's completely right. Blue zone damage you're seeing on your right side of the screen here. Northern Lights tanking quite a bit of it. I would actually love to see 2 of these where you have them separated into Miramar blue zone damage taken and Erangel blue zone damage taken. So I'd like to think that teams in general, especially, I mean, the edge teams in particular, tank a lot more blue on Miramar games than they do on Erangel. Just because the way teams tend to rotate and how much more scouting you sometimes have to do on Miramar in order to really maneuver on forward, whereas in Erangel you can kind of play it on the fly a little more often because terrain in general easier to drive, and you're not as often funneled into having to go in certain select few areas.
And here's a team that everyone's taking a look at, wondering if they'll be able to maintain a top 4 position. The Bystanders, so capable of ridiculous level performances, even when they come down to just 1 or 2 players left alive. You can never write them out. They're extremely good as a 4-man stack, but also very good when their backs are against the wall as well, and that makes them so incredibly dangerous. Currently in a clear 4th place with 7 points the advantage over Digital Athletics, and they finished yesterday, or the day before I should say, with a 3rd, a 1st, and a 2nd. So from a consistency point of view, it feels like they're finding a groove.
Indeed. That's what's having me worried too. We've heard from them in the past that their favorite map is Erangel, and they really don't like Miramar all that much. Well, it was Miramar where they, well, essentially grabbed... Oh, sorry, Erangel, where they essentially grabbed all their points. So you can't just play well on half the maps. You need to do well on all of them. Of course, if you can back it up with non-stop top 3 placements, you're good, but I feel like that's too dangerous to try and rely on.
Yeah, you can't rely on that. Doing well in half the games might be good enough for a format where, say, the top half go through or something like that, and then you can just focus on a grand final. But here, where you have to play loads more games if you're not in the top 4, not something you want to rely on. At the moment, though, it feels like Savum Esports seriously struggling to rotate in. That's 2 knocks and counting for Stardust. I think it's just unfortunate timing going past shelter. I don't think anyone got gate kept or like that. No. They just got way too close before realizing someone was there.
It's teams trying to sprint southeast, and there are only so many transition points you can get through there with when you're coming in from the west side of the map. You don't want to go all the way north over prison. You kind of want to make landfall in the Lumberyard Forest area to then, or like on the hill around there, and then push further southeast, but they just couldn't get through there in time before Stardust had already set up on the hills.
So phase 1 slowly coming in now. Most of the teams will be fairly familiar with these eastern circles. Sheesh and Northern Light. I'm a little surprised that they've stuck out here for so long. I wonder if Dedrix has walked away from the car and now feels like he can't walk back too easily. Whoa. Well, I think that's the answer. I'm pretty sure that was a vehicle flying God knows how many meters off to one side. So he's going to have to get picked up by free kill, I think, in order to move out. And Northern Lights effectively have him pinned down.
Yeah, I think Lou saw him behind that ridge line too. Dedrix hand in front of his eyes. Easy peasy for Lou. 1 flash used, peeks on over, gets the knock and the flush instantly there. We've talked to Petulans in the past how much they value proper utility usage. As he says, grenades, smokes, flashes, utility in general, or throwables, so to speak, wins you games. So Lou only opting to go for 1 flash, instant peek on to follow, getting the kill. That is exactly how you want to do it.
Identifying the opportunity as well, and exploding the car to force them to fight and make sure there's no way for them to get away just makes that a nice clean point for Northern Lights. And they love being able to pick off those 1 or 2 points and then disengaging. That's how they get a lot of their points before the late game.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Lou peeking on forward. Meantime, Petulans wanted to reposition the car. Shot just hit the car, so kind of dangerous to go into it again instantly after, but does so anyway.
Now, this is an interesting team. A question mark, an enigma, a mystery. Currently in 8th position. They're on 37 points. And the question we always ask ourselves is which version of them shows up today? The firepower these guys have on their team is undeniable. Amongst the best in Europe, possibly even the world. But sometimes when it rains, it pours for them and they get like 3 or 4 games outside of the placement points in a row. And other times you expect them to nail back-to-back chicken dinners with 10 plus wins. It really is a case of rolling a dice when you have these guys in the lobby. And even though that means they might not be getting the most points, it always means they're a dangerous opponent.
I mean, just look at their first day here, right? 14th, 1 kill. 10th, 0 kills. Win,
Chicken
12
dinner.
kills. Followed
Yep.
by 11th, 3 kills. 5th, 0 kills. 4th, 4 kills. They are, I mean, there's just no consistency to their, I mean, the only consistent thing about their performances is that it's inconsistent, I suppose.
I
They're
think
consistently inconsistent. Is that a thing? Now it is anyway.
The only pattern I can discern with question mark is they always get big kill chicken dinners. They don't hang around and win with 5 kills because they're happy to sit in the middle. When they win big. But unfortunately, that's not often enough to balance out the games where they finish outside of the placement point. So they're going to want to hit the ground running today.
Definitely.
And if they can get 2 top 3 finishes in a row, they are genuinely big contenders to go straight to the grand finals.
I was gonna ask if we think Ens heard Heroic coming into the PUBG, but with the way they're pushing on forward and peeking on out, I think they did. Scaff now making his way up over the ridge line. Nope, I take that back. He has no clue the page is this close. EC4 page as he peeks on forward, finds one there. No way they can respond to that one. Connects the first 3 shots back to back to back. Simple knock and the top damage dealer for Group B up until today. Scaff, well, unfortunately, he's the first ones to go down.
Rough for Ends there, easy for Paige indeed, and thanks for saying that because now I can't get the song out of my head. Phase 1 is about to become Phase 2. Ends down to 3 players in Lepovka with Heroic all around them. They have to figure out how they want to get out, and Polish Power coming in as well. We're going towards Phase territory, ladies and gentlemen. In between Milta and Milta Power is Phase number 2. This is gonna be fun.
Stardust has made this next circle so much more difficult. We saw teams wanting to make the rotation through the hillsides early just before, but because they set up shop on the hills just south of Shelter, no one could really get there early. It's only room for improvement, and FaZe Clan, who are down towards Milta Power, or so it was a second ago, because now, look at the map. Everyone is migrating southeast as fast as they possibly can.
Cue the Benny Hill music. Here we go. People know, everybody knows just how important it is to grab something early on and hold on to it for dear life. It's like my relationship with Bitcoin, this circle, and I appreciate it. Everyone running over everyone at the same time to grab that vital real estate. And anyone who comes in late, who goes across terrain someone else has already trodden on, well, guess what? They're going to get annihilated.
And normally we'd see people pull up at this point, but they would have been in that forest side early to scout what they're moving into. Everyone coming in right now are moving in blind or kind of scouting on the go, so to speak, peeking out the windows as they're driving to make sure, is it free? Is it free? Well, we don't know, but we got a full speed send it there, because if we stop to scout, another team is going to beat us to it.
Couple of teams going very close to other compounds and thankfully spotting that they were already taken. Northern Lights was one such defensive team, but Stardust also looking for a home. And beautiful headshot out of the vehicle. The Wu already making short work of Crunio. Polish Power going down to 3. They're going all the way down to the cliffs, by the way. I think they've realized they're a little bit too late to grab any of the priority compounds, so they're happy to play cliff. Which is fine. They're going to have to do that as a 3. Question mark are also on the cliffs a little further along. And then this is towards Milta Power. Heroic have got this bit on lockdown. It's a great piece of territory to defend, but they're also right on the edge of the circle. So they're basically going to have to move again.
Gotta say, I mean, despite the fact that we did lose a few, I thought with everyone rotating into this circle from so far away, they've actually done a pretty good job at kind of making room for one another. Yes, we had the few kind of transition knocks that would have to happen, but I thought it was going to be much more than that.
Yeah, it could have been much more. I mean, I guess sometimes the dice just rolls in your favor, right? You also just saw a flash up on your screens. Not quite yet, but make sure you bookmark in your calendars an opportunity to get the McLaren GT skin replacing your coupe in PUBG. That's going to be available for a very limited time, starting just a couple of days from now. So make sure you get that opportunity. And that's the second time that Polish Power have gone, okay, let's scout somewhere. I think we're all right. And they lose a second scout in as many minutes.
As I said just before, everyone's pushing into this without having had any chance to scout forward whatsoever. They need to do it on the fly. They need to pull up with the vehicles to kind of claim some sort of real estate, which at this point is already just hills. Can't even get a compound for themselves, and unfortunately, other teams beat them to it.
Teams should be relatively settled now, though, at least. So it was a big scramble to get real estate in phase 2. All of the teams have either had several members die or have gotten a piece of the cake. So everyone's very happy with where they are. It's going to take a hard shift to bestow chaos on these guys. And a donut wouldn't be a hard... That's not too bad, you know.
That is actually arguably the best outcome
right?
for a big part of the teams there.
Exactly. It takes out all of the water. The teams were sort of semi-expecting that to happen in Phase 4 anyway. The only teams that are fully out, Heroic, the Woo, poor Polish Power. I have to feel sorry for them this game. And Question Mark can actually bunch up on the east side of Milta. So I'm expecting this, Cast a Curse time, to be a relatively chilled out Phase 3.
You say that, but there are still quite a few teams who have to make moves. One of them, Expendables, full speed forward. They go trying to get their way into Milta. Maybe north side Milta, I'm not sure. They do have MTB here already. So, gotta watch out when making landfall now. Katurkin shooting forward. No damage done, but at least gives the info to Expendables that there's an opposing team here.
I'm slightly sad that we now all know how to pronounce Katurkin.
I'm just gonna continue saying Katurkin, even though I know it's not
in my
correct.
head. In my head, it was always Control Chicken, and I love it.
Control Chicken.
Chicken. Yeah, as opposed to Aggro Chicken, you play Control Chicken. Yeah, it's a way of life.
I mean, even Katurkin isn't correct, but I just think it sounds more fun than the actual way to pronounce it, so I just keep saying that instead.
The Woo, actually, even though they had a position on the edge of circle, they are sending it inward. They're not going too far. I think this is smart. If they tried to go through Lumberyard as well, I'm worried that they would get shot at by another 2 teams. So I feel like this is a risk, but in the big scheme of things, it's a small risk to get significantly closer because they've leapfrogged, what, 2 or 3 teams by getting to where they are here? I think that's okay.
Does the penalty come in here? Does Karma instantly get restored? We'll see. Heroic took down Scaff just before. Now Enz has a chance to get some damage done in return. Unfortunately, as we saw there, can't find it. As a matter of fact, Enz, Squeaky caught out in the open there. He's kind of isolated from his teammates, so we're wanting to make his way back towards them. It was kind of interesting with that previous circle ship we saw just before. As you said, the teams knew that it was going to go on land eventually, but as of late, the vast majority of these circles have made their way kind of off of the forest hills and into the compounds down below. Has made their way down towards minimal to power. So I think even though we know, yes, eventually we were going to go on land, a lot of teams did not expect that to happen before much later. So that's why I think so many teams hard committed to the far east side, because they were going, well, I mean, obviously we're ending up in Milta, as we're seeing right here on the map, because that's where we always go.
I agree with you, but I'm also desperate for a Lumberyard finish.
It's a rare one.
It is. Oh.
Boom.
It's Voltio o'clock. There we go. Double absolutely
anyway.
Beautiful stuff. Like, helmets are absolutely optional, especially when Bolties are hitting shots like that. Absolutely disgusting. Squeaky did unfortunately get cleaned up. You mentioned how he was a little bit cut off from his teammates there, Toby, and he's paid the price for it. Ends down to 2. They do at least have a position in circle, but
that
not for long. We're getting the Lumberyard. Let's go.
This is a bad circle for multiple reasons. One of the main ones being every team that aren't inside the circle yet, literally every team that aren't inside the circle yet, have to rotate into it uphill. Like, this is the top of the hill that teams are rotating into. Everyone's got to make their way up, and we know what that means. Going uphill means you can't scout that way. You got to move in order to get vision. You got to push the way up there to see what's meeting you on the other side. Howl in position to defend. DA in position to defend. Northern Lights too, and here come Polish Power, and this is what teams have to do. Full speed send it blindly in to try and claim some sort of space to call their own, because there's no way you can scout forward. Oh
no,
bad timing.
Miscommunication there, and Question Mark will lose one. They sent it up, and I think Question Mark thought they were going to send it all the way up to the compounds at the top.
Yeah.
And when they didn't and stopped at the rock, Question Mark went, hang on a second, they've taken our plan B. What do we even do with this? And that's an excellent question indeed. A doozy, and Hobbits trying their best to hold this position.
Well, Ents didn't get their revenge on Heroic, but Polish Power trying to penalize Question Mark for having taken out, I believe it was Cappy early on in this game. Unfortunately, they haven't quite found all of it yet. Actually, it's going to be double from afar to find Hobbits. A little bit of help coming through. He will get the flush confirmed too, so no points going in the way of Polish Power. But now, Stardust on the other side of things. Again, a team trying to make their way up the hills, but they're getting shot from both sides too.
Whoever rushed up the hill to get the buildings in Lumberyard first would be able to secure it. The other half of Question Mark actually are in those buildings now. That was so unfortunate. I love, by the way, that Hobbits went into the car and just reversed to get out of the Molotov. That was so smart, only to get bolted to smithereens. Double has been on it today. Hal now running all the way through Stardust, and the south side of this circle for the next minute as we go into phase 4 is going to be very crowded indeed. I'm expecting to lose 3 or 4 teams here.
Yeah, if that does it, there's still quite a few players and teams not inside the circle yet. This entire east side has to make the push on forward. Room for improvement. Here to make a move. The Wu trying to make some sort of space for themselves with utility used Misa. Shots connected down towards room for improvement, but as a solo player left alive, how much damage can you really do?
Lars buying himself a little bit of time in this tower. The problem is, even though according to the minimap he's close to his teammates, there are 2 knocks. They're out in the open. FaZe Clad are swarming all over them. They got the Wu on the east side as well while they're in these trenches. And that just means they haven't got a comfortable enough time to get in and try and get any of these revives. So Hal, even though all 4 are technically still in the game, are in a horrendous position.
Laza saw him on the ridge there, but they also have very, very good idea that he is indeed inside the tower. Gustav peeks on over, knows that he has opponents on the other side. Forced Wu to make the north side push just for a moment, and that allowed for FaZe Clan to use the ridge to their advantage.
This next shift takes about half of Lumberyard out of equation. It's not going to matter for these teams that are stuck out in the open. They're still going to have to travel no matter what. FaZe and the Wu now being pinched into each other now, with the Howl effectively being passengers just north of them. If they start fighting tooth and nail, Laza might actually be able to get a revive or 2, which would be incredible.
Yeah, the 1-2 trade comes through. Nice play from Room for Improvement. They know they need to make their moves fast, because once this fight on the south side ends, regardless of whether FaZe or the Wu comes out on top, people will be coming their way. So good for them that they do the kind of 1-2 trade on forward. In the meantime, Sarvim and Northern Lights fighting this one through Spirit. Already down. Perfectix down to low HP. Batulin's knocked it off. So are Lu. So Northern Lights only really alive by 10 HP, and that's Perfectix. Staying alive, taking out the last remaining Sarvim player.
And this is the rock that Polish Power held on to resolutely from Question Mark before. Nork is now seriously struggling. The rock's literally on fire right next to him, and that limits the number of places he can be. Expendables come through. Thank you very much. And that's Polish Power eliminated.
Yep, up towards the north, Bystanders and Heroic are fighting 2 second fighting 4th place teams right now. We have 3 teams still down towards the south. This entire edge of the circle is burning. We're already down to just half the teams, or half the players, I should say, left alive at only phase 4. Laza peeks on forward, can't find Nixie. He gets 1, and that's going to allow for the Wu to push further forward.
Oh, so close to being able to sneak a point in there. Only the Mad left, and he's in between the Wu and FaZe Clan, with both of them potentially going after him. Great double knock. One against Nixie, the other against FaZe Clan here. And there's a chance the Mad survives this, because FaZe Clan are getting shot at from the Wu. This is a mad 3-way fight, and Hal could actually escape with this if they play it right.
There might just be a... as we say that. I feel like Fex has a good idea that Mad is there somewhere. Quizzy. Oh, he didn't see him. Or did he? I think he saw something. I think he saw Mad. We saw him at least on Quizzy's screen, but of course, can never be sure exactly where he's looking. Fex gets him. Quizzy gets the confirm, and that's going to be him knowing now is my time to disengage.
Yes, I think Hal needed the Wu to continue shooting FaZe, really, and to just be the annoying whack-a-mole in the middle who pops up and grabs the headshot and disappears again. Unfortunately, that didn't quite play out the way they wanted. We're into our top 10 teams now, opting to heal before getting into the zone, not wanting to give away their position too early. Our 8C. Fex, unfortunately, is going to die out to the blue as well. So this is all about salvage operations and trying to get in. This is going to be tough.
It really is. Phase 6 going to hit in 10 seconds as well. So much blue damage going to be coming from that. Marbo peeks on forward, finds Sheila. DA, they've been holding the fort for so long. No real threats have come towards him. Now it's close quarters for the first time. Such a smart play from Marbo to shoot the molly mid-air, but unfortunately, Mer dodges it.
Really, really love that, to try and get the molly exactly on the rock. Precision aiming there, but unfortunately, it's not quite where the enemy was. Good flashbang onto Murd as he moves back to try and res Matralius as well. So nice reset on this fight. Let's see how aggressive Marbo wants to be.
8C sitting back, trying to see what he can find on the edge, forcing a Doozy now to make his play in towards Expendables. Could work out in his favor. Quizzy's still alive as well, just above him. You can see him on the minimap down towards the right. Expendables will go down, and now DA again. Still fighting, room for improvement here.
Mert getting up on top. Beautiful situation there. Didn't actually allow Marbo time to even turn around, but unfortunately teammate's going to grab him, and that's FaZe Clan eliminated after that decoy smoke from 80, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. It's someone completely different who managed to get him down. I think he juked everybody else. It was a very clever play, but it didn't quite pay off. And now there's still 4 teams here, Toby, who need to get into circle on the east side on phase 6. This is a bloodbath.
I'm surprised DA didn't get a single kill off of this. There were enough fights going on their side of the circle. They would have had a third-party opportunity, but maybe not wanting to risk peeking out. And opted to stay back, unfortunately, now to not really get a whole lot from this game. Keanu trying to find something, finds one. Marbo peeks forward, but Keanu again there to do the damage needed. Herc does go down to the nade, so now Keanu all that's left for bystanders.
I don't think I mean, with enough smokes I can see a potential carry here if he destroys room for improvement right now, and if he waits any longer, I'm afraid it's not going to be possible. Room for improvement managed to get the final bullets anyway. Bibbin will take that. A quick bit of looting, possibly for some first aids, possibly for some utility, but a second is all he's got. Quizzy from the Woo, they've got 7 kills, but oh god, getting into this circle undetected.
Yeah, somehow Northern Lights, they've managed to sneak their way. I say sneak their way. They've brawled their way into this one from the west side. They pushed up, took out Sabem, and now they sit 3 strong in this on the edge. They have to deal with 2 solos, and when that's done, they got half the circle to themselves.
Perfectix getting very close to Quizzy, who has heard the footsteps. He's looking for a way out to peek. He's actually hoping that he gets significantly closer. Perfectix peeking here is... I don't think Northern Lights have heard Quizzy, but I think... This is such an obvious hiding place. They're being super careful.
No reason for them to push in either. I mean, again, if you looked at Perfectus, I don't think his crosshairs on the locks. I think he's looking behind it. They're waiting for the circle to come in. They know there's a compound that has to get shifted out. They know that the locks themselves are going to get shifted out. They heard the shots fired from this area just before. They're just eliminating terrain by the second, kind of letting the blue and the circle do the damage or do the work for them.
There might have been a window of opportunity for Quizzy to do something while they were all looking at the front door of that house. I don't know. The footsteps have been heard. It's a 1v3. Northern Lights do not make those mistakes. That's Quizzy down, and we're into our top 4 teams. Digital Athletics and Room for Improvement down to 1 player each. Northern Lights and Sheesh, who we have not spoken about very much this game, actually. They're chilling, and they've got, what, half... They've got the entire circle for themselves, technically.
Sheesh was the one team who were like, oh, damn it, we're the last to backfill towards the northwest. How are we ever going to get down to Milta Power? When they asked that question, the following 5 circles went northwest. And I'm like, okay, I guess we never had to move in the first place. Remember also that Perfectix was literally the solo player on his feet for Northern Lights with just 10 HP. 10 HP was the difference in whether he or Savim won that fight. Now... And this is looking like a win for Northern Lights, unless they have something to say about it. Hugh, though, the first one to respond instantly, takes down 2. Perfectix looked over the hilltop, but Hugh was much closer than that.
They were thinking about it. They threw the flashbang a little bit further. You could tell that they thought someone was there, but I don't think they expected him to be quite that close. And Huth takes 2 of them by surprise. Perfectix is going to bleed out. Will Petulans as well. This ambush could cost Northern Lights dearly indeed. And suddenly, this is looking great for Sheesh. Disgusting headshots there from Lou.
Double headshots coming through. I'm liking that Sheesh are pushing on this. You do not give the chance, or even for a split second, allow for Northern Lights to potentially come out on top here and get reses through. They have to push up. They have to take control. Now, they're playing the sheep herding. There's only so many spaces these 2 solos can be in. And I didn't even know. It might just be she's getting the final 2 kills. Luno does get the first one with the nade. Does he deny to Blue? But do we see Lu go for it? Not gonna happen. She's gets themselves a freebie on that one. That was their only kill.
What? I knew they had a quiet game, but I didn't know it was that quiet.
If you thought we were... It's ever since we came back from winner chicken dinner format, I don't think I've seen a 1-kill game. That was... Imagine.
Listen.
Imagine him getting time to deny to Blue, and they actually win a game with 0 kills. Now I kind of wish that had happened.
Oh my god. Can you imagine the comms there? Boys, it's time. This is our time. We strike
That is amazing.
now.
They've been loading their guns. They've been ready for this the whole time. But again, I mean, yes, it's a 1-kill game and we can laugh it off, but that's an 11-point performance, and any team would love that on their book.
Exactly. Those 11 points could end up being crucial, and a lot was going on away from Sheesh as well in those final couple of circles. Let's head back over to the desk now to break that down.
Thanks so much, Jorasan, Toby, Avenger. One kill win. So yeah, that's great. They get the placement points. But I mean, NLT was sitting on 8 kills. They're going to get those placement points as well. But fun nonetheless.
Yeah, a really rough game. You know, I love these hard shift in the circles that are unexpected, and you can definitely tell in this game here that was very unexpected for a lot of teams. Once that circle popped, I think there was only 3 or 4 teams that was actually inside the new circle, and 10 to 12 teams that are outside trying to get in. Yeah, so really crazy game, and really good to see Sheesh here be able to clutch it out due to their macro and their approach to the game.
Interestingly, I mean, Avenger just brought it up for us. When that one circle popped in phase 4, that was it. I mean, half the players eliminated very quickly.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to see, actually. Just as the players, we didn't expect it either, but once you saw it, you saw exactly what was going to happen. We had NLT that was holding down the southern side of the circle, basically, and you had bystanders on the northern side. And in the middle, you had a whole lumber mill. And the thing is, no one wants to cross through the lumber mill, so you have to go through either bystanders or NLT, and those fights were dragged out there. So all the fight were basically happening on the southeastern side. Sheesh, they were just standing by on the western side, and they were just waiting because they had basically their own bodyguards, which were called bystanders and NLT, and therefore they only got themselves 1 kill. But that's enough to get the chicken dinner and those 10 placement points, which is going to be super important for them, of course, coming in with a little bit less points today.
I did love when we got to see Sheesh's stats there and how little they'd done. I was like, they basically play PUBG the way I do. They find a spot, they sit on down, and you just wait for everyone else to do the damage. NLT doing just that, though. Look at those points. I kind of expected this from them, Avenger, for NLT to come in today and pop off. It is their play style. I think we'll see more of these games from them.
100%. Yeah, they don't really need the placement points if they rack up this many kills throughout here right now. I think they're going to be way above 40 kills at this point. Lou with 5 here out of the total, so that's really good in general. How they approach the game, they wanted to make sure they got as many points as possible. Of course, the win would have been amazing, but Sheesh was playing so hard for the win that it was practically impossible. Nearly 1,000 damage as well for Lou. What a game from him.
He had a really good time. Lou, of course, he'll be happy with that, and NLT will be happy with the points, like we said. A bit disappointing, though, with that circle for us. A couple of the names that we were watching, that we were hoping to see perform today, not the best first game for them. But, I mean, can we blame the circle in this case?
I mean, this is one of the roughest circle, right? You're not expecting that to happen at all. And if you're on the far eastern side, having a circle like this, we saw a team like Heroic, for example, they tried to make a really good rotation on the northern side, but they had resistance in terms of bystanders. And because of that, they weren't really able to get in through there. And if they would have gone through there, they would have been where Sheesh probably is, or were towards the end of the game. And they would have more control, more space to work with. But yeah, because of how it all clustered up on the eastern side, it was super rough for basically any teams, and hence the result that we saw in this game for a lot of them.
I mean, it'll be nice for, I think, Digital Athletics as well, Avenger, because they are looking for some more points. They're going to find themselves moving on up the leaderboard with that third place finish. So a little bit of luck for some teams, like room for improvement, Digital Athletics, but not so lucky for the others. Got to wash that off now, rub it all off, jump straight into game number 2 and not focus on that.
Yeah, I would like to see Digital in the same position, but with more guys alive. Obviously, that's what you always hope for. But in general, I wish that they were holding on to their fight a little bit longer, because they actually had a really good spot to be playing into this next circle here. They could have potentially taken on Sheesh if there were 3 guys alive with that. But there are so many teams coming in from that northern side, and the fight that they had as well was kind of unfortunate. But yeah, they're not getting and securing, kind of salvaging some of those placement points. So that's fine. If that's their bad games, then I'm completely fine with it. But I want to see some big games from them too.
What was interesting with that circle, because we're going to keep talking about it, obviously, it was such a big player in this whole thing, Avenger. Like, it wasn't expected. You saw a lot of the teams had to rotate in, but the moment it popped, you said that you were excited about it and you thought it was going to be interesting. Why did you enjoy that particular circle and what it did to the game?
Well, so first of all, I kind of hate the Milta fields ending, because it ended up being the teams that are on the top of the hills up by Lumber Camp or Lumber Yard. They need to move down. They have nowhere to hit, but the little shack on the north side of the field. So in general, when you have this northern shift here, they can take cars, they can do big macro rotation, try to get on the opposite side of the circles, and they can move in. And basically, it's on a big top of the hill, right? So everyone has a chance to kind of run uphill, and they have a chance in general just to fight their way in. Unfortunately for a lot of teams, they decided to fight on the southwest and the southeast side, which ended up being too many teams. So they just got overwhelmed with the amount of teams that were there. Except for NLT, they managed to find a little bit way in, and it's still finding some kills and stuff like that, and get a good placement too.
There we go. We are now jumping into our second game right after this quick break. Every time I see that McLaren GT skin, it looks so sleek. You're going to love it. Make sure you get it when it drops in game. Right, we've seen the first game of today, and there are only 5 more left, and then we will know which 4 teams will be making it through to the grand finals of PCS7. For us, moving into this next game, a lot of these teams probably not going to be very happy. We're past that halfway mark, so this is the moment where they start to know that points become important. A bad first game is never good. That's a pretty obvious statement. But how do they reset now as they jump into game number 2?
Oh, there again. Well, one thing we heard from the team yesterday, for example, is how they're going to play it out. And it's look at every game like it's a best of one. And that's one of the best ways. You have to look at it as a best of one, and you're going to do as good as possible. That way you can reset your mindset to every game. It doesn't matter if you won or if you lost the last game. It's all about the next game. This is the only one that matters that you have in front of you right now.
It is all about the next game, but they are going to be looking at these standings because this is where it starts to get a little bit nerve-wracking. Now, NLT is just getting all the points. This is what they do. They're going to run away with it. But it's those other 3 spots up for grabs. And if you look down the bottom of that leaderboard, Erangel, it is relatively close. So there's still opportunities to push some of these teams out.
Yeah, I mean, all the way down to, I would say, even Stardust there in 25. They have, a good game, and they'll be in the 40s, and they'll be within striking distance of the top 4. So as we saw yesterday, the back-to-back good games, back-to-back wins potentially, that is going to push you straight in, and maybe even all the way into top 4. So definitely still a big chance for these teams just yet. Unfortunately, still Faceland, Polish Power, 7 and 10 placement points. Not that consistent there, but still the kills are kind of coming in. They need to get both, though, to get the ball rolling, to be able to really move into to the left side of the leaderboard, which is going to be needed, of course, if they want to make it to the top 4. But then again, also they are going to be playing against these teams once we go into the next weekend here. So get the best practice possible, and I really want to see them be able to beat these teams as well, even though there's NLT Heroic Ends right now dominating the leaderboards currently.
Bros, can bystanders stay in the top 4, do you think? Is that a possibility? Or do you think a team like the Wu is going to take them out?
I definitely think bystanders can keep that top 4 position, but it's going to require some work. But what we saw from in this game, for example, how they did that big split around Prison, that's kind of a nice thing to see. Not a lot of teams are going to do something like that, and they are basically utilizing the fact that they have teams with less experience than them, and they're trying to get as much information as possible to work with to be able to determine how do we play this one out. And we can see that, yeah, they are clinging on to that one, but we need to see them with some more kills. Flammy has only gotten himself 2 kills, I think, so far. A guy that we know that can frag out, and we want to see more from him.
We definitely want to see more, and what I want to see is more spicy circles, Joe Rosar, Toby. I think that's fun. It's the perfect way to end the group stages. What do you think?
Well, I feel like we need to deliver now. Let's go ahead and curse some more crazy circles into existence, Toby. That certainly seems to be our specialty over the last couple of days. And this looks like the recipe could be set indeed. A lovely 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock plane path, but massively skewed to the south. We're not even getting within a kilometer of Pachinki height-wise here. So we could be in for a lot of fun.
Sarky ending. Is that there you go. I did my best now to cast the curse this one. But then again, usually when I say things, it just don't happen, So
the plane
we'll see.
The plane cuts South George.
No, the plane is
south
this plane is very sarky. This plane is very.
It is
sarky.
possible. Yeah, I can see it. I can feel it.
It's very sarky. We'll have to wait and see. You know what? I wouldn't mind.
Novo?
You know what? I wouldn't mind a North George ending either, just because those are.
Okay.
I like to think as unlikely with the Bay, obviously around North George being a area you'd usually shift away from. So that'd be hard shift into it, then away, then straight back into it again. But we'll see. We'll see what the game brings us of exciting circles to get game number 2 of the day here going.
Bystanders and the Wu dropping together, and then the Wu deciding to move back. Well, look, Zaki or North George, I think you've got about just under 50% of all of the possible outcomes covered there.
Now it ends in between the two, so that's my mistake for trying and cast the curse 2 circles into existence in one game.
Ends trying to grab another vehicle here. It looks like Kapi managed to get away with that one, but that's okay. Squeaker will be able to hop onto the back of the buggy here, and they will continue to be able to loot. So let's talk about what the implications are here for this circle. It's gone far north. It's centering in basically on North Georgia, Paul. Polish Power can't frag their way into the circle. The reason they can't do that is because they're smack bang in the middle of it. And we have 3 teams military base, 4 more teams on the southern shore of the main Erangel Island. Can we really expect that many of them to like wrap around Yasnaya and come in from the east, or is it going to be a little bit of a choke on the south side? What do we think?
I hope to see at least 6 teams north of the river come phase 2. Despite the fact that we have such a massive bunch, I mean, pretty much all, except for Bystanders and Northern Lights, down towards the south. I want to see teams like FaZe do a hard northern wrap. I'm looking at Sheesh and thinking they're probably gonna set up Rosok and just maybe even outside the circle and then push in late. But for everyone else, there's just only so much space to push in from the south. And when you're then on top of that half Everest, where one team can set up and that denies you any type of scouting further forward, even if the circle goes south, in this one, I'd much rather rotate north to south than south to north. Because, I mean, let alone, like, for you to even get a spot in the south is practically impossible if you're on Millie Island right now.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. We're on board now with Sarvin. We previously were looking at Ents, who are currently, but it won't be for long, the only team that have wrapped north as well. There you can see them. They're north of Polish Power. I suspect Northern Lights will opt to go around as well. And Sarvin have taken the straight through the middle approach. So this is risky, but at the same time, if you're the first to do it,
then Page. Are they?
Page needs to get out of there.
I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you. I'm just looking at the direction of the car, but no, it turned right. Sense. Okay, I was looking at where the, where the car was looking. They were scouting it, and Paige is on the roof now, doing all he can to scare them off. Because I like Paige; he's an amazing fella, but a 4v1 fight against Sabim, unless he places a god tier nade on the car as they get out of it, that would most likely have been heroic down by 1.
And what we need to illustrate there is what Sarvim just did, rushing straight through the middle with everyone in a car. That's the sort of thing that it basically only works if you're like the first team to do it. As soon as more teams show up there, you are absolutely getting destroyed. The reason that worked for Sarvim is because they did it instantly as soon as they realized they needed to go north. So I thought that was fair enough.
Indeed. Well, we've talked about pages before. Here we have the entire team. Heroic on your screens. A fantastic team. Top performers in multiple tournaments. And so far, top performers here as well. Not first place as of right now, but very, very close to it. Second place, just down by a couple of points to Northern Lights. And all these guys, I mean, they've been fragging out for days. They've been fragging out for, I want to say, years, really.
Absolutely.
And again, one of those teams that time after time manage to take matters in their own hands. They don't rely too heavily on circles. They'll be comfortable on the edge. They'll love a center circle, but they'll be comfortable on the edge, wrap their way in slowly as they see fit.
That's one of the things that makes Heroic such a dangerous team. You can put other teams in situations where they'd flap about and panic a little bit and not really know what to do. And even if Heroic are in a position where they don't know what to do, they're really good at staying calm, being chill on their comms, and being as in control as possible. And frankly, that's what got them to a second place at PGC. These guys are literally one of the best teams in the world for a reason. But right now, we're looking at the Wu. They were involved in a lot of action last game. It looks like this game is no exception, and they're up against MCB.
I feel like, and this goes for obviously all teams, but teams, like the less a team relies on circles to go their way in order to have good games, the more dangerous they are. You know, I mean, a team that can get hard shifted away from time after time after time and still come out with a 10-kill win because they just know how to play into circles, rather than teams that go, if we don't get at least 3 or 4 shifts going towards us, we're going to be screwed. Those are the teams that usually make it far in tournaments.
Hi, Northern Lights. Hi, Navi.
Well, there's a reason why it's those teams, right? Who are also performing at the top level.
Exactly, on their day, high Heroic as well, perfectly capable of doing stuff like that. And that's just for the teams from this lobby, by the way. I'm sure there are plenty more. MTV really trying to push into the Wu. I like that they're trying to push, but they needed a little bit more backup on Junzi there. They didn't have too much. If he was able to get a second player to trade up with Biestoloch, I think that would have been good. Quizzy going for the counter-offensive, gets absolutely flashed to hell and back. Really great nade, but no follow-up there means that Jester goes down as well.
Besto peeking over with the shotty in hand, not going to find a Nix, though fortunately instantly there to help up, but now the shots are coming in from the hills above. Howl are up there, Jester found with bold action, and Ward trying to see if he can come down and help out. Ruin now finding kills, 2 knocked players crawling about in the open. That is a field day for a team on Everest.
Yep, Howl have Everest and are very happy to pop down just halfway and do a little bit of third-partying action. They've picked up most of the points that these two teams wanted off of each other as well. So the Wu are going to be feeling very upset with that. But coming out of what I can only describe as a very messy engagement there, with 3 still alive, okay, 1 kill. They wanted more than that, but they they can still play this game. They've still got things they can do here with 3 alive, and still got rotations that they can make to hopefully salvage some good points.
Nope, not optimal. Not exactly in the range of the DMRs you want when you're playing around with an M16. In the meantime, FaZe Clan on your screens. I mean, again, their success is written in PUBG history, really. But this tournament so far not been going the way they would have wanted it to.
They have rotated up north, so similar to ENCE. You called, actually, that you wanted to see them make this sort of rotation, that would be the smart play in this game for someone in FaZe's position, and they've done exactly that. So they should have a good percentage of the circle to work with in phase number 1, and they should have plenty of ways to rotate into phase 2, even if it's a hard shift as well. Northern Lights ambushing DA. I did not think that spray was going to get Mitrailleus, but possibly the last bullet in that smacked him out of the car, and that's 2 in as many seconds. Northern Lights, we said at the start of the day, Toby, how they love getting those quick free points and then disengaging. Well, in this game, they've got 2 more.
Sheila trying to now get away. Solo player, I believe, left alive here. Full DA, suboptimal way to start off game 2, especially when you're in 6th place. You're close enough, you can smell top 4, but once again, you just have to go with the game and go, I suppose it's not going to be this one either.
Unfortunately not. I mean, it's possible, but that would require some Herculean antics from everyone concerned. And while we have seen that in PUBG before, you never write someone completely off. Schiller here will probably need a couple of hard shifts, followed by, like, let's say if someone drives into this combat, they don't see him there, and he drive-by shoots 3 out of 4, for example. I could see that happening.
That's a play,
That's a thing that could happen, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But he needs to hope just a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, probably. Probably. The stats have to align at least a little. You know, they don't have to be perfectly aligned, but just one of those. Not all the planets are there. It's just like 3 of them.
It's got to be the right star sign. That's it.
Exactly. That's what it is. New circle, Pup, Saki. Well, maybe. North George, also maybe. So I'm liking my prediction so far. I'm liking it so far. We are at least going full on Georgia Pole Bay. In the meantime, now Flammy scouted, but he didn't see anything. Now he does, and it might just be too little too late for him.
I love that he kept going in a straight line just for a second or 2, and then moved off to the left. He is one shot, though, so he's definitely not out of danger yet. Flammy! Probably still 3 seconds left in range here. He has to get over the hill. No, he's just getting behind a tree. We're good to go, but only just.
How does he live with this scare? I mean, oh, here comes Heroic 2 straight into his face. Are they stopping on the hillside? I really hope for Flammy that they do get in the car, get away, but it's almost on fire already. Flammy is in so much trouble when Correxy sees the Starsha, because you have to imagine that it does. There's no way he doesn't go, wait a minute, why is there a car there? But fortunately, right now, Heroic is looking the other direction. Howl is being the bait that Flammy needs to get out of here.
Ooh, those shots from Correxy, the 2x on the SLR, ringing true there and absolutely destroying Ruin out of that vehicle. Now we've got the Expendables coming up against Polish Power. I think they caught them by surprise with that first nade, you know.
Definitely Polish Power as well here. I mean, struggling to get anything going. A top performer at G-Loot Season 6, but just have not gotten anything going here so far. We know them for being an aggressive team that go out and take control in fights, but now struggling to defend off here against Expendables.
The Expendables maybe trying to play Polish Power at their own game here and initially catching them unawares. But here's what's amazing about Polish Power. They're still all 4 alive. So many teams would have lost 1 or 2 players by now. The Expendables do eventually get the first knock, but Double can't quite make it stick. We've now got the rest of Polish Power collapsing in, and all of that fantastic positive momentum that the Expendables had at the start of this engagement, a lot of it is disappearing, but the third party! The third party helps them out just in time.
MTB question mark work together to help out Expendables and Polish Power, the team that looted here, the team that finally gets a circle going their way, is also going to be the first team out.
I feel bad for them because Polish Power withstood so much of that initial pressure. All 4 of them were alive. They traded the first knock. It felt like they did everything right, but that goes to show you start shooting. If the fight's not over in 20 seconds, everyone else is going to pile in.
That is unfortunate. Lou now peeks on over. Will he get one? Yanni spotted. Doesn't get him instantly. Again, this is the good thing about spraying for the buggy. Even if we don't get the kills, there's a good chance you're going to hit the tires. So maybe you can spin it out. But, well, fortunately for Jenny, it's a rare miss from Lou.
We're going to see a couple more teams rotating in late with very, very similar rotation paths as well. I have a feeling that Northern Lights and Sheesh could be a thing unless Sheesh leaves straight away. We've also got room for improvement, and the Woo dangerously close together. Northern Lights, though, will be the first team to take that on. Grendis is down and out. Now, do Sheesh turn around and fight? They do not. They're happy to keep rotating north. Janny's got a compound. It's very close to the edge of circle. They want to see if they can do better than that. And behind them, I'm worried for room for improvement.
Yeah, Lou looking on forward, trying to make sure they're not coming his direction. Circle's going to pop up towards the north we go, still with some water in play, meaning that we're going back to, I suppose, the only area of the map we ever really go to when we go up here. I think we're going straight on top of Sheila and Gustav alongside the remaining phase players. As you're saying, Joro headed straight into the fields.
Lou there in the crosshairs of Janny, but the shot's unfortunately missing by just a hair there, as they need to think about how they want to rotate. Another early rotation from Sarvam. Remember, they sent it straight into the center of the circle when we knew we were going up north. They were down south. They're doing it exactly the same thing again. They're saying if we're early enough, we should minimize the risk here. And to an extent, that's right, as long as they don't run into a 4-strong phase clan.
There's no way they can expect that position to be free after 3 circles went north. And there's also no way they can expect that south side position to be free. The way they're rotating here, considering they're 4 in a car, is surprisingly, well done. They know how to position themselves on this rotation in order to be visible to opponents, or at least to be visible to the more commonly used spots. Ooh, he actually hit someone in that car too. For as little time as possible. No one's gotten a proper spray in at the car, but now, parked on the other side of the ridge, I'm not gonna lie. Given what they had to work with, forced to be 4 in a car, going past 3 teams, that was a good rotation. Like, good routing, good pathing for Sarvam.
Should they have gone up to the top of the hill? Were they right to stay at the bottom?
They would have died
there?
in transition.
Oh, wait, hold that thought. Oh, God, speaking of dying in transition, this is Hal coming into Schiller. And Schiller says, thank you very much for those extra 2 points. Cheers. And that exactly is the start of what needs to be the salvage game here for Digital Athletics.
Yeah. It's something. Again, I mean, as you're saying, salvage game. Convert a 0-pointer into a 4. Maybe, I mean, a 5-point solo performance off of having already lost your entire team. That's phenomenal. 4 is... I would say great as well. 3 points is probably the most you would expect to be able to get as a solo player. And he already found 2. So there you go. As you're saying, a start.
Not bad at all. And I think everyone who knows he's there has died. So hopefully he'll be able to withstand that a bit. Nixie competing at the X Games by the looks of things, but still managing to get absolutely destroyed by Beamy. Beamy's normally with the Bolt main there. If that was a Bolt instead of an SLR, we could be looking at a knock right about now, but he's going to go ahead and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, no reason for him to stick around any longer. Heroic scouted forward. They see that they have free real estate in North George, so might as well make their move on up. We know the circle is going to shift away from water, but how far north do we go? Or do we? I hope we go west on this one, just because we never really get to play that hillside all too much. But we'll see. Where, oh where is this next circle going to take us? Fields are going to be in, but how much?
Sarvam goes straight to the other side. No, it's not west. It's going to be North George Fields. I wanted west as well, Toby, to be fair. But
it's the rare one, right?
This is hard now because you're going to get like 4 or 5 teams in North George because there are so few compounds in zone. FaZe Clan have got where they are completely on lockdown. Sarvam probably don't want to move that much right now. I don't know where everyone goes. There's no room.
Vex spots forward, realizing there are more teams joining them in the fields. They have to force them off, and they're doing it again. Sheep herding them straight into Sheila.
FaZe Clan are Digital Athletics' best friend right now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not full 4-man teams with all 4 players alive, they're all right. But as you can see here, forcing them off. Stardust crosses the road, setting up a car fort. Only so much cover you're going to get in this one. Unfortunately for them, the hills are still in, so they will be sitting ducks in a moment. Good thing for them is there are multiple teams on the hills, and they can't fully focus into the field until they know they're the only team on the hillsides.
Sheesh. Let's put it this way. Once Ents decide to walk out of their compound even just a little bit, a couple of nades in that direction will be rough. As long as it's not 4 players all alive. Unfortunately, that's exactly what's just happened to Schiller. Stardust have set up camp across the road. Oh, they don't even need to wait. The nades are coming in now. Fine. No
You can put it
problem.
this way, Joro. Sheesh are at a crossroads in their
Literally.
life right now. And they need to determine what they want to do next. Jenny, spotted behind the vehicle. Here comes a full-speed forward bystander's car. Free kill.
Whoa.
Well, that's a free kill right there. Herc finds him. Jenny nades himself. Not sure if it was intentional or... As a matter of fact, why would Jenny nade himself? That must have
Yeah,
been
he
a
was the
mistake.
he was the last
He was
to die.
I
so
think he wanted to nade bystanders. Either he underhanded or he threw it into his own buggy and died. But that I don't think that was on purpose.
Maybe not. Like, the other situation is you pull the pin, you get knocked and your teammate dies, but he would have been the last player, so he would have died instantly, not to his own nade. So don't really know what happened there. We might find out later. We'll have a chat with the players. In the meantime, you can see this is the situation in North George. Question mark of all 4 players here. We've got MTB here, the Woo, Heroic, whole bunch of teams. But one of the teams that sadly isn't in this location at the moment is Savim Esports, but it's good for them because they are up on the west. They didn't go all the way up to the top of the hill. They're playing from the edge of circle now. And FaZe sending everyone to the opposite side of the circle can only be good news for them because they're basically playing backs free.
Exactly. Here we see Savim on our screens. Again, I mean, they started off the tournament with a 10-point win, or 10-kill win. And you go, huh, okay, I see you, Savim. What are you going to bring? And then they haven't really brought a whole lot since. Now with this game, though, let's see if the circle is going to bless them. It doesn't, but one good rotation in from here. One good rotation, and they're looking at top 5 territory.
Ents instantly coming in from the north side. They are not even waiting. And it's only 2 of them, by the way, so this could be a push into where Schiller is. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. The other 2 members of their team busy getting a couple of hits onto Northern Lights, basically to stop Northern Lights from rotating into them at the same time, which is nice. FaZe, though, finds a return frag onto Ents, just to remind them that there are other teams that are looking at them as well. Most teams in the circle are fine. If you're in North George right now, I have to feel sorry for you.
Yeah, I mean, unless if we get a quadruple hard shift, then I'll be sorry for everyone else.
Yeah, sure.
In the meantime, with just so Expendables lose 1, that should be the call for Savim to make a move, and actually doing it. So room for improvement. Into the field we go. We still have Heroic on the hills, and that's the issue. As long as they have control, as I said before, now that Heroic knows they're the only team up here, they can freely spread out and literally start shooting at everyone out in the open.
They're on the edge themselves. Amusingly, I think the player closest to the center of the circle is Schiller. And Schiller's hoping that no one wants to get this far center. I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams that are coming in from the edge right now would assume that there is a team that far center, and therefore they're not pushing all the way in. And that's actually working in Schiller's favor. We still need 4 teams to die, though, before he gets into the placement points.
Headshot connected from Cobra, but not before Batulins finds the flush on Bibbin. So, room for improvement. Continuing to take casualties. I feel like the days are kind of numbered with Northern Lights making their way ever so much closer towards him. In the meantime, question mark, it's been a quiet game for them. 1 kill so far is what they have. But believe me, not necessarily more kills to come, but more fights to come, as they're not going to try and hold off the Woo.
I can't see too much of a way for the Woo to get into circle without at least taking on question mark, because you can't run away from them. There's just no additional... There are no more buildings for you to hide that are in circle on that side, sadly. A fantastic follow-up nade as well gets Biestolog, leaving Quizzy as the only player left alive right now for the Woo. I don't know what the exit plan is here, to be honest. Oh dear, off the backboard. Thank you very much.
That is, I mean, you don't get nades placed any better than that. That is just perfect. 3 in a car. Northern Lights jump out.
Dear.
A lot of clown carring in this game here. They're not sure if the random spawns just weren't there, or if people, teams opted to leave expended vehicles early, or honestly, if cars have run out of gas at this point. I think that's a good, a very plausible option too. A lot of teams have rotated from that southeast side and are now at points where the cars just can't work anymore.
Marbo sufficiently close to nade, and Northern Lights are going to be very wary of that. Lou had the frag grenades out, basically saying to his teammates, tell me where and I'll throw it. But I don't think they've seen him yet, so they can't be completely sure. Frag grenades back in pockets for now. Marbo playing an extremely dangerous game. And goes via... I mean, I don't think he can go any further south than that. He's just going to have to use the car for cover and say, okay, I didn't get a point. Let's move back.
Yeah. Tricky position to be in. Scaff finds one. Tactics falls. Smoke still there. It's just Scaff kind of shooting through the smoke, hoping for the best, and fortunate to get a headshot confirmed there. In the meantime, room for improvement, trying to make their way in. Sheila still alive, but here you get company once again. This time the guy's close, and there you go. Another freebie for Sheila. Point number 3 acquired.
I'm not saying this is the first of your 3 expected hardships, by the way.
Nate,
All right,
Sheila,
Sheila,
Nate, Sheila.
Oh my god!
Death
It
by
was
tire.
at that moment.
I love it. The underside of the US just
face planting him.
Yeah, that was brutal. He got John Cena by a US. That is as painful as they come. FaZe forced to make a move for, of course, knowing that they had to take the fight to solve him. One does go down on each side, and actually now towards the other side of the map, Heroic, as they make their way down the hillside, they're in trouble too, losing 2 instantly, trying to split out to not be in so much of Nate. I suppose you can say kind of distance by spacing out. Not gonna happen though. Rosie finds one. So Savim dead, and that's gonna really benefit Faceline here.
Yep, Baron Peak actually got he got 3 or 4 bullets off before actually getting shot, but he got headshot with the first or second bullet, or possibly even both of them, and that is the end of that. Good night. Stardust now on the east side of this circle. Relatively pleased with their position. I think Ents, of course, have taken the position that our hero Schiller was in until recently. That is now edge of phase 6. If we get another hard shift into North George, Toby,
I mean, told you. You said question mark, we're in trouble. They're looking very happy so far.
They're looking great right now, but you could be circle whispering this game if we get another southern hard shift. Entirely possible. Fantastic nade onto Metabay. Unfortunately, it was a flashbang. If that previous one was a nade. Oh, Squeaky saying, look guys, if you're not going to do it, we will.
Yep, solid nade thrown by Squeaky. 2 down on Stardust. That is huge for Ents as well. They know they have to make a move at some point soon, but they can't decide whether they want to stay on the north side or south.
Oh my
but 2
God,
knocks coming through there is perfect for them. Corexi does find 2 of them, so 1 stolen away, but Ents now able to spread out a little more, take some more control. Lou in the meantime finds 2 in Heroic. That's them out in 8th place. Northern Lights continuing to rack up points here.
The second place team Heroic out. Corexi managing to get 2 more points for them before bowing out, and they've got a placement point as well, but that's not quite where they wanted to finish. Northern Lights have got a decent number of points, and Ents have all 4 alive, albeit being squeezed on the edge of the circle. So this is their opportunity to try and swing out a lead out in front.
Quissy is still just hard scoping, or being hard scoped, I should say, by Hobbits. He has not moved. He knows he's in that building. There are only 2 ways out, buddy. And, well, one of them has got to have you in it in a couple of seconds. Issue now becomes he can't really assist in making his way on in and try and kind of claim real estate. I mean, they do have the compounds themselves, so it's not too much of a worry. But I like his commitment to this. He knows he's there. And until he sees the woo out of this game, he's not giving up that angle.
And unfortunately, it means that both of them could end up in the blue. There is no good outcome for the Woo, but Hobbit wants to join the rest of his team. He just knows he can't. And to be fair, he's playing an important role. You don't want the Snake getting 2 knocks on the backside, right? But it's frustrating, because what if they go in and there's a team in the building? Well, too bad, guys. Play the 2v4. I'm busy camping this guy.
A little sad that US by Squeaky before didn't explode, because with the way they were parked kind of on top of each other, just PUBG physics and all, I would have really wanted to see what happens when it explodes. Does it just
when the bottom car explodes?
Yeah, exactly. Does it just full speed send it into the air, or do we get other kinds of entertainment? Not gonna matter now though. Quissy managed to make his way around Hobbits. Okay,
boy,
and then he gets shot by him. Well, at least I got placement points, so that's something.
Not so sneaky boy. Hobbit's still looking. And that's because he sees somebody else as well. MTB, that's Wardy. Not sure
He's dead.
what he can do from here. I mean, he would have loved for that frag grenade to get 2, but it's the blue zone taking out MTB Esports in 6th place. Northern Lights finding FaZe Clan, and Gustav got knocked with a grenade in his hand.
Yep.
FaZe Clan now down to 2.
It's going to spread. That molly is going to
No,
spread.
3,
Does it get
sorry.
80? Yes, it does, but he gets the first aid off in time. Should be able to stay alive through that one. Backs off. Second molly comes through, though, and Nogi able to get an angle on him there as well. So one more kill coming through now. 4 ends in the meantime. Northern Lights continue to rack up points, but now question mark again. Well aware that they're the last team out of North George. They can go up into the hills now. They can look forward, and they can see all these players open in the field.
Ents down to 2, but they are the only players in their quadrant of the circle because Russia has just been, I was going to say deaded, but that doesn't make much sense, destroyed on the west side. This gives FaZe a lot of, well, some time to reset and a bit of room to maneuver. They're on the short side of the circle as well, so they can act later. But I'm not sure that means they're in a good position to win the game. They're in a good position to survive for the next minute, but that's it. They've bought themselves time to come up with a plan. They now need that plan.
This is a weird situation of relying on your opponents. Ents right now need FaZe to kind of warn them when Northern Lights pushes across the road, if they even push across the road. But at the same time, FaZe has to move in themselves, and they do not want to do anything to assist Ents, because if Ents go down here, FaZe has all the room in the world to work with. So
Right.
a weird situation where by helping yourself, you might also be helping your opponents. In the meantime, now Lou finds Hobbits. Again, this is a threat neither of the 3 teams in the fields want. We don't want to worry about that hillside at all. Just get question mark out of this one so that we just have to worry about what's next to us, not what's above us.
Thex steals the point there, and Diggory manages to get a return onto Batulins as well. I'm not sure how much that's helping them at the moment, because Northern Lights were doing a good job hitting question mark. What this is telling me is that while everyone is busy popping their own helmets off, Ents are kind of chilling out, and don't forget, they've got 3 healthy players still up here. Northern Lights currently down to 1. Perfectix should be able to get Batulins back up, but if they keep beating each other up like this, I would say Ents have the utility advantage.
Exactly. Just look at the map right now. Everyone's using smokes. Ents not quite the case. They're relying on the vehicles they've brought in. They're relying on the Hables they still have to work with. But now comes the peak on over. But Misa back-to-back swings on Filfist. First turns around, finds Perfectix 2, and then instantly backs off. Perfect play from the newly assigned Ents player.
1 down, 2 still up for question mark. FaZe feeling the pinch as well. They are basically running each other over right now and allowing Ents to sweep across the north side of the circle. This is such smart play from Ents. Squeaker holding the off angle but not over peaking there. FaZe Clan eliminated. Only 1 up for question mark. A doozy needs to either play a 1v3 or get a res up real quick, but now that Squeaky's spotted where he is, I don't think he has the time.
Have they done the math? Do they know that there are 2 knocks on question mark? You'd have to imagine, but I'm not seeing the aggression from Enchid. I'm not seeing them trying to capitalize on a 3-1 game. The rest will come through. Again, a lot has happened in the last couple of seconds. Maybe they didn't catch the first knock because it was in the earlier stage of the game that question mark lost 1.
They want the reses so they can get more
Are they
points.
making this a 3v3? You can see question mark don't dare go for the rest here, but they might just wanna. Now
Oh, not like
that was their time. Either you peek or you go for the rest. Can't do both here now. Damage coming through. Squeaky down to low HP. That's a good nade, and that's the deny. Nothing to do. Nade perfect on point. Ends with a win. They started off the day in 3rd, and they will finish their way, I think, in 2nd, but much closer to 1st.
Very, very well played there from Ents. They did risk a little bit, question mark, getting back up to a 3v3, but to be fair, the damage came in just in time to prevent them from doing that. Easy for Ents, as they say, although they did sweat it out just a little bit. They're going to be pretty pleased with that performance.
No doubt about it. Solid game for them. Again, I mean, they rotate into the north side kind of junction compound. Didn't have to do a lot early. And as I say that, while they, yes, have the comfort of the compound, they constantly, I mean, we saw before they left, Nuki was down to 1 bullet in his arm. I think he actually even ran out of ammo by the end. They were shooting at everything. And you have to do that when you're in that position, because you have to somehow find a place to make landfall when you eventually get shifted out. And when they had to, well, they knew exactly where to go.
Well, look, Schiller knew where the circle was going to end, and Ents were simply taking his advice. Let's head back over to the desk and take a closer look at how that game unfolded.
ENCE is back, baby. I mean, I've been waiting for, I said this, I think actually the first time they played, but like this is a team that they haven't had a very good time this year. So it's so exciting when I get to see them grab those chicken dinners phases while getting some really good points on the board. We'll chat about that because I got two things that are written down. The first thing was phase rotations and the second thing was ENCE's positioning. So Faraz, let's start with ENCE. How were they able to get this chicken dinner based on how they positioned themselves?
It's actually quite easy to see because normally they would drop for Severny, especially in a circle like this. With that plane path, they can reach Severny. That's a normal looting spot, and it's inside the first circle. But instead, they went for a T-junction actually straight away, doing a 2-2 split there, and making sure that they had a good position inside the circle, inside the first circle, and making sure from there, they were just holding down that ground. And we saw that, of course, that a lot of the teams, they went for the southern side of the river instead of the northern. And because of this, ENCE didn't engage too much in the early game, and they had so much utility. They had full armors, they had full helmets to work with towards the end game, and they could keep so much ground on the northern side that they basically had full control throughout the whole game.
Erangel, though, there was obviously phases, rotations as well that also worked in their favor, allowing them, like you can see now, to get some decent points on the board. They haven't had such a good run in these group stages.
No, it was good to see a 9-point game from them. They could have had a little bit more, but it was just too easy for ENCE. And with Nuki and Squeaky up here, managed to squeeze out a lot of points from that. 19, that's gonna put them really, really nicely at the top or towards the top. I really loved what I saw from them throughout, especially the put up on Shilla, the way they maneuvered throughout. But I was actually expecting FaceClan to have a little bit more of this one when they had that center spot where you have the fields. It's really, really strong. Then they could play uphill down towards further of the south. But they lost 2 players to ENCE, and this was just really strong. And the way they maneuvered through the fields on the northern side there, it was so picture perfect for them.
You can see now this head-to-head, and Nuki from ENCE, of course, getting those 4 kills, doing some really good damage. Definitely a player that we need to take a look at, and we are going to take a look at him right now. For us, we've got some highlights from Nuki.
Yeah, great to see, of course, him with the arm there, making a lot of impact. And we can see that he used the bullets, and that is something that sometimes can be rare to see. A lot of times, people try to spare out on the bullets, trying to save them for later. But we see that Nuki is using them to the full extent, knowing that, all right, later on, I need to loot another body, making sure that I can pick up another DMR or another bolt to be able to continue having a secondary weapon. But with that, of course, that opened up a lot for them. And it's great to see because we're seeing more and more bolt actions happening as well throughout, not just on ENCE, but throughout all of the teams.
I think one of my favorite moments in that game was the bully gang between NLT and ENCE. It wasn't Nuki that did the damage, it was Squeaky, where they were picking on Stardust and ultimately took them out. But mentioning NLT, Erangel, this is a team, Northern Lights, double-digit kills again. They're gonna, I mean, they don't even need that first place spot, but I think they're pretty much guaranteed it for themselves, or at least a spot in the grand finals at this point.
The way they maneuvered throughout this game is just impressive. In general, what we've seen for them so far, they're taking advantage of all the teams that are playing a little bit more safe. They're trying to stay 4 players alive. They're trying to not engage, and they're just playing aggressive. They're countering the meta right now with this really high amount of aggression and the amount of control that they're able to take. Again, good utility usage, good kind of approach towards the later stages of the circle. So they're really unstoppable right now. I'm really loving what I'm seeing.
It's only going to get better. We are 2 games in. I've just missed an entire game. There you go. We are moving to the 3rd game, but first we're going to take a quick break so I can learn how to count.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Now I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PCS7 Europe group stages. You just saw Ents claim a chicken dinner and Avenger. This was a change up in their lineup. They haven't had a very good year. We've now been able to see them perform over the last few days in this group. What are you thinking of this lineup now? Keen to make a comment about it now that you've seen them?
I can always talk about Ents. They're a great bunch of guys, and I really love to see Mise back here at the top. I feel like at some point he was destined to join Ents at one point. You know, there's just not been a spot until now. And then also Scaff being able to jump in and contribute to the 75 points that we right now see. And that is super amazing with 4 games to go. They are looking very destined to be at the PCS7 Grand Final. 77 though, Northern Lights, they are fragging out 56 kills. Insane.
It is insane. NLT is running away with this one, Froz.
They definitely are. And I mean, one big fact is that they still haven't won a game yet as well. They are the only team towards the top 6 right now that still haven't won a game. But despite that, they're still up there. And it comes down to what Martin was talking about earlier, the aggressiveness from them. We see them being super aggressive. They're going for the kills. They know this is a lobby where they can just basically farm on all the other teams. They know that they are so much better, and they are taking advantage of that right now.
4 games to go. Can FaZe Clan find themselves in the top 4, Froz?
I mean, it is definitely possible. If they can keep on playing like they did in this one, it is a lot of smarter decisions. They've learned a lot from day one. I spoke with Fix earlier, and we saw them, for example, the rotation they did here in the previous game here, the first rotation going on the east side of Yasnaya. That's something they wouldn't have done day one. Day one, they would have taken the bridge west of Yasnaya. But they started to learning more about the other teams in this lobby and how they're playing. And because of that, they are adapting themselves. And if they can keep on doing that for the upcoming games as well, sure, they could make it, but it's going to be a tough road though.
I've always had a bit of a criticism with Heroic, a team that is currently sitting in the top 4 Avenger, because I feel like they are inconsistent. They have these incredible pop-off days and then they suddenly just disappear. Haven't seen a lot of them today. It's only been 2 games though. Do you think that's going to change as the day progresses?
Yeah, you're definitely going to see more of them. You know, we have 4 more games to go here. But yeah, it's definitely, as you say, Sam, they are a hit and miss team. You know, then we have them at PGC. They get 2nd place. And they are far ahead of 3rd as well at PGC 2021. And then we have them at other tournaments where they're doing extremely well. They're having insane days, and then other days, you know, like barely hitting double digits in 6 games. But yeah, I'm definitely hoping to see them pop off like we saw them on their day 1. We know they're capable of. They've played before these teams before, and I really want to see them, you know, the style that we know and love, that they're playing aggressive tactical maneuvers that put themselves into better spots into the later stages of the game. And that is something that I really want to see from them here. I didn't expect them to play like they did in this game here, and especially also what we saw from Polish Power. Now that we're talking about a team that's kind of disappointing a little bit, this was a home turf circle for Polish Power. They should have been the team out in the field. They should have been the team on the solo compound to a lot of control, rather than kind of trying to gatekeep some teams, maybe try to get some kills of the rotation, stuff like that. No, I don't want to see that. I want to see them staying 4 guys alive towards the end. I want to see them play aggressive towards the mid game and the late game, not in the beginning here. It's not paying up for them here in this group.
It's going to be interesting to see, because those are the teams. I think the phases, the heroics, the Polish powers, those are the teams that the fans want to see. Those are the teams that we want to see pop off. But the question is going to be, are they going to do it, or are NLT and Ents going to run away with it after 2 games? It's starting to look like NLT and Ents might just be the runaways, claiming 2 of those spots, meaning there's only 2 more left. Of course, top 4 guarantees themselves a place in the grand finals. Everyone else has to go into the elimination stages next week. Nice for us, we get to watch more PUBG, but of course the teams want to make sure they're safe and secure so they can put in the work and start prepping for those grand finals. We are now moving to the final, Erangel, of the group stages. Toby, Dorosar, I like to ask you where we're dropping, but I'm going to change it up today. Tell me, who do you think's winning the chicken dinner?
All right, 12 to 7 o'clock plane path on the final Erangel of the day. Who's winning this chicken dinner? I'm going to pick a team that I'm personally a fan of, and they've seen some promise today, but they didn't quite clinch it. I want to see Question Mark win this chicken dinner.
Okay, it's a fair bet. I mean, it's also a gamble, but then again, they had a good performance last game, so so they might just try Question Mark. Okay. I'm gonna go with the plane path and everything. You know what? I'm not picking them because I think they will win the game. I'm picking them because they need to win the game. Polish Power.
Okay.
Polish Power
Okay.
desperately need to get something going their way. What they don't do in placement points, they usually always do in kill points. And they do not have kill points. So they need to get something going. And you know what? A win with 3 games to go afterwards. If that ain't what can get their kind of ball rolling in the right direction, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And Polish Power are also, as much as we sometimes say they're hit and miss, they are quite momentum based. It's
definitely.
not surprising to me. If they get a big chicken dinner and they follow it up with another couple of top 3 games, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, because they love thriving off of that adrenaline, that energy from being able to win those kind of games. I'm glad also that Sam didn't ask us where the circle's going to go, because we would have given her 2 wildly crazy answers. And instead, this is almost literally as central as it gets.
As Poro and I once coined it, this is the plain white bagel of PUBG circles. And actually, you know what?
Sugar.
It might
Donuts, mate, donuts.
It might have a little sprinkle of maybe sesame seeds on it. I don't know, because there is a way that it could go north. I think had it been like 500 meters further south, to not have enough melee to go south and not have enough land to go north of Rostock, then it would be the simplest one. So we're like the second simplest circle on a ring.
The thing is, Toby, we have like so many spicy plays in PUBG. I feel like we've got the savory bit sorted. I don't want more savory. You know what I mean? I want dessert at this point. So I'm all for Team Donut. But then again, I do need to lose a bit of weight.
I'm just hungry. Thank you.
Well, yeah, and also I'm just hungry. But we'll just insert as many food references into this cast as we possibly can. But no, this is as central as it gets, guys. The maximum number of teams basically are in circle. If I had to count the number of teams that were fully outside the circle when it popped, Heroic in South George, the Woo, FaZe, and Stardust as well as question mark. That is it. One team that is comfortably in though, because they're in the Gatka area, are MTB Esports. And they have been a little bit up and down. They've had some really cool moments where they've done a good job of consolidating strong positions, but getting into those positions to begin with has been difficult. They were in the placement points last game. They had another 6th place at the end of yesterday as well, but they haven't been able to string them together back to back, and they've really been struggling to get their positional play, the macro play, to a point where they can rack up those points.
I think they are an example of, and this, I'm not trying to, you know, talk down on MTB. This is actually me kind of complimenting the level of PUBG we have here. This is an example of going from 16-team PCS tournaments to 32-team PCS tournaments. There are teams that are still not there yet. And MTB, I think you can call a spade, is one of them. But give a team like MTB the opportunity to go out and play against teams of not just top European caliber, but top global caliber. And believe you me, they will improve drastically. You do not get any better practice. It's not practice, it's obviously a tournament, but you don't get any better experience, any better chance to play other than playing against the best when that best is doing their best. And every team, we've seen it like a billion times, all teams start somewhere. MTB ain't there yet, but I wouldn't be surprised, again, to see if this roster sticks together, they could be one of the very best teams out of the region just 1 year from now.
It's entirely possible, and they've shown those glimmers as well. At the end of the day before, they got 9 kills, even though they didn't finish in the top 4. And those 9 kills have to come from some of these teams, some of the best teams in Europe. So given half an opportunity, every team in this lobby, whether you're in 1st place or in 16th place, every single team in this lobby knows how to take those opportunities. The difference between all of these teams are good, and the difference between the good teams and the great teams are how they engineer the positional play so that they get given those fortunate positions more often. And one team that is capable of doing this, but has also been struggling alongside MTB, is Stardust. A lot of individual skill on this team, and when they frag out, they can frag out big as well, but they, again, are struggling a bit, Toby, to get themselves in positions where they're in the final circle and putting themselves at that place. to begin with.
It's a very similar story to Salvim that we talked about last game, how you have starters. I mean, I've had the pleasure of casting them numerous times before. They fare well against, I guess you can say lesser lobbies, but now they're starting to get their foot in. Like they've stepped through the door of top tier regional PUBG, where they're still on the lower echelon. We saw them go out in the very first game of their group stage. 4th place, 8 kills. And I said, okay,
pretty
starters.
good.
I said, okay, starters. This is the stage where you come out and surprise me. You showed me that you've improved. And unfortunately, from there, not a whole lot happened. But again, as I just said with MTB, they're a team that give them time, let them play. Because I have seen the improvement. I've seen them develop and evolve over time. They just haven't evolved into a top PCS team yet.
Yes. And it's very clear that it's all about the macro play and getting themselves into that late game positioning, because since that 4th place finish, they've been in the placement points just once. I'm confident that when they get into those placement points and they have like a good position in phase 6, 7, that kind of thing, they can go toe-to-toe with most of the teams in this lobby. And I'm looking forward to the day when that happens. In the meantime, though, it looks like the Expendables are going to treat one of their team as such, unfortunately, as Grendis looks at Gargi and deletes him from the map, but we'll be able to continue to rotate accordingly.
That's what the AK can do. Headshot, body shot, boom, dead. I mean, it's just there's no. I mean, he even caught him mid-air too. There's literally no response to that. No. Nothing you can do about it. It's just one of those. Well, I guess that wasn't the like 500-meter bolt headshot when I was scouting. Which
are you playing in Clibs lobbies again? Is that what's happening here?
It's just, I mean, that's just what it is. Sometimes you can take a lot away from games and go, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. Sometimes you just unlock.
Oh, Metabay just now, I could hear the team comms. He's like, I'm behind you. Do you want me to push the car upright again? And he accelerated just as Nail Cop got out of the car and braked just in time to avoid doing damage to his teammate. You could almost hear the team comms in your head. It's all good though. They're away just fine. On board now with the Woo, one of the teams who have decided, yes, they need to travel just a little bit. They're actually north side of the circle right now, and they're in it. And Stardust here are coming in from the south. And you know what would make travel time into the circle faster, Toby? A faster car, Toby! I can't wait for the McLaren GT skin to drop. I know Calaris will be harping on about it non-stop for the rest of PCS, but honestly, it is so good. I'm sure we can get Tech Girl one of those as well. In fact, we basically only have car enthusiasts as hosts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, yeah, I feel like I should get a McLaren. I mean, now with this partnership and all, I feel like it's only fair that their casters get a McLaren. I don't have a car.
Sad.
Coming into today's game, all you guys were talking about is, I have this car, I have this car, I have that car, I'm gonna buy this car, and I'm just out here like, car? I mean, I just got a bike. I got a bicycle.
I've worked for them, and I don't get a car.
I'm not trying to take anything away from you. I'm just saying,
I've been an employee, and I don't get a car.
I deserve a McLaren is all I'm saying.
I agree. Like, I'll get one for everyone else, too.
I was gonna say, I'm not saying you're not getting one. I'm just saying I think you deserve a McLaren.
All right. No, that's true. So, guys, you know, if anyone watching, hopefully the check's in the post. And I'll even drive over to see Toby.
As long as I don't have to pay registration fees in Denmark, please, can we have that in the contract as well? Because then I can't afford it.
Toby, I'll help you. You can keep it in my garage. It'll be fine.
There you go. It's probably it's cheaper for me to fly to you every time I want to use my McLaren than registering it in Denmark.
Maybe.
In the meantime, Evie, early rotation, trying to make his way on forward, and, well, caught in the open in a vehicle. Not too much. Again, it's one of those similar to what we just saw with Gagi before. Sometimes that just happens to you, and there ain't too much you can take away from it other than now knowing, at least for the rest of the team, Howl is in that compound.
Exactly. Like, the Woo, look, they lose one on rotation. On the plus side, phase 2 has them almost completely dead center, right? So this is going to be relatively chilled out for most teams because Northern Lights moved out from school and apartments, and they're basically backfilling themselves when they're going back to school. So because Northern Lights have safe passage back to the center of the circle, that means the 2 or 3 teams behind them can also backfill Northern Lights, and it's not going to be that bad. It could be way more chaotic, but because the center of the circle got vacated, it's actually going to be all right.
Bystanders despite being shot at from all from all sides, make their way into the compound. Solid rotation coming through as well. They knew they had to move instantly when they saw that new circle pop towards the east. The vast majority of players are already here inside the circle. FaZe opting to maintain their split. Let's see if it's going to get penalized. One player coming in, two players coming in. They're opting to continue forward. That is fortunate. Look at the minimap. FaZe are rotating to fortify this position. But, well, they don't necessarily have to because it's only one player from Expendables here.
And, well, throwing Molotovs in a wooden house that you're in the middle of, not always recommended, but I think that was basically the only play he had left. Russia going to go down anyway, and that leaves Idem, the only member of the Expendables, alive.
Do FaZe go back down to Alamo to maintain their two-way split now that they kind of feel that they've weathered the storm? I think they do, yes. 8C at least is rotating out. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, he is going down south. I think that's a smart play. They go up, they assess, they go, great, we've dealt with the threat. No one else is coming right now. That was just a kind of a warning for what might be to come should the next circle come away. But now we know, I mean, how our cars work. We know that they can accelerate uphill. We've checked the oil and everything. Good to go.
Yep. If question mark run into FaZe, do they defend or do they back out?
They have to back out. You can't maintain that
back out, right?
Because there's no way Diggory, and now I can't see who's up there with him, but there's no way they can defend. I believe it's Gustav. There's no way they can defend that Alamo position from up there, knowing, because they know that they have starters to the east. They know that an Expendables player just fell into the dip. So there's no way they can go out in the open to nade down. There's no way they can smoke. There's literally no way they can cover the position. All they can do is on approach, like when question mark leaves U-Hill to go down towards the compound, they might get 5 or 6 shots off each. That's all they can do. So no, if they pull up, I would advise that Vex and 8C leave, because trying to fortify that late is going to be dangerous too.
Kova spotting Crunio, but not quite getting the perfect position for a couple of quick headshot taps. Going for it while he hasn't got the gun out in the vehicle, but won't make those shots stick. Heroic have gone far north, by the way. They're actually going to continue rotating around Yaz, I think. I suspect they don't want to be on the proper edge of phase 2. I think they're going to keep going.
This is much better than being forced to cross a bridge, right? And what they're doing
100%.
right now, I think, is Paige is going to stop over around like Yasnaya and just go, great, let's wait for 14 seconds, because in case the absurd northern hardship comes in, we're ready for that. In case it goes south, which we're expecting, well, we're ready for that too.
I almost don't want Paige to go into Yasnaya. I want them just to stay by the lake and just wait, but I'm sure either is either way, they're going to be maximizing the mileage on those vehicles. That is for sure. That's an 8 o'clock hard shift. It's the anti-heroic shift that's coming in here.
Heroic turns around, goes Rossock, goes Bermuda, which you like to call the Liver Island, and comes in from there. I said last game that Heroic doesn't have bad circles.
Yes.
This would be the play. They literally just came from that direction. This would be the play for them to make, because they know they can't. There's no way you backfill in from the east, because you know you're going to be playing on foot, like forced to be playing on foot through, well, what you're seeing right here. Everyone caravanning into the select few compounds available here. They have to back.
I like that a lot. That's a great shout, Toby. We'll see if they end up doing that. We've got the bystanders now, unfortunately, rocking into where both Northern Lights and Howl are. Room for improvement are thinking about school. They see Northern Lights there, divert their way into the apartments, but we've got Howl at the other end, and actually 2 players from Northern Lights are in the apartments. So NLT committing to a 2-2 split here to hold.
Yeah.
Will they be able to hold on to both school and
I was
apartments?
just going to say there's no way. I saw when you said it too, they were staying. I was like, nope. There's no way to do that.
Right?
What they wanted to do,
go.
I think, is make sure that now that Room for Improvement has made landfall, just, make sure they all get inside the house. Make sure there's no one in a position to shoot at them once they go for the vehicles. And then you start your rotation. Either you go early or you go after they have kind of set, or after they are starting to, I should say, settle inside the compound.
We potentially have a couple more crashes here. So this is on the north side of the circle. Still, Idem still has a vehicle. Solo player, of course. You've got question mark coming in. This is in between J Compound and school apartments, by the way. Sheesh are actually crashing the apartments. Only 1 player's there at the moment, but he has crashed it. And question mark continuing into Rozok, maybe losing 1 en route. Nixie managing to get that. Now diverting to Water Tower Hill. You do not want to be that big of a target in a circle like this. Phil first, you've got the high ground, but everyone can see you. This is rough. Where are you going from here?
this is okay. That worked out. The fact that they make that rotation with 3 and actually come out alive is that is pretty impressive, not gonna lie. That should have never happened to begin with. Half the server was shooting at them. I think the thing that kept them alive is that the teams inside of apartments are still, I think, too worried about peeking out towards moving targets because they know they have neighbors that could be shooting at them whenever they peek out. I think that's what kept them alive. That kind of salve of shots didn't come through the way that it otherwise would have.
The danger of MTB, though, in the position they're in, is that they can't go north because teams in Rozhok would shoot them. They can't go south and peek up top because Question Mark and NLT and everyone will shoot at them. So let's imagine that ENCE find a way to rotate west, right? MTB could potentially peek over the top and Question Mark would be at their mercy. Yeah. This is difficult if you're Question Mark right now. They're safe, but I don't think they can move anywhere from here.
Do ENCE know that they're the furthest west team? I'm not sure, because if they do, they wrap hard west around and they come in from that position in the fields, and they'll be in a good position. But there's so many teams out east. Heroic are now making the rotation I was talking about just before. They're going to be wrapping north. She's trying to hold bystanders, prevent them from cutting across. One has made his way through, but we still have a 3, no, make that a 2-man vehicle from the remaining bystanders players trying to sneak their way in. As I say, plow their way in to the middle of the She's rotation here. Yort falls down. Free kill finds one. Keanu goes to the ground. Just Herc left alive.
And this is going to be ever so slightly messy. Dedrix and Grendis now collapsing in on this position to try and eliminate the bystanders. Grendix manages to do that. I believe that was with a drive-by before he even stops. So he should be able to get the revive up here as well. Polish Power are going straight through the middle. So FaZe Clan are down south, playing it on the edge. Polish Power are 1Aing it all the way through. They find Question Mark. And remember how I said Question Mark can't move? They don't need to. It has just been delivered.
Well, your win just killed my win, so I suppose that's that.
Right.
In the meantime, FaZe, I mean, as you said, smart on their rotation timing here, too, in going... So, for both FaZe Clan and Heroic, I want one of these two teams to win, because they might just have pulled off game-winning rotations. FaZe understanding that Sheesh are fighting bystanders on the hill when they did, to then make the wrap pretty much through, or just south of that fight, to go west. Crucial play. Heroic making the north side rotation, seeing that they don't like anything that there's coming kind of their way from where they were, to then go north of Rozhok into it from there. Perfect play too. But arguably, FaZe much better position now than Heroic is, because they're still outside the circle. Mad in the meantime, he's got Sheesh in his hands.
He does indeed. And the Mad just going to try and disengage from that, getting shot mid-air there. And Perfectix will actually pick that up from the other side. I'm also really impressed that FaZe resisted the temptation to go into plug socket compound or anything like that, and they knew that Savim were there, so they wanted to get the hills further west of that as well. Really, really nice stuff. ENCE, though, and Heroic now meeting each other. ENCE were the first team to get here on the west side, so you'd expect them to have the home ground advantage here. Scav goes down, as does Nookie. We've got MTB getting in on the action. No, that's elsewhere on the circle. That's fine. What can Kurexi do? It's him versus Squeaker. Is this really a 1v1? ENCE have done well to reduce this to a 1v1.
That's what it's become. That nade is going to be good. Nope, bit too far on the backside. Kurexi peeks forward, spots him too, and the 4-piece for Kurexi. Midst all the chaos, but look at who's coming up. They've seen the knocks and the kill feed. Kurexi, you might have killed all of ENCE, but there is no way. FaZe allows for you to take them down to great understanding of the situation. I mean, FaZe essentially just rotated, to use your kind of clockwork terminology, from 2 o'clock to, well, 10 o'clock, but clockwise.
Yeah, exactly. They went the long way around.
They rotated the entire circle.
They've got excellent frequent flyer miles there, FaZe Clan, certainly. They went, 2 o'clock, down to 6 o'clock, past Savim, all the way back out the west, and just in time, perfect timing, really, to third party that fight between Heroic and ENCE. Really good opportunistic playing from FaZe Clan, and all 4 of them are still alive here at the 20-minute mark.
Great understanding of what had to be done in order to make space for yourself on the edge. I mean, they know they're going to be moving into this one. They know it's going to be tough, but at least now they don't have to deal with neither ENCE or Heroic.
So, next circle. Not quite centering on school, but let's just say Northern Lights are happy bunnies right now. We'll put it that way. FaZe once again have to move, but they've been moving the whole game, so what's new? Let's see what they do next. The thing is, Sarvem have to move, and they're probably the team that are most likely to gatekeep. Sheesh. Are they going for the full send approach? They are indeed via the drop. No, that looks like bait, which is fair enough. And question mark. Uh-oh. They're not going that far north, are they?
She's just dubbing in the middle of the open. I respect it. It's going to be dangerous, but hopefully, I mean, they're kind of relying on somebody, which is actually now happening, to pull up school. That would force them to look elsewhere. That would force Northern Lights to focus on the threat nearby and not shooting into the field. So they'll probably be alive at least for a little while longer. FaZe in the meantime, trying to stay put, but again, of course, still having to make their way forward too.
The Wu on the outskirts of school. This only works as long as no team comes above Razok. So while I think it's Digital Athletics and MTB are fighting up there, they're fine. The moment that fight stops, the Wu are absolutely screwed. Northern Lights don't even want to wait for that, though. They're going all the way to the broken wall. Perfectix has a disgusting angle to stop them from doing anything other than stick right next to the wall as well. Quizzy going down, and the Wu unfortunately are on their last legs here. Only Nixie left in the smoke.
Yeah, great read from Northern Lights, knowing there's no one up on Ross or Kill. They can now play out in the open. They can run around here because they know the fights are going on up north of them. Jester finds one, Junsi with another, DA and MTB, the two teams fighting off inside Rostock right now.
Beautiful Molotov by Lou. Batulin's basically calling out that there's a player immediately outside the wall where I am now. That's the Wu eliminated. The fight in Rozok still going on. We've got Digital Athletics and MTB. Mitralius
alongside the rest of Question Mark takes out the entirety of FaZe Clan. They stand strong there. In the meantime, Sheesh go down to Sarvem as well. Everyone's fighting on the west side of the circle. Just two teams left over there. And while all this has been going on, let's see now DA, MTP, this fight for Rozok, which has to be shifted out from eventually, is going to be coming to an end soon as well. Three still on their feet for DA, but Jester now on the flank around.
Prioritizing the revives, trying to get Hughes back up as well. And that is beautiful stuff. Digital Athletics eliminating MTB, and they've only got one revive to make, so they will be able to start moving a little bit sooner than if they were one up and having to do the double revive. So that's three of them done. The battle for Rozok is over. FaZe Clan is definitely not on the west side anymore. They are out a little bit too much, as Question Mark are also coming in. Sarvem have moved out of the compound, so these are the last two teams out west.
Yeah, solid spray coming through for Question Mark. 11 kills now on the team. Dante down, but they will continue despite the loss of a teammate. I was gonna say I was surprised that Room for Improvement hadn't opted to move towards school earlier when they were fighting against, or when Northern Lights were fighting the Wu. But if you look back at that, Spiro was sitting in the exact same spot he's in right now.
Yeah, he hasn't moved.
Kind of just he was making, like, while they were focusing the Wu, the rest of the team, Spiro was just constantly looking east to kind of give the warning if a team was coming in from that direction. Now DA are pushing into school. This is when they have to push as well. Room for Improvement. You've just seen DA make their move here. Now is when you move too, because now they're preoccupied elsewhere.
I don't like the fact that they've moved to the outer wall. I would have preferred if they attempted to crash through and get a bit closer, but we've got a second team coming in at the same time, so Room for Improvement. They're doing exactly what you just said, Toby. They've spotted a second team coming in, and now they're splitting the attention of Northern Lights. I wouldn't be surprised if Hal wanted to get in on this action as well.
But why are they going in on this side of the building?
Wait,
I mean, this is just perfect for Northern Lights. Now they're fighting each other. Why not go in on the opposite side so Northern Light has to pick one fight? This could not have played out any better for Northern Lights when the two teams pushing you are starting to fight one another.
Yeah, and I think if you're Question Mark right now, you're going, oh, everyone else dropped school in a pub game. I guess we're just gonna chill and play when we get up to top 3. That is weird, man.
So confused by that approach. They knew Howl was further south. Maybe that's the threat. They didn't want to allow for Howl to get shots at them, but you'd have to think there was a better angle of approach than where they ended up coming in from.
And now Question Mark potentially helping out Northern Lights as well, coming in from up here. We've got a doozy and Phil first on the ground. I'm not sure they appreciated just how close they were. Gets one knock, looking for the second. That car next to them is burning and about to explode, I think, actually. Need to be careful there.
There it goes. Car exploded. No more knocks found with it, though. Howl now pulling up at this, and that's a good time on their part, too. But Lewis holding, finds one, finds two. Ruin Trying to hold off alone. If only he knew how little HP Lou had to work with. 13 bullets in the chamber, just 2 spare bullets too. He's gonna have to sprint over here and get some loot if he can find Ruin. That is going to be a good nade, but the first aid comes off. Doesn't matter though. Lou down.
That was beautiful. Really, really important that Ruin found that nade for Lou. Absolutely clutch for his team. Question Mark and Digital Athletics still fighting over the northern wall of school. And Northern Lights holding on inside. They're up to 8 kills, but their top fragger Lou with 6 now down. And Phase 7 has absolutely sent it in on school. We've got a school finish.
Yeah, it's a rare one. Actually, as school finishes come, they are fully, we're fully encircling school in this one. Come to think of it, now that you mention it, when is the last time we've had a proper school finish?
It is still possible for it to finish outside of school. We could see like the broken wall far west, but I'd say like there's an 80% chance it finishes within the school building now.
Well,
this is cool.
DA trying to fend off here. Somehow, I mean, DA came in on the northwest side of all of this. They go, oh, thank you, Room for Improvement. We'll take your spot. And then they force Northern Lights to dip out when Question Mark approached from the west and Hal comes in from the south. That is, DA were blessed by the pull-up from Room for Improvement. Because had that not happened, Question Mark would have just backfilled on DA and they would have been out.
But honestly, what DA did though, like how long did they have to survive being on that northern wall of school before they had the opportunity to come in? Like respect to them for reading the situation and moving in when they could, because there were what, 2 or 3 different times when it looked like they were going to be wiped on that wall, and they're still up with 3.
Well, this is where your hot drop practice comes in useful. You know which angles to hold. Everyone's been here a billion times and then some. But have you been here against only PCS players? Well, we'll have to see who comes out victorious. Honestly, I have no way of predicting this. If we shift into the parking area, you would have to imagine that Question Mark has gotten this kind of pretty straightforward because everyone's got to come to them. If we go south into the open, it's going to be a guessing game here. Who opts to go aggressive is literally going to be that one team that gets shifted away from here. The only team that's forced to.
Yeah, they need a northern shift, basically. West would also be okay for them. You know what?
South. We're finishing north of the wall. We're finishing the southern parking area.
That's
or like by the fountain.
That's kind of fair. Like Question Mark have some work to do, but it's not horrendous for them.
Courtyard finish, I don't mind that. Right next to the statue, essentially. They're like between the statue and the pool house is where we're ending this one. Northern Lights has flexed back into the main building. I thought they were going to up to only. Yeah, I thought for a second they were opting to only play the pool house. I was a little worried about that because there are only so many exits from that doesn't involve you vaulting out and while doing so being extremely vulnerable. Huth, smart Molly to isolate, regardless of whether he hits with the damage there or not. That's at least a couple of seconds where he's going to know for a fact that no one's getting on the roof with him.
Toby, you've just directly contributed to improving my personal health, and I have to thank you. Going to the gym sounds like a chore, but next time, I'm going to the pool house. Schiller gets Batulins, and that is a clean finish as well, not even needing to heal off the back of it. So, good stuff there. Question Mark, though, waiting for an opportunity to third party. That was not it.
Oh, trying to hold that ankle, waiting for someone to come around the X-way. It's being a little rude to us there, but he's just holding that angle. He knows exactly where the kind of the opening in the brick wall is, and he's just waiting for Hobbits to peek on through. They know, or at least anticipate, that there are still Question Mark players yet to make their way inside the walls, and he's right in expecting that.
This is tough to say the least. 20 seconds left in Phase 8. No one really wants to move. The team that are closest to center of the circle is, in terms of maneuverability, probably Northern Lights, because by the time they need to evacuate the building, Digital Athletics will also have needed to leave main school building. So what needs to happen is they need to be positioning themselves so that they're watching the windows of the main building and they get the first knock onto DA. That would be great. If DA gets the first knock on Northern Lights through a window before they can exit the gym or swimming pool, that's going to be difficult as well. So the first knock between those two teams, I think, determines the winner.
Yeah. Question Mark is heavily relying on some sort of battle popping off inside the school perimeter.
Yes.
Again here. both DA, I believe Howl as well. I mean, DA, Howl, and all the lights all know that there's a team outside the wall, and knowing that the game is ending inside the walls, they're going, well, sorry, question mark, but you're going to be the first movers in this one.
Do question mark know that they can just freely go to the outside of the wall on the south side of school? There's no one holding that angle. They can actually go around the corner.
But also they would still have to get in, and there's then only 2 approaches. It's... Yeah,
but here, they're just staring at a wall, whereas from the outside,
I think right now they're just
shoot, right?
Yeah, right now it's just a waiting game, though. You gotta play this one cool, play it slow. I'm a little worried with DA still being on the roof. I would want them to go back inside now while they still can, and as I say that actually can't. They have the hole to hop into, but they need to get downstairs so they can run out the building and not have to jump, because that time they spent in air would easily end up becoming what gets them killed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. They need an exit strategy onto the ground.
Get off the roof.
And Northern Lights might actually spot Mitrailleus. They are vaulting. You only lose about 20 hit points if you vault from the top of that, which is what Hugh just demonstrated. But now they're really split. This could be an opportunity for Northern Lights.
Yep. We say Vault, he pretty much full speed sent it off that roof. There comes from Mitrailleus as well, jumping on down, gets inside the building again on the top floor. Question mark are inside the wall, and arguably in the best position because they're already confined by the spaces inside building. Smoke's thrown down below, though. Sheila outside the building now too. I
like question mark now. Digital Athletics being forced into Northern Lights. I thought Northern Lights would be on the ground floor holding the south side, but because they didn't, that nade could have been so good. Because they didn't, question mark have taken the position that I thought Northern Lights were going to take, and I really like this now. NLT going full pelt against Digital Athletics. Mitrailleus going down, as is Schiller, and suddenly, pole position, it's question mark for this game win.
Phenomenal hold here from question mark, buying their time, playing it slow. Gas cans now being lopped out the window to try and see what they can find with him. See if you can molly it. Do whatever you can to isolate space. They don't want to allow them to sit outside. Molly's now being thrown, flashes being thrown. Northern Lights trying to buy time here, but there's no time to buy. There comes the peek on out. Hobbits finds the first one. 15 kills for question mark so far. Shotgun in hand. Can he find it perfectly? Finds one, finds the second as well. It's a 1v1. How did it come to this? It finds it. What the actual hell just happened?
What? Northern Lights had no right to win that. Look at the smile on Perfectic's face. Look at screen cap the smile on his face. He knows what he just got away with there. 13 kill chicken dinner to Northern Lights. And after predicting question mark we're going to win that game as well, I'm not going to lie, that smarts me just a little bit. But if you win a game like that, Toby, all credit where it's due. If you're going to win a game like this, you fully deserve it. Let's see this again.
Let's just watch this back. Yes, please. Out on the roof, no damage done. First shot, finds one, finds two, jumps down, actually tags first shot two, and gets the third one off.
Wow.
I am baffled. They knew exactly what they were dealing with, and yet Perfectix pulls off arguably one of the most tough 1v3s I have ever casted. There was no way he should win that game, but he pulls it off by perfect angle peeking.
He's going to be starring in the next Mission Impossible movie. That is for sure. An incredible win from Northern Lights. Their question mark, though, getting some very important and very valuable points on that leaderboard to try and cement one of those top 4 spots. Let's head over to the desk so we can go ahead and grab ourselves a drink. My God.
It's the NLT show and you're all invited. Toby looks shell-shocked. Dorosar was calling the question mark win before NLT had even Perfectus had been able to do that. Perfectus looks so chill. What big balls that dude has. I mean, he was smiling, but he didn't even look like he was sweating. Avenger, he was just like, yeah, this is just a normal day for me. Normal PUBG game. No
yeah,
sweat.
I loved the flashbang off the wall to kind of flashbang the entire courtyard there for him to get out. And, you know, you can't aim down sights when you're flashbang, so they didn't manage to get the knock on, and then he gets a triple, a 3-piece with the shotgun to get 13 kills and a win for NLT. That's 23 points. They're qualified at this point with 9 games played, 3 games to go. Super insane game from NLT.
Guys, I mean, can anyone catch NLT? They've had such an incredible year, and then they perform like this in the group stages. The other teams need to be terrified at this point.
I mean, they 100% need to be, but at the same time, all you need to do is get top 3, right? So don't aim for the number 1 spot, because that clearly belongs to Northern Lights. But there's still 3 more other spots you can go for instead here during the group stage. And also, of course, what a wonderful game from Question Mark as well. This is going to propel them up on the leaderboard. Them getting 15 kills in this one. They played that so well in that dip, taking care of everything, and all the way towards the end as well, being able to creep their way to the wall there and hold that position and getting himself a 2nd place as well in this one.
I do want to talk about Question Mark, but before we do that, can we just have a chat about Lou? Obviously, Perfectus is taking all the credit for this one, but Lou has had an incredible performance. I think we saw at the start of that game that, I mean, his total kills is like double the amount. Look at that.
He has
he's just
31 kills
off.
now. 2nd place Sam is 17. He has 14 more kills than 2nd place. And Perfectix is the 2nd place player right now, tied with Correxy.
I mean, you're seeing him head to head with Hobbits, and they might have the same amount of kills, but overall, Lou is he's on another level. How do you stop how do you stop Lou? You got to shoot him in the head, Froz, but he's probably going to shoot you first.
Well, yeah, we saw that the only way to stop him is by nade, basically. Except from that, it's kind of impossible, right? Time after time, he's just gonna grab those kills. But one thing that we saw that was phenomenal from LT as well was when the Wu actually tried to crash Ghoul, or tried to crash the outer wall there. We saw that Perfectus went into the pool, that he went up to the 2nd floor there and was able to scout out exactly where the Wu was outside the wall. With that information, Perfectus and Batulis was able to just nail exactly where they were with the nades and just bomb them out of there.
I mean, Avenger, this is the thing, right? When you watch NLT and how they just played in that final circle there, there's just a level of experience that is unmatched by anyone else. I mean, even the win that they got, unheard of. But what is it that sets them apart in that sense? Is it because they stay calm? Is it just the game sense that they have? What is it that just gives them that winning edge?
It's because whatever the guys needs to step up, they just step up. In this case, it's Zulu. We've seen times where it's been Spyro. We've seen times where it's Perfectix here in the last game. Batulin's being able to also do some crazy things. Unfortunately, he lost out here. I saw he had 4 nades when he actually died to DA. I was a little bit sad I didn't see more from DA in that case. With a little bit more utility usage, they could have actually taken down QM in that corner with some nades towards the corner. We saw 1 nade do 83 damage. If there was 1 or 2 more that have been bounced off the wall, maybe the 4 from Batulins, it would have been a different case here. But insane game from both Lou and Perfectix in this case here, and Spyro of course as well. 7 kills, tied with Habitas as well. What a crazy game. So there's no way NLT lose that one.
There's no way NLT loses, and I'm pretty sure they've just run ahead of all the competition. They are definitely qualified for the grand finals, and now they're just going to be fighting to qualify in first place, because I think their egos would enjoy that. We are finished on Erangel. We're going to be heading to Miramar, but obviously you've seen that there's a couple of new teams in the mix, new names, but familiar players. Let's find out a little bit more about some of these teams, who they are, and what they're expecting from the competition.
Merhabalar, ben Alaaddin Nail Top 13 Nail. Stardust takımının kaptanı olarak burada bulunuyorum.
Merhaba, ismim Mert Yükün, nickim Jenzi, takımımızın ismi MTB Esports.
Hi, my name is Wojtek Daszek, my nickname is Double, and I'm playing for Team Expendables.
My name is Frederick. In game I'm called Jord. I'm the captain and IGL of Bystanders.
Takımın ruh hali çok iyi. Özellikle heyecanlıyız, çok heyecanlıyız. En iyilerle oynayacağız, Avrupa'nın en iyileriyle oynayacağız. Bir oyuncumuz sadece çok tecrübeli, o daha önce oynadı. Biz ilk defa oynayacağız. O yüzden biz ekstra heyecanlıyız. Ama iyi şeyler olacağına inanıyoruz.
Mood of our team is really good. I feel like we were really happy that we qualified because we were a Czech mix, just trying to do well in PCS, and we did well. We qualified, so we are happy and we are looking forward to compete against the best in Europe.
Biz zaten daha önceden bu sezonun başında beraberdik. Ben ta ki başka takıma gidene kadar. Ondan sonra tekrardan bir araya geldik. Ben, Apokalip ve Meteor. Artı bir çekmemiz gerekiyordu. Genç bir oyuncu çekmek ve daha frek gücümüzü yükseltmek istiyorduk. Onun için Chelsea kolunu çektik. Ve bu şekilde kadromuzu bu hale getirdik şu anki haline.
For us in bystanders to make PGC, we have to place in top 6, and that if we place top 6, Polish Power has to not get any points, so they have to not qualify to finals. If Polish Power qualifies for finals, we have to place at least top 4, I think, and they have to do quite bad. So it's a bit of a reach, but it's doable.
I think our team Expendables will qualify for the PCS7 finals because we don't really care if we qualify or not, and we play for fun. So I think we do it because of that, because we don't have that much pressure and we have good chemistry between our team, and we will have fun in the games. So that's why we qualify.
PCS 7'ye çıkmayı şu şekilde söyledim. Birinci sebeplerimden biri Apokalipsis serisini bozmak istemiyoruz artık. Bu PCS'i de onu çıkartıp hedefine ulaştırıp hem de takımı gerçekten belli bir noktaya kadar getirdik.
We will qualify for PCS7 finals because we are a strong team that has a lot of experience, and we have had not a good streak. We've been playing well recently, and I believe that we will continue to do so in PCS group stage.
Biz yeni bir kurulan takımız. Bu dezavantaj gibi görülebilir ama biz bunu kısa sürede avantaja döndürdüğümüze inanıyorum. Diğer takımlardan bir farkımız, büyük takımlardan bir farkımız olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Tam tersi çok iyi hazırlandık, çok iyi motive olduk. Kendimizi göstermek için bu turnuvanın bir şans olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Parlamayı düşünüyoruz, bizi desteklemenizi bekliyoruz.
This is the Nations Cup, where the best are recruited to represent their home countries. Everything is on the line. Which also includes a $500,000 prize pool. We're going to be showcasing FaZe Clan and their journey to this global tournament.
Welcome back to PCS7 Europe, the group stages. We are heading over to Miramar. Before we do that, though, we're going to take a look at how the Erangel performances have affected the match standings. And I'm very frustrated with question mark, and I'll explain to you why. Because I do feel like there is a giant question mark over them all the time. Sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're cold. Today they're hot. 2 top 4 finishes for them, moving them up into 3rd place, tying with ENCE on total points. But my question is, do you think that they can stay there? Because I feel like they do this to me a lot. They get you excited, they start looking good, and then they kind of fade away.
Let's make that 2 top 2 instead, because they've had 2 second places in a row now. And yeah, it's looking really good. And I mean, it is experienced people, players that we have on question mark team. Of course, a new name, Phil First, that is on the team there, on the roster. But overall, like, it's not a big surprise to see them up there, but at the same time, to see them being able to actually play it this well 2 games in a row here is kind of a question mark, as you're saying, because they are a team that have a lot of high and lows. We've seen them a lot of times just basically bombing out straight away, but when they have good games, they literally just bomb out like they did now. Second place, 15 kills. The game before that, a second place with 7 kills. And they've been racking up so many points, putting them up there. And right now, they basically kind of like, if they just have one more decent game, they basically secure themselves a spot here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them being in the top 4 for the rest of the day here.
Let's see if you're right. Avenger, for me, Bystanders, the Woo, Polish Power, FaZe Clan. Those are the 4 teams that I would have probably predicted would be fighting for the top 4 positions. I feel like Bystanders and the Woo still an opportunity, but FaZe and Polish Power, maybe FaZe, but I feel like Polish Power is slowly fading away from a top 4 finish.
Yeah, 28 points now. I feel like it's gonna have to take 3 back-to-back wins here with that. I don't really see it happening, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to fight in the next elimination bracket, which is gonna be fun to watch, of course, next weekend. But I will say it's looking pretty dire. Like, if you're Bystanders, Woo, FaZe Clan at the moment, you need to have some insane games to have a chance at making it top 4. Everybody else has been pretty consistent right now. It's only Heroic that haven't had the placement points with them, but the frags they have had indeed. Also an incredible clutch by Corexi in this last game made them salvage some points there. But a tie for 2nd place right now with placement points. That means that ENCE is not right now winning it. Question mark. Yeah, can they continue this on Miramar? That's the big question for me.
Here we go. Lots of questions around question mark. I'm excited for ENCE. They're looking really good. FaZe, I keep bringing them up because they're a team that I just expected to see kind of in the top 6. So you can see that they're trying from the last day that we saw them. They have been popping off. They've had a top 4 finish, Avenger, but just unable to answer some of the questions that are being posed at them. How do they need to change this come Miramar?
Yeah, it's almost like it's... Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like they're doing all the right things, but then it's just one decision throughout the game that is losing them 2 or 3 players or losing their entire squad. There's an unfortunate situation with Gustav as well, where he was canceling a heal and he accidentally or pressed twice, or it is something that happened where he got out of the car and they lost him as well. So it's just the small things that is really putting him in there. Really enjoyed the game we saw on the north side close to Sarki, where their decision makers throughout was fantastic. The damage they put out was great, but then they decided to push ends and they lost 2 players when they could have kept the high ground for a little bit longer. So yeah, it's the small things right now. The decision making throughout is looking pretty good, but yeah, 42 points for them at the moment is it's just not cutting it when you're looking at 71 points for 4th place.
But for us, not the end of the world for them, because obviously we do have the elimination stages next week. They won't be happy though with not securing that grand final spot.
Yeah, I think most teams are not going to be too happy being there. Of course, that's the next step, and you don't want to be there. But there's also one big change, and that is that you have the lobbies are going to be ever changing. You're going to have 3 different groups that are going to be swapping around all the time. So the good thing with this group stage that we have right now is you're playing against the same 16 teams the whole time, while when you get to the elimination stage, it's gonna change all the time. And because of that, you need to have so much more knowledge about how the team's gonna play, how they're gonna adapt depending on what teams are in the lobby and so on. And there is gonna cause a lot of trouble for some of the teams, but hopefully ENCE can take it there if they're not gonna manage to bring that up to a top 4 here tonight, because we still have 3 more games. So technically it's possible for them to still grab that spot straight to the finals, but we are going to require to see a little bit more from them. But they are on the right direction right now. Seeing them doing these kind of good rotations, that is the first step of doing that, of getting there. But they need to pick the right timing when it comes to the fights and making sure that they have the upper hand when they take them.
We're obviously moving to Miramar now, and Avenger, I'd be curious. I'm not going to ask you the same question I ask you every time. I'm going to ask you, there's a couple of teams that favor different maps, right? Expecting any specific team that maybe we haven't seen pop off today to pop off now that we are moving on to Miramar?
The same with the last group, or the same with the same group here for the last time we saw them, and we jumped over to Miramar. Bystanders is pretty strong on Miramar. That's what we've seen from them also in this group here. So I expect them to kind of continue on that note. My question is really where we're going to have these circles, where we're going to be having the endings at. We're going to have some crazy ones because we have had some wild and wonky endings. We had Los Leones, we had some super far northern circle, northwest of Oasis. And if that continues, it's just going to be such a curveball for all these teams, and it's so hard to take approach as well with that.
I am hoping and praying to the PUBG gods that we get all the crazy circles in these last 3 maps, because I think that that's the only way you need to end today. Those top 4 teams need to have those stories to tell, all the war stories. Dorasar, Toby, I mean, you can weigh in here. Where do you think the first circle is going to pop?
I know I want the first circle to pop, Sam, if I'm allowed to answer with that. I'm gonna say El Azahar, because then it doesn't go there, and then there's a bigger chance it goes where I actually want it to go. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Wink, 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 wink. We are, of course, headed now over to Miramar. 3 games left to play here for Group B. To well, I mean, they all got their fair shot now to make their way into top 4, qualify straight through to the grand finals. But I gotta admit, after that last game, Joe, I know shotguns are OP. I know you can just, pump action shotgun, boop, find yourself a knock. But to do that against the question mark, who were thriving that game, and to then do it against 3 of them as a solo player left alive. The way that he utilizes that roof or plateau he's on perfectly to go back between every shot he takes. Anyone saying, oh, but it's easy as a shotgun, I'd like to try and see. I'll give you 100 tries against question mark to win that game 1v3. Tell me if you won it once.
The question mark had such a big brain play as well, because their only chance was to go south side of the wall and then wait for them to start fighting, and they executed that perfectly. So they're going to be smarting a bit, but that's cool. We are now live on Miramar. We've swapped maps, a chance for the teams to reset. Any gremlins, time to get rid of them. And we do still have to mention, though, in part thanks to Shenanigans last game, how is Lou so far ahead of everyone else in terms
31
of
kills?
Has he played? Did he play Group A and B? What?
That is unheard of.
Hello?
That is completely unheard of. To put it into perspective, everyone out there, when we we still have 3 games left to play. When we finished Group A yesterday, the top fragger was Vard at 25. Lou currently has 6 more kills than the top fragger yesterday, as you're saying, with 3 games still to play. That is insane.
Oh man, and they've hit that magical 100-point barrier as well. So hang on a second. First game here, and already some shenanigans. Digital Athletics, they're split, but they are looting 2 by 2. And I don't know to what extent they know Marcelic from Polish Power is here. They must have some indication that some loot has disappeared and they need to move, right? Yes, they do. That is the smart move from Digital Athletics. Very well done.
Does Marcelik come to punish you? I mean, Polish Power, they need the points here. You can't just go off of placement points. You need to try and see if you can find a free kill in the early game. There comes the spray. No shots connected. As a matter of fact, it's actually Marcelik taking damage as Mert tries to defend the buggy from the back seat. Still able to make the play unfold, but as you can see here, Cappy is making his approach up here now too. They know Polish Power, that they have DA caught kind of in a position they wouldn't want to be in, but DA are coming down to fortify as well. I like the idea of Polish Power now kind of being on the aggressive, but one player down early. They're sitting in 14th. Like, they need 3 not good games. They need 3 god tier games in order to bounce into the top 4 in this one. And even if they get the 4 kills on DO, will have Apocalypse. Hello. Welcome to the party. You're dead. Thanks for the brief interruption. We'll go back to what we're talking about. For even if they did get the 4 kills here, Polish Power, even at the loss of 1, I mean, that could be the difference in whether this ends up then being a 6-point game total, or maybe they don't get the 4 points now, but it at the end of the game ends up being a 10+ point game.
They still managed to salvage that situation at least. I think Stardust has kind of thrown the point I was going to make under the bus a little bit there, but I thought that was a great example of early game push and shove with Digital Athletics moving back. I was like, cool, respectful, very, very sensible, both teams playing okay, and then suddenly it all kicked off and we had 3 completely different teams. Janny and room for improvement. Now, there are so many early game fights happening, Toby, but it's not because people are dropping in the same locations. It's because they're looting after they drop in very, very similar loot patterns. So it's interesting to see 3 or 4 of these fights happening at once.
It's also, I mean, partially because we now get a circle that pretty much benefited everyone. I mean, other than Heroic, but we've already concluded that Heroic doesn't really care too much about where the circles go. Of course, you care a little bit, but not too much. They benefit everyone, so when everyone now goes out and goes, oh, we have a chance to get center early. Oh, we do too. Like, you have 5 more teams that has that chance to go center early. All of a sudden, many more teams are fighting for it than had it just been your 1 or 2 teams that can take it. And then everyone going, oh, I guess we're not going to go early because we didn't get the circle this time. Joro?
Sorry.
Oh, you're here?
Yeah,
I was like, hello?
I just started and something unplugged and replugged itself. We're good. Normally, this circle's basically centered on Hacienda, right, Toby? Oh, hold that thought just a second. We've got another team we want to take a look at. The Expendables. How many times today have we seen them caught in rotation? But when they're not caught in rotation, we've seen them pull off some impressive plays.
I think what Double said here in the previous break was a pretty good testament to their playstyle. We're just playing for fun. We're not expecting to win this. We just want to go out and have fun. And up against a team like that, that is, I mean, that's dangerous. That is incredibly dangerous to go up against because they have nothing to lose here. In the meantime, Bystanders, a lot to lose and even more to win here. Trying to see what they can do. Found 2, but Jord goes down.
Kino trying to go in to make the trade, but he has to hold off. I think it's 1v2 until the rest of his squad get here. Herc comes in. They still make another trade. It looks like it's Katarkin versus Herc. A lot of rhyming going on there, but it's basically a 1v1. The question now for me is who third parties?
I mean, I feel like everyone has to.
There's Flammy, 2v1.
How is everyone fighting? Again, this group has been so good at not fighting. And now all of a sudden, just because it's the first game, and it was such a good plane path too, everyone is brawling it out. What? MTB out they go, 16th place for them. Bystander slip with a scare, 1 kill apiece. And hopefully all 4 back up and alive.
It's weird, Toby. Like, we've got a central circle, so many different ways in, but this feels like a old school scrims game 6 kind of territory.
Oh, Spiro already found the first 2 Sabin players who pulled up here. Curious as to why they've opted to stay, but then again they are finding him split completely off of his teammates. Shots fired, finds one, finds it. Oh, I thought he had him, but no, of course
they got him.
Batulins from behind there to help his teammate. Spiro knocked, but as you can see if you're looking at the map stream right now, there is no one near Northern Lights. They have all the space in the world.
What's going on in this game? Why is everyone so thirsty at the beginning like this? I'm so confused. Another crash. Okay, this is another example of what we saw early on. So free kill now with Sheesh, seeing someone pull up, realizing this is my good chance to get away, parked the vehicle perfectly so that he can escape quickly if he needed to. This is what the last 4 fights, I would say, should have looked like under normal circumstances, except we've gone from one bloody team fight to another.
11 players dead, and we're not even 10 minutes into the game. Now let's breathe for a second as we take a look at the WoW. Of course, a phenomenal roster when looking at the players on the team, although their performance haven't quite... I mean, I say that they're sitting in a good spot overall. They're in 7th with a pretty good chance to pounce into the top, but I think if you look at the caliber of what they have to work with, they themselves would have wanted more to kick things off with. If you look at their performances so far, they have one win, amazing for them. But other than that, they haven't had that pop-off game. So far,
yes,
it's pretty much been relying on one 20-point performance.
The WoW are very much the I call them the cookbook team. They've got all of the ingredients, and it's all really high quality. They just need to string them together. And so far, they're in a good challenger position, right? One pop-off game can bring them into the top 4, but they're seriously running out of time now, and they would have preferred if their pop-off game was earlier in the tournament. So let's keep an eye on them in Miramar. They can have that one special game that brings them to the top, and they can stay there. But the time really is now.
Darky trying to make his way back to his teammates while constantly under fire from Sheesh, who want to force him away. Does fortunately manage to make landfall in the compound, and he will be safe and sound. Heroic, last team to enter the circle, coming in from the north. They're probably gonna slowly maneuver their way on down here as well. I'm not suspecting that they're gonna go too far south. They're still sitting, kind of scouting forward. I think right now, really just waiting for the next circle to pop, because again, they want to stay on the edge for as long as they can. And right now, they have a spot of the map where pretty much regardless of where it goes, they can either go east, they can go west, they can go straight into the south, because they're by the intersection. So wait for that next circle to pop and then move.
I'm worried about Digital Athletics looking at that, because I saw a lot of gunshots coming out from Gustav. And if DA are listening to that, going, hang on a second, that's only one gun. They could potentially move into their next. Although they'll be glad they didn't start that fight, because they went from being smack bang in the center to, oh, damn, this is edge as hell.
Yeah, unless if we get some massive southeast hardships, expect this game to end in, not necessarily in Hacienda, but around Hacienda.
Please.
Imagine going from a hot drop school ending to a hot drop Hacienda ending. That is something.
I live for this.
That would be the only time we'll ever see the game catering to all the streamers in this lobby who go out and hot drop. I don't know how they can do it. Like hot drop school in Hacienda for like 8 hours straight in a stream. I don't know how they can do it, but a lot of them manage to pull it off and get some pretty good content out of it too.
Yeah, right. Like they do it for what, 7-8 hours? I normally start crying after about 20 minutes.
I'd be infuriated too, but they pull it off. They do fantastic. And I think that's why they're playing here and we aren't.
Exactly right. So 14 teams left alive. 11 players have already died. In fact, they died in the first 8 minutes. This is relatively chill in comparison. Sheesh, we've got there with Polish Power in Hacienda itself. How do you feel about being in Hacienda outside of the early game? From a vehicle point of view, how easy is it to rotate in and out of?
I mean, if you're only there, you're pretty limited, but she's currently maintaining a two-way split. I'm surprised they haven't opted to try and regroup, but having said that, I think that's why they were shooting so heavily towards expendables, because they don't want them in between them. Issue is they haven't managed to kind of scare them off, so they now know that they have a team sitting in the kind of center of their regroup route, so to speak, and that's actually forcing them to stay split, even though they maybe with this circle shift would have wanted to try and regroup.
So it means if someone pushes them either side, they basically have to hold out and try and play 2v4, because the alternative is you're in a car and the expendables shoot at you for free. Now this team, I'm not sure how many people would have expected ENCE to be provisionally on top partway through the tournament, but they have done phenomenally well here. We've got Nookie and Scav, of course, new to the lineup. He has been their standout player, at least on the first day, top scoring there on the damage as well. Squeaky, of course, mainstay of the team, and we've got Misek coming in as well. ENCE have done very well, and importantly, Toby, they've been consistent too.
Yeah, 2 9-kill chicken dinners, a 8-kill third. I like what I've been seeing from them. Yes, them have their throwaway games, but you know, I mean, and when you're playing 12 games, you're gonna have a couple of those, and they've had those. So I mean, I'm glad to see the consistent top performer ends rather than the consistent kind of averaging out ends. I think it's a good fit for them. Again, we talked about Scav a couple of times during the broadcast 2 days ago. The way that he is now kind of become the put me on a roof and I'll shoot at everything player, that might just have been what ends needed.
He's certainly been performing very well in that role for them. Let's see what happens as they go on to their final games of the day on Miramar. In the meantime, taking a look at question mark here. Hobbit's currently alone, but the rest of the squad coming up to gas station pretty quickly indeed. They're probably going to play a game of leapfrog. This is relatively close to the edge of the circle. They're going to want to move to a compound a little further in, but they don't want to do that with solos.
This next shift, I was just going to say, it's going to be very telling because we have a whole lot, or had a whole lot, I should say, of the quote-unquote unplayable mountains inside the previous circle. Now we know we're going to shift away from the southwest edge, but other than that, I mean, if we're ending this game in the open kind of field just down where, actually where FaZe is sending it right now, down below Graveyard, this is going to be brutal for so many teams because as long as we still have the hills in towards Minas, Joro, you can't really utilize that at all.
Digital Athletics might be getting the same idea that FaZe had earlier. A couple of shots from that direction, though, means they're going to be moving south instead. So FaZe have got a dip by the road. So many teams getting attacked en route here. I don't know. Oh my god, there are teams actually rotating past each other in opposite directions here. Huth has flipped a buggy. He's not long for this world. Polish Power and Digital Athletics I don't know what you would describe, but, you know, when two cars love each other very much is about what happened there.
Yeah, as I was just saying, not a whole lot of room to play around. You maybe have one or two dips where you're kind of out of view from some, but you're not going to get out of view of all, and you can see it there. Polish Power, DA fighting for the same one dip. Polish Power coming out victorious. Again, much needed points for them, but at the loss of 2 players.
That was challenging, to put it politely, for all teams concerned. Polish Power, though, able to come out on top of that. And we still have the Bystanders and Heroic outside of Circle. Northern Lights also patiently watching and waiting for an opportunity to regroup. These guys, I think, taking a bit of space in the circle might be putting it politely. So you see Perfectix on your minimap right now. Technically, Northern Lights have something like 40% of phase 2. And it's like, guys, you can't split like that. Guys, they're making it work.
I normally like to say pearls on a string in terms of, you know, like splitting out on a thin line to cover more terrain.
No, man, string's like not long enough.
This is more like satellites in space with the distance they have in between them. I mean, they're as you're saying, a solid fourth of the entire circle is under Northern Lights control. As I say that, though, we have starters kind of wrapping in behind them, and that instantly tells Batulans to leave. So smart playing in that regard too. Heroic peeking on forward, spotting Bystanders midst rotation. They're fighting for the hilltop control. Let's see who gets to the top first.
Bystanders are going to try and move further east. They don't mind going a little bit into the blue in order to do that. I completely respect that. They need to move past this position so that they can get anywhere close to Graveyard, and they don't need the aggro from Heroic right now. This is phase 3, though, so it's going to start hurting a little bit, and it will start to impact the med situation.
Yeah, definitely. Where are we going with this next one? Are we headed down towards Graveyard? Are we going straight on top of FaZe in the middle of the open? How rude will you be, game? Oh, my lord, that rude.
There we go. FaZe and Room for Improvement, I think, knew that they had priority compounds. Room for Improvement haven't moved, but they haven't moved because they know how good this is. Question mark going to be sending it straight into where FaZe are right now. I think they always knew this was a possibility. Yeah. 2 members instantly down. What do you feel about FaZe's position, Toby? Like, if you're there first, do you feel like you win games from that position?
No, you get a lot of kills, though. I mean, if the circles keep coming your direction, you're probably going to get a top placement as well. But right now, as you saw, as soon as they take that fight to the team coming towards him, they get knocked from somewhere else. It's just they're so exposed in that spot. And right now, I think mainly what's keeping them alive is the fact that they still have smokes and their vehicles haven't all blown up just yet. So we'll see. I mean, fortunately now we are shifting away from the hillsides, so they might be all right with that too. In the meantime now, we saw from Batulans before that he saw starters coming in. They're giving them a war welcome to the circle.
This paints a fun macro picture as well, Toby. Remember how we were saying that the Woo needed a big game, or that maybe the Bystanders, the desk, were saying they might have needed a big game? The team in 5th is out. The team in 3rd is out. Bystanders or the Woo, could, with a big game, make it into the top 4 here. That's possible now.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Expendables eyeing that opportunity as well, sitting in the compound for now, not in a hurry to go anywhere.
No.
We'll see if the next circle grants them any benefits or not. Ebi finds Keanu. That's elsewhere on the map now. Stardust down on their bellies they go as Nate start flying in.
And Nixie on the roof is going to do a lot of damage here. As long as there aren't any long-range shots coming into third party, I could easily see someone from afar, like a Navi or a FaZe, casually popping those DMR shots. But they are 2 people up on the roof, making life extremely difficult for the bystanders right now. The bystanders just want to leave, but you can't leave! And that's because they are outside of the circle, so the longer they spend here, the worse it gets.
Yeah, can't leave it up to. Just not gonna happen.
I like
that. Get that reference?
Now I've got that stuck in my head as well. Thanks, Toby. That's like the 3rd song that's now living rent-free in my head. Biestolo's trying to come in and clean out the last 2. Unable to do so on his own. But that's Kino finished off. We're looking for Flamey now. He sees Biestoloch, which means the other angle occupied by Nixie should be good. But that nade is suspiciously close. Doesn't get the knock.
You'd have to think that... that is GG for Flamey on fire. Of course, we know that with that name, he has got
Accurate.
10 fire resistance. That's why he survives this with 2 HP.
Woo! Fire
But how does he
absorb.
get out of it? Do they leave him? No, there's no... I was just going to say, he does find one, though. Does he get a flush off of it, too? There's no way they gave up that angle. The issue now becomes they can't rest this. That is a point for Flammy. Should have never happened, but unfortunately, Nixie, though, does go down. The trade was there, just a bit too slow.
So the opportunity for a big game from the bystanders does not happen now. Heroic still alive in 4th place, but for how long? They're outside of the circle looking to make their way in. This is centering. How has Stardust found a position in between FaZe and RFI?
I was just gonna say, when the circle shifted south, Stardust was the furthest north team.
Yeah, how'd they do that?
They wrapped all the way west, over Power Grid Hill, down below Northern Lights, south of Graveyard, and then just Hail Married it into the circle, through like the small valley that you have by Graveyard, or between Graveyard and Minas, and then now sitting dead center. That is a Hail Mary rotation if I've seen one.
They did what FaZe did on Erangel.
Essentially, yeah. Essentially, now they're arguably in a better spot than FaZe were on Erangel.
Wow, okay. Well, we'll see how... to what extent that actually pays dividends for them. Biestoloch, unfortunately, getting finished off there by Batulins, leaving the Woo down to a duo at the hands of Northern Lights, no less. So that's making their ambitions of getting more points slightly frustrating. Hopefully they can get their last player up. Quizzy is struggling there, but I think in the smokes they should be okay. But look at how much hail raining down on their position.
Heroic been trying to play it slow on the edge as long as they could, but now that we're pretty much limiting the playing space to compounds or death, they know they have to start fighting for real estate. Cova, shots confirmed, shots connected. Page goes down, and Northern Lights just continuing to be a nuisance to anyone around them.
They shut down all the fun storylines, Toby. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Heroic gonna lose Page there, I think. T-Bone and Beamy left. Yes, they've gotten a position in circle, but they've got the Expendables up north. They've got room for improvement down south. And normally you would expect room for improvement in their compound to be looking towards the center of the circle, towards the phases, towards the Stardust. No. Heroic made a lot of noise, and they're very happy to just flesh out here and try and flush them.
Yeah, I think right now, though, Heroic, I mean, you have the smokes working in your favor right now, but if you can, prone at least for 45 seconds, and then hope that something happens that forces Expendables to make a move before you go anywhere. They're still 4 up. You could argue that they have, I don't want to say more to play for, but if this next circle goes away, Expendables' main focus shouldn't be on Heroic. If they have a chance to third party something else, where issue is, of course, as long as Heroic is there and they know what Heroic are capable of, they are a threat any single time Expendables peek out the window.
Northern Lights already up to 10 kills. Batulins and Lou with some magic beforehand as well. The Woo feeling that full force, and they're already in double digits when there are 9 teams left in the game, not even in the placement points yet. Absolutely mad. They do not just want first place, they want first place by a country mile. Heroic out, Expendables and room for improvement. That pincer isn't quite, they can't really deal with that right now. The Expendables, though, out of the next circle.
Yeah, they will get the reses up here, though, so it should be all right, given that they've been playing Compound for quite a while now. You'd have to imagine that they got a pretty decent amount of smokes left to work with. We are seeing Sheesh make their play on now, and I think that's a smart timing on their part. They saw the Nox and Expendables, they saw they were fighting Heroic, now they make the play, because if they don't get to the spot they just got to, and Expendables take that away from them, Sheesh would have had nowhere to go.
Now that Phase 6 is moving north of the road, what does that mean for our FaZe clans? What does it mean for Stardust? Well, that nade means they're not going to have to worry about it too much by the looks of things. What does that mean for room for improvement in Northern Lights? Is there a way for any of these squads, Toby, to safely cross the road north?
I mean, with how Stardust has been rotating so far, they just full speed send it and somehow find a rock to hide behind, right? That's kind of been their
somehow.
That's kind of been the strategy so far. Don't have a single kill, but they've been rotating with ease. So I mean, I don't want to say with ease, but they've been doing it well, that's for sure. Nail Cup finds Lou, one down. Northern Lights wounded, having to now figure, do we go for the rest here, or do Spear and Batulins just continue to frag the way they have been so far this game?
Batulins has been spotted and is being held out by Kova.
Ooh.
Only one hit on. I swear he got a second hit. That was so close.
He would have really wanted that knock too. That would have
Yes.
that would have arguably like removed the threat from Northern Lights altogether.
You'd be angry if they got away with that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Spiro now in a vehicle trying to make his way on forward. Half the server shooting at him. Still alive and kicking. Batulin's going to get into his car as well. He's going to go for the rest onto Louis. Has a rock to play around, but now Utility starting to rain their way.
You do survive all of this. You have to get into circle. You still have to get through the rest of Stardust. Beautiful flashbang, by the way. If that was a cooked nade, they would both be gone. You still have to get through FaZe Clan. You still have to work out what you're doing about the road. So many problems for Northern Lights to solve. And unfortunately, they're running out of time to solve them.
Who needs vision when you're applying CPR anyway, right? Trying to just get his friend back from the dead without any eyes whatsoever. I like this. I appreciate this push from Room for Improvement, but now they also have to call it quits. They tried. They went down. They tried to see if they could either take out Northern Lights or at least force them to go the other direction. Now they back off. Smart, proactive play from Room for Improvement. Unfortunately, it didn't work for them.
Now that the circle is properly forcing their way in, Northern Lights is going to be sharing a room, I think, with Stardust momentarily. FaZe Clan haven't really turned their attention to Northern Lights just yet, which I think is a blessing for them. But the moment Lou starts firing, I get worried. There you go. Yeah. Manages to get Nail Cop, but instant third party coming out. Stardust does go down before Northern Lights. Spyro will have a chance to pick up some more points. And frankly, they've got too many kills. They should give some points to someone else.
Circle even more heavily towards the north side now. The journey is not over for Spiro if he's planning on making top 5 in this game. Only one kill for Room for Improvement. They've gotten a lot of knocks, though. Damage has come in for them. And again, I mean, I feel like they have been the main reason why FaZe haven't really been able to kind of flex out too much, because every single time they've tried to do just that, Room for Improvement have been here to find knocks in their direction. Spiro doesn't care how many teams he is playing. He will find the damage.
Stop it. This is like, I'm getting flashbacks to the movie 300 here. This is actually ridiculous. Yeah, that says 815 damage on your screen. You know why that disappeared so quickly, Toby? It's already outdated. This guy's insane. Actually insane. Northern Lights up to 13 kills.
And here comes FaZe to finish off the job, and actually finds Gustav flush before going down. Speaking of salvage, it was already a great game for them, but in the last 5 seconds of Spiro's lifespan in this game, he racked up an additional 4 points for the team. Make that 5 with placement points as well.
And now we have a very interesting clash of storylines. Sheesh needing 3 big games here. Like, nothing else will do for them, right? Ents on the up, really consistent. They've got the circle as well. Can they make it another chicken dinner? FaZe Clan trying to turn things around, making this FaZe Sunday. They need a big result here as well. And then you've got Hal with all 4 left alive, languishing in 12th place, but they want to show us what they're made of.
Hal has been quiet for a good portion of this game, and I mean, understandably so. They found knocks here and there, but it's our attention has been southeast and hard east, and they've snuck their way in on the west side here. They have to, I mean, kind of work with Ents and holding off FaZe from making this crossover.
I think so. And if they're able to successfully do this, I actually don't know how next rotate, but I'm going to go with what you said earlier, Toby. Just full send it. It'll be fine. The problem is Shisha coming in on Howl as well.
Yeah.
Howl are helping you guys take out FaZe Clan, but instead they're the ones getting third-partied, and both Howl and FaZe are getting demolished right now.
Too many angles for them to hold. If you peek FaZe, you're exposed to both Expandables and Ensign on the other side. But FaZe, of course, I mean, they're essentially fighting the entire lobby on their own, and they will fall in fourth. Damage done, but not enough to get themselves top 3 placement. Howl will fall just moments later, and now 4v3. Sheesh has a win today already with a single kill. Let's see if they can get one with more than that this game.
I mean, you, unless ends mass deny, right? It has to be more than one here. Sheesh going on the offensive, very split, and that means that any further knocks from ends are horrific for them, and they do get that one. There's no resing Dedrix in this position, I don't think.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't imagine neither of the two here get back up on their feet. So 2v3 all of a sudden. Game's in favor of Encircle though, and this is why I was a little, I don't want to say skeptic with their push on forward, because I get that they wanted to kind of get around them and hold them off, but look at this free kill, 3 nades, 2 mollies. I think there was utility on his teammates too. You know exactly where you have ends. 2 nades, 3 mollies for Grendies. This utility has got to start flying forward. I think they're holding it back because they wanna, you know, I mean, wanna force them out of the silos before that happens.
I get that.
But, oh my lord, should they have used that earlier?
There might still be an opportunity for them to use that and get multiple knocks. The problem is they're so split right now that the biggest game changer in this situation is if Ents knock one of Sheesh. If Sheesh knock one of Ents, okay, so what? Are you going to push into the open? Like, you still have questions to answer. But if Ents knock one of Sheesh right now, the game's all but over.
Even just to buy yourself more time. I mean, had they done this before losing, even to buy time, even to force them to play back foot until they're forced to leave, you could have used the utility to keep them on their, like, well, to keep them with the backs against the blue. But now that you don't throw it, they get an easy push out. They have 0 smokes. Ents has run out of smokes, and they're being allowed to leave the silos. Actually now, kind of making things work in their favor. Grandy's on fire, has to back off. She just doesn't know how to essentially take advantage of this position they've been given.
He backed off into the second volley. He backed off into the second volley, Toby. That is rough. And now it's only free kill versus the world.
They're standing on top of each other.
3 nades. 3 nades in a dream. And you have to start using them free kill. There's only so much time you can buy here. One more smoke. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. You wait too long, that opportunity's not going to come. He needs it to happen.
He's shoulder peeking the smokes without a helmet on. I mean, it's all playing against them. I mean, the fact that they get 7 kills this game is phenomenal, but I really feel like they've blundered. I don't want to say a free win, but that right there, friends, is a perfect example of how not to play an endgame.
That was a little bit too hesitant, I have to say, from Sheesh, but also, at the same time, a chicken dinner for Ents. Let's not take that away from them.
Yeah,
they are full steam ahead, and basically, they have nailed it. I'm so impressed with the consistency from Ents. Even when they reach a point where they might not necessarily need the points to qualify, they're going out there and they are delivering the results, and I'm really liking the look of this roster.
Definitely. They had a win to finish off yesterday. They got themselves a win in game 2 today, and now again wins this match here with 2 games still left to play. I feel like this has a must-have guaranteed them that top 4 spot. So very excited to see what we'll see from them coming into the grand finals.
So the final fight, there are a couple of questions hanging over it, but there is no disguising the delight that Ents fans must be experiencing right now. Let's head back over to the desk to see what they think.
I'm an Ents fan. I'm delighted. That was fantastic from them. That's 2 chicken dinners today. They're going to be really happy. Very exciting to see how that works out for them in the grand finals, because I think they're pretty much guaranteed their spot there. Froz, how were they able to win that chicken dinner in the end?
I mean, it's great to see Ents playing the silos there. It is a kind of a secondary spot, a spot not a lot of teams want to play if it's not their only option. But they choose to play from there because they know this is going to be free. There's not going to be a lot of teams. But, of course, that comes to some sort of cost as well. And that's why we see that they don't have any smokes by the end, because they need to use the smokes early on. But they managed to survive, they managed to keep at least 3 people up until the end game. And because of that, it's kind of easy for them. They're not losing their armors, they're not losing their helmets. They have so much to work with towards the end there. So again, it's easy for ENCE. But I mean, look at the kills from NLT though.
I actually wanted to bring this up. Jarosar said during the cast that NLT was shutting down all the fun storylines because they are the storyline. They're the storyline. They're their entire game. Look at them. Avengers, 16 kills. This is insane.
Yeah, and Spyro, we were just talking about it, how these guys are continuing to do these crazy things. Sometimes it's Lou, sometimes it's Perfecti, sometimes Patulins, but this time it's Spyro with just 1 kill off double digits. Just insane. Super, super crazy performance, and nearly 1k club as well with Spyro, of course. Very efficient with the damage to kill ratio there. I've been so impressed with NLT so far in this group here, and yeah, they're just ready for the PCS7 grand finals at this point.
I mean, look, when you see this head-to-head, you can just see how incredible. I mean, Spyro's, he just popped off a lot. Like you said, we had Lou popping off earlier. This is the thing about them, the synergy amongst this team, Froz. It doesn't matter who it is. They've all just, they know exactly what they need to do to win games, and win games convincingly.
And you can see this situation here, how important it is how they have that synergy. Spyro gets the last player there down to 1 HP, but Batulins, being like 200, 300 meters away, he has the high ground and he has the sight line over there. So he's able to finish that off and being able to save Spyro. And you know how important that is, with Spyro being able to be all the way towards the end and grabbing 9 kills in total towards the end now. And right now, on the kill leaderboard right now, you have Lou, you have Spyro, you have Perfectix. Those are the top 3 players in this group. It's just insane to see.
I mean, more so is the fact that NLT, they left this game in 6th place. They didn't even make the top 4, and they're still sitting there with 16 kills. And I feel like now, Avenger, they've secured that number 1 spot. They've secured their place in the grand finals, and they are having fun. But it feels like their idea of fun is just to dominate every other team that's here.
Yeah, I mean, their way of fun is definitely to make sure that they are number 1 once the day is over, but they're also, testing the limits of what they're capable of doing. And also it's not grand finals just yet. They have more space, they have more time to play, and they can flex out a little bit more. Some of these situations, they just end up having a lot of kills. They don't win the game here, but just insane amount of points on the board still for them.
I said after the last game that it's the NLT show and we're all invited. It's going to continue being the NLT show because we now actually have an interview with Batulins, which you'll get to watch. So let's take a look at that.
What's up, guys? I am joined by the big brain IGL, the mountain goat, Batulins. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great. As you see, like in the leaderboards, we are kinda maybe qualified for the final.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm happy. I think we're playing good enough. So yeah, I'm actually happy.
Nice. Good to hear. It feels like you guys have been picking up a lot of kills early game, especially game 1 and 2. You guys were pushing for kills. Are you focusing a bit more on kills in this qualifier lobby?
We're not really like focusing on killing someone. We're just focusing on earning points, and we have 2 different styles. So we are playing. First of all, we are playing for the circle luck. Yeah. So we are coming for the circle, waiting for it. If it's good one, we're just playing for the win. But if the circle goes away, we're not trying to play like we're not trying to make some random rotations in the next center. Yeah. We like in the weak positions. We just farm all the teams around us and playing edge till the moment we can play edge. Yeah. So we're just trying to earn all the points we can and taking points. That's all. Like to qualify.
Good. I mean, it's been working fantastically so far. NLT as a team is super dangerous with throwables. Why do you think is that? Do you think you guys practice utility more than other teams, or what's going on?
I mean, we were practicing nades a lot back to MC format in 2021. We we had special training sessions. Yeah, of how we're gonna use the nades, everything. Nowadays we don't really do it, but we just I think we have a knowledge. We also try to carry utility till the end, so we can actually have an opportunity to make these like good nades and so on. So nothing special right now, just the knowledge of like past times from MC format, from WWC format, and so on.
Cool. Very quick statement. Do you think shotguns are a little bit strong right now after that game?
I mean, like, it's the only way how you use shotguns. So you use them in the end, in city fights, and in the beginning when you hot drop agent teams. Yeah. And I think like maybe for public games, for ranked games, yeah, people really use a lot of these shotguns, and because you always hot drop everyone and it's kind of OP. But in competitive, I feel like for the viewers it's a very nice experience, because everyone loves hot drops, everyone loves city fights, and everyone likes really like the end fight in the 9th circle, you know. So if you would make it worse, you wouldn't have it anymore, like in any kind of fights. So I'm okay with it. I like it, and also I like shotguns, to be honest. So like I don't want it to delete.
Yeah, I mean, you're a solo squad player as well, so you like shotguns, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for great answers. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the finals, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you, Cole. Good luck to you.
I like that Batulins is not only now thinking about winning the entire tournament, but is also thinking about the viewer experience and making sure that they enjoy the show. So he's definitely the big brain Avenger. But I have a bit more of a serious question here. Do you not think it starts getting a bit concerning? This is a team that is just so well-oiled, and he was talking there about the things that they've practiced and how long they've been together working on these things. Does it not become a little bit frustrating for the younger generation, if you like, when you look there? Because how do you catch up? How can you even reach that level of knowledge?
Right, they might be dominating the European scene, but they're still to win an international tournament, right? So they have to push themselves in that direction. This is exactly their focus, right? If they can dominate the teams here in Europe, sure. But now you also heard him say in the interview, they're getting ready to hot drop some of the Asians team. Like, they're preparing for PTC because they're going to be contested in Power Grid. They're going to be contested in general. They're a strong team, and they're also strong because they have so much knowledge that they are applying into the game. But you have to remember, once we get into the international stage, all the other teams, they have huge staff behind them. They, Masusa's are ready. They have analysts, they have coaches, they have mental coaches, they have people diet prepping for them, everything. And then so they can 100% focus on their games, right? So they are trying to kind of put themselves ahead of the curve. But right now, insane performance for PCS7 playoffs here. 119 points with 2 games to go. That's just crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, they're not only ahead of the curve, they are the curve at this point. Everyone else is just trying to play catch up. So we've seen NLT, we've spoken about NLT for us. Let's talk about some of the other teams that are now fighting it out. Ends question mark Heroic, they're holding those 3 spots, but still relatively open with 2 more games to go. You think that there's another team that could maybe come in here and steal one of them?
I mean, looking at the leaderboard right now, DA, of course, Bystanders, the VU, they're all able to be there to get the top 4, but we're gonna need them to do just a little bit more. We see them trying a lot right now, but of course in the previous game here we saw Bystanders and VU clashing into each other. It kind of shows they kind of want to play the same kind of areas when it comes to the circle, and that's kind of something that is hurting both of the teams right now, because they're gonna run into each other so many times. They're gonna try to take each other out. Then you have DA. I mean, they are a little bit of a hit and miss. We can see them still doing their kind of scent rotation sometimes. This time, it didn't really go that well. But when they get those scent rotations, they usually just surviving. We want to see them thriving. We don't want to see them just surviving. And that's something that you want to see more of. But when it comes to Heroic as well, it feels like they are going still super aggressive. Once again, they didn't really have a good spot to play from. They're not getting those placement points. But that's a big question. Are they going to be able to keep that up with just the kills itself?
NLT is still in the lead, but those other three places are still completely up for grabs. We have got 2 more games left before we know which 4 teams are making it through to the grand finals of PCS7. Joe Rossar and Toby are now going to be on the mic as we continue to watch and see which teams can get in the points.
Thank you so much, Sam, Martin, and Frost. Oh, Joro, that last game, I mean, we didn't get Hacienda completely, but I feel like it was close enough that it was hot drop-esque terrain. Regardless, it was a good finish of that one. We're looking at
Boxing ring, Picardo.
Well, there you go. That's now it's called. Now it's settled. Everyone now knows what they're in for here. No, but I wanted to say that yesterday, coming into the final game, I know there's still 2 games left to play, but coming into the final game, we really only had 3 teams battling it out for like the bottom 4, because the remaining 3 spots were pretty much guaranteed at that time. Now, of course, depending on what we're looking at here, coming in like after this game, we have got, I mean, DA, Bystanders, VU, Expendos. I want to say all the way down to FaZe. If FaZe win this game with like a double digit, it doesn't have to be anything wild, but like a 10-kill win, they're sitting at 71, which is where Heroic are currently at in 4th.
Yeah, we've got, first of all, Los Leones phase 1. But I think when we take a look outside of the top 4, all of whom have more than 70 points right now, we've got Digital Athletics on 64, Bystanders and the VU both on 60. I feel like they're the ones in sharpest contention with trying to steal away a 4th place spot. And if we're willing to say go into 2 chicken dinners territory, or 1 chicken dinner plus a really good result, then we've also got the Expendables, Sheesh, and FaZe in between like 52 and 51 points respectively. So can it happen? Yes. If it does happen, are we about to witness some of the most amazing couple of PUBG games that we've ever seen from one of these teams? Also, yes.
Probably, yeah. And I mean, looking at what we've seen so far. And you were looking at Oasis. Thank you so much. But no, if we consider the teams that are vying for that, Expendables, while they might not have had that one pop-off game, right, I feel like they've shown enough promise that when everything comes together, they could pull it off. The VU, again, a team that we've seen with a 10-kill win already, so it's not unheard of for a performance like that from them. It just hasn't been consistent enough, so they need to get something really good going in order to get there. FaZe, we know, I mean, they're, again, PUBG history, kind of self-explanatory. If there's a team that can come back with everything going against them, that would be FaZe Clan.
Oh, not again. And they've got shotguns as well, so it doesn't look like they're about to turn around and run away. The difference here is that in the last game, we saw someone properly run up.
Oh.
This game, they know it's a 1v1. So here we go. M4 versus shotgun. Oh dear, Voldemort. Slight miscalculation on the flashbang there. And now this is getting a bit messy. Are we going to see other squad mates come in to help?
I was just gonna say, Howl is getting cavalry arriving. Savim is making their way in this direction too. This is the Picado looting team and the La Bandita looting team, both like trying to make their way further towards Los Leones in case the circle goes down in this direction. You can see on the minimap, everyone's pulling up now. There are 2 from Howl in the compound now, though. Matt has gotten here, but Global Army is right on the doorstep.
I think both sides are biding for time to get the rest of their squad in. And now all of Savim Esports are in, but Global Army has been knocked, so Howl are not going to shy away. A great return onto the mat as well, spotting just a couple of pixels around the corner, able to get those body shots in, and the 3v3 is in full force. Laza, the last to arrive.
Rowan found damaged already. Let's see. Oh, can't see him through the smoke, so now he's the one getting spotted. Stays alive with 7 HP and is able to back off.
That's a pantomime moment. He's behind you. Oh, God, I can't believe he survived that. Ruin lives to fight another day. That was so close to being 2 more knocks for Savim. They're now going to reset into a 3v4.
Matt able to get on his feet as well. Schofield finds ulting. All of a sudden, things are looking very ugly for Savim. Down to just 2 players left alive. Voldemort. So I believe upstairs, the the X-ray could fool me. Baron downstairs, I think, as Howl. I like the fact, honestly, that Howl are a bit hesitant in making this push, because you know the danger of just blindly full speeding into a building like this.
Yes, this is there are a lot of unknowns. Even if you're getting the knocks, and they are, you have to be so wary of what might be round the corner. With Voldemort knocked, they should be a little bit more confident now, but you're totally right, Toby. When you're going in like this, you never know when one frag takes 2 or 3 of your team out.
That was perfect execution. Flash from outside upstairs. They know there's only one room he can be in, and Schofield makes the play up the staircase there. Perfect execution by Howl. And speaking of Howl, here they are represented on your screen currently in 11th place. It's been a tough tournament for them, but having said that, the last 2 games, 4th place followed by a 3rd place. Kills haven't quite been there, but now they have the kills early. So if they can continue with the placement points, Joro?
Yeah, they're doing all right. Schofield is banging glasses, by the way. I absolutely love that. I just happened to spot that in the picture just now. But Al, great start to the game from them. And they've consistently getting 3 or 4 kills each game. And they've got some decent placement points in the last 2 as well. They're having the kind of performance that I would say if only they did this from the start of day 1.
Yeah, it's always
They're doing
interesting
all right.
how the less teams have to lose, the better, sometimes at least, they tend to fare. And I feel like Howl is one of them. They know that they're playing with the back against the wall in terms of trying to make their way into top 4. They know what's needed, and when a team goes out and say, I mean, either we die or we get all these kills. But one thing's for sure, if we don't get the kills, we don't qualify. Those teams can be incredibly scary, and Howl is very much in that situation right now.
And, well, what they can do now is just show us a couple of games where they completely pop off. They are, I mean, it's not impossible for them to qualify, but they are firmly in double chicken dinner territory.
I was just gonna say exactly that. They need, if not 2 wins, then at least 2 double-digit kill games with solid placement points too.
I mean, if we see that, that's going to be one of the most enjoyable things I've watched in a very long time. Wouldn't that be fantastic? On board now with room for improvement. They're spotting Sheesh, taking some pot shots from range. Free kill has been tagged. They're going to reload and go for it a second time, making sure to focus on the same vehicle. But now I think he's getting a little too far away. Unless they get a tire and he spins out.
Well, we'll see. Sheesh, here they are on your screens. Let's take a look at that roster as well. We saw them get a 1-kill win earlier today, and then we saw them win a game where they had a 4v3 with 7 kills already at the time. But as we said, kind of blundered in the midst of maybe pressure came to them, I'm not sure. But clearly a roster, as you look at the age, young guns playing their way into this one, trying to see how much they can get up at 19 years old, 18 years old, 20 years old.
Wow.
They have plenty of years still to play in PUBG. And the fact that they can go out and almost get 2 wins in this quality lobby, Joro, well, that's a good start for things for sure.
Yes, the consistency from them has been good. In fact, even in, I think in one of the recent games where they finished out of the placement points, they got some seriously bad circle luck, phase 5, 6, and finished just out, when they could easily have been in a position to be top 2, 3 if the circle shifts weren't that horrific. So they've been playing their macro well. We just need to see a little bit more of that from them. It's a pity we didn't see more of that on day 1, but I'm pretty pleased with Sheesh's results today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring in these last 2 games.
Me too. And while there's a little bit of a calm as ends try and scout on forward, I just want to bring up a statistic for all of you guys out there to just underline the damage that Lou and PerfectX have pulled off today. Lou is currently, I mean, coming into this game, I should say, sitting at almost 5,400 damage done so far. 1,200 damage below him in second place.
Wow.
Sits PerfectX at 4,200. 800 damage below PerfectX. Sits Ruin from Howl.
That's amazing.
Goes to show from first down to fourth, or third, I should say, in damage, is almost 2,000 damage.
Now, while all of our teams are rotating in, you can rotate in style yourself, although not for another 3 days, because we've got the McLaren GT coming to PUBG Battlegrounds from the 7th of September onwards for a limited time only. Replace your coupe skin with that of a McLaren GT. I'll be doing that on day 1 in the hopes that it improves my driving skills. I get the distinct impression it won't.
Yeah, maybe it actually make it worse. Because now you start feeling more confident and you just start hitting things you were otherwise wouldn't have.
I don't think it's physically possible for my driving to be worse than when I'm in a coupe.
Oh my god. I'm already seeing what this game is doing to us, Joro.
Oh no!
It's as if there's a subtle hint to a certain next circle pop that teams that teams have all said no. We had one of those 2 days ago. This group has already had a Los Leones ending. They don't need more of them, but it's as if the game is, at least for now, just bringing back some PTSDs from 2 days ago.
Now, if I remember correctly, who centered construction site 2 days ago? It was Stardust, wasn't it? They had 2 players up top, and then they both jumped off the top and were an early Christmas present for Gargi, weren't they?
That is true. That is true.
That was hilarious. I loved that. And they almost ran out of ammo as well, but it was so exciting to watch. It was great.
That is true. That is true. In the meantime, Sheesh rotating kind of side by side with room for improvement. Raz falls down. DA under fire as well as they try to make their way into the city. Howl again, the ones to actively try and force them off their lawn.
And now this is where it gets tricky. So for those of you who are tuning in maybe recently for the first time to competitive PUBG, first of all, welcome to PCS7. Going into cities is relatively easy. Getting out of cities is really hard because once you park your cars in a city, loads of people will be passing through. There are lots of sight lines. Your tires get popped. And even if you do get in your car, by the time everyone has jumped in, every single building, there's the possibility of someone looking out the window shooting at you if you want to drive out. So as soon as one of these teams commits to Los Leones, it becomes that much harder the longer they stay to move out again. But because the circle is so centered in on the big city, teams are now betting on the chances of this being a proper urban finish.
Yeah, it's actually kind of wild when you think about it, because we're still only in phase 2. Next circle doesn't have to take into consideration any of the mountains around Los Leones, which we know is what causes, or could cause, the circle into the city. I say that as Petulance is trying to get away from there. Should, I hope, be able to do exactly that. But it's wild to me how many teams have already committed to it, because we could still look at a hard north hardship. We could still go south. The thing is...
don't.
Well, the thing is, with the mountains, if we don't hard shift, and I'm saying, you know, I mean, touching the edge of what is already the current circle, hard shift. It's pretty much guaranteed to go into the city. And that's why we see teams go city earlier than what we usually would.
I think the north side of the city is probably a good shout. I'm on the fence as to whether, like, the likes of room for improvement. I don't know how well they will fare if they have to move further in. Right now, though, this is very much north of the city. Northwest, in fact. Polish Power are quite split. So are Northern Lights, but no one has off angles on anyone else. It's surprisingly quiet.
Well, so like caught by a team that really doesn't need any more points. I mean, you could just leave and let everyone else have fun, but that's of course not gonna happen. Lou needs to increase damage. They're having a battle in between the team of who will come out in the top in regards to stats, and
he's knocked. There's no more damage. He's waiting for a teammate to revive so that he can do another 100 damage.
My lord, they're just not getting out of here alive. Polish Power already struggling this tournament, or this group stage, I should say, because the tournament is far from over for them. But Northern Lights are not letting him have it easy. Oh my god, if it bounced in. If it bounced in. If it bounced in, I would have lost my freaking mind.
That came so close. Perfectix with the style point. And Copy instantly goes with a shotgun. He's like, right,
this is city.
I know what's happening here.
This is as city as can be. It's gonna, like, next circle is gonna hard shift west, and we're getting, again, similar to 2 days ago, a complete engulfment of Los Leones. This is wild and sad for this group. I don't think anyone, if you asked all 64 players here, would put Los Leones endings on like their top 20 areas to finish.
And two
on
of
Miramar.
them in 12 games, right?
It's wild. When does that ever happen?
So there you guys can see the next circle, and the mountains to the east of the next circle are going to get removed. So we're going to be shifting west, as Toby mentioned, to move away from that unplayable area, which means all of the teams that guessed, yes, this is going to be an urban ending a circle ago, we were talking about teams rotating in. Well, guess what? They're going to be right. And because they're going to be right, they'll have the favorable positions to fight against people coming in. And it looks like it's Hal trying to move in on MTB at the moment. Hal and Room for Improvement were slightly north of the road. They still are, but only just. And they want a little bit of space to call their own. MTB, fortunately, there's no one directly south of them. So they can move into the city and still be safe.
Really smart disengage there. Use the molly and the flash and kind of in combo to blind them off, and then when they open their eyes, oh my god, there's fire here. I can't do a whole lot. I feel like for Kabi, this is the team you would the least want to have like standing out here, because normally teams will go, oh, it's a city and we kind of have to move, you know, and we gotta move in.
Right.
Northern Lights are just not in a hurry in any way whatsoever. They will sit here. They will die with you in blue if that's what it takes for them to get the kill.
You push shotguns, bro, is basically what Cappy is saying, right? He needs to get upstairs and find a time to heal. He needs to throw the grenade down the stairs and instantly heal, right? Oh,
you would have
try
to
and keep
think.
the grenade.
Yeah, goes for the heal first. I'm just loving we're seeing Luke just sprint forward with a sword off in hand. We'll see if he finds some damage with it. Not sure if that molly connected. It didn't, because he jumped out the window. Cabby jump shot doesn't connect it. There's the sawn off Lou again, waiting from behind the building. Tags him once. The blue is going to do damage, but it's not going to be enough effectics. Able to find him, and here comes Crunio, the savior, or maybe yet another Polish power player to fall at the hands of Northern Lights. And that, my friends, is exactly what happens.
That is clutch coming from Spyro. If he hadn't done that, I think Crunio goes around the corner, flashes both of them, and gets 2 kills. Absolutely clutch. Ooh! Nixie from the Woo doing some hardcore parkour in Los Leones. As most teams are now in circle, we're basically waiting for Northern Lights after that fight. And this is the circle that, to be fair, at this point in the game, everyone predicted. Urban ending now confirmed. Rubber stamp it.
This is... I rarely say this because we do laugh a lot when people get bad circles, but I feel kind of bad for this group, not gonna lie. It's insane.
2 in 12 games.
I mean,
is
you
rough.
get
There's no two ways
imagine
about
just today, school hacienda into Los Leones. They're fighting for top 4. Come on, man, give them a chance here. But of course, I mean, if you want to be battle, I mean, if you aren't already battle tested, what are you even doing here, right?
You know
You've got to have
is,
your
Toby?
scars.
You know what it is? This is the game saying, Toby, I'm going to give you every possible exotic circle except an island one. That's what the game's telling you.
Kind of feels that way, not gonna lie. Wherever Circle Santa Claus is, who is kind of dishing out these endings, he does.
Arctic Circle.
He doesn't like me. I don't know what it is.
Very much not on this map. I can tell you that much for sure. This is things are going to be a little bit quiet now, guys, because all of the teams that were in Los Leones, they basically got in their phase 2 and 3. It's now phase 4. Everyone's got their own little corner, and because there's so much cover and so many buildings, we're going to chill out just a little bit while bits of the city get removed from phase 5 or 6. So that's what's going to happen now.
We're pretty much only gonna see action between the teams that are gonna be forced to move. I would suppose everyone else is gonna sit tight. In the meantime, now, well, these guys really don't need any introduction. They'll make that themselves. Northern Lights, what a team! Just
Blue Steel.
What a team!
Petulin stares into your soul. You can't help. As soon as he catches your gaze, that's it. You're
Lou
under.
averages 500 damage.
What? Oh my goodness.
Give me 1 second.
Like, remember, like,
Lou?
what was it last game? Lou was like on his own, basically struggling and just casual 900 damage, 1,000 damage, no big deal.
Lou averages more damage than Voldemort has in the entire tournament so far.
That's mad.
I'm not trying to be toxic here, but that's just stats. Not toxic if true, you know? I mean,
That
he's
is actually
insane.
mad.
He's insane. To be fair, Voldemort hasn't played the same amount of matches as everyone else, so I'm kind of, you know, putting him out there. But then we can go with Flammy. Flammy has 900 damage in total. In 2 average, not the best, average games for Lou. He beats Flammy.
That's crazy. That's, oh man, absolutely cracked. And a big part of the reason why Northern Lights are at 123 points now. That kill count, the nearest team is Heroic with 52. They're on 89. There's a very good reason for that. These guys are so unbelievably good, but almost everyone is at the mercy of the circle right now. Who has to move? Who gets to stay put? This means so much in an urban ending. Toby, where are we going?
I don't know, but I'm spotting one thing. No one's in construction site. No one's up on the buildings. What are they all
avoiding NLT.
doing? What are you waiting for? Get up there. Start farming. Probably not. But
They think Batulins is there, so they're just staying away.
no one's up in to go for it. It's too dangerous. Circle goes south, and that's where everyone's gonna be headed. Northern Lights, Howl, Sheesh from out east, and DA out towards the west are the teams to have to move.
All right, so a little bit of work to do for the teams on the north side. Northern Lights and Howl. We've got Digital Athletics trying to move in as well. They're northwest. They're going to be moving in to start. The good news is, if they win this fight, then there's no one in front of them. But Stardust are wrapping themselves around Digital Athletics right now and are getting themselves into a better and better position to win with every passing second.
Trying to strangle DA as they make their way further forward. Hugh with those solid position in the corner, off angle, up on the boxes there, finds 2, gets the confirm on both, and that is the backstab Star just did not need right now.
Huth adopting the Jorisar position. I can appreciate that. And to be fair, it turns the fight around for his team. It's what they needed at the right time. Nail Cop now, last player alive for Stardust. They were the ones gatekeeping DA, but it's all gone horribly wrong.
The fact of the matter is, I mean, for DA right now, while the tournament so far has been up and down, they're sitting in 5th, and with the points they're getting here, look at this, they're crawling their way closer to top 4. Heroic currently just 6 points ahead of them, and they're way down in kills, so they would pretty much win any tiebreaker against anyone up there in the top 4.
Of course, the solution to losing the tiebreakers is just get another 10 kills. Don't worry about it too much and make sure you get those points on the board, but it's easier said than done. Huth and Schiller now both going down for Digital Athletics. Unfortunately, a little bit of long-range third partying coming in, and it's unfortunate because they need to move from their position. They are right on edge. They have to move for phase 6.
DA does go down in the end. Nailcorp is going to be the one with the nade to seal the fate of this match. Perfectix in the meantime trying to make the wrap around here. Patulins has gone down. He's going to go out to blue in the end of things, but Perfectix and Spiro still alive, and even as 2, Northern Lights are as scary as ever.
So most of the teams that are in the middle of Los Leones, we don't mind them so much right now. They basically have all 4 alive and haven't had to use much utility yet, and they're all staying put. It's up north where things have been slightly more chaotic. MTB now getting a little bit of the action here as Howl move closer to them. The remainder of Northern Lights are also pretty close to them right now as well. So they will be the next team that everyone has to fight in the north, basically the gatekeepers.
Base has the intersection. Where do we go from here? The east is pretty open, and the west, of course, I mean, being primarily open terrain about the palace area there, is not really utilized either, but we center up once more.
And this means that, once again, this is a little bit unfair because all of the teams that fought so hard to come in through the north, well, they are the same teams that could have to continuously move in now. So Stardust and Digital Athletics, only Nail Cop alive. He has to move in. Howl has to move in. MTB, even if they don't finish this fight quickly, at some point they'll have to disengage and move in. They won't have a choice. So these teams are starting to lose their utility. Their vests are going to be damaged. Their helmets are going to be damaged. By the time they get into center, they're going to be so much weaker.
Yeah, for bystanders right now sitting and watching this from the other side of the road, they go, please don't kill each other too much. We want you all spoon-fed to us as you start crossing the road. But for MTB and Howl, I think they're both aware that they simply need to finish this before they can even consider moving across the street.
But needing to finish a fight when you're in an urban setting and the other team is saying, if you want us, cross the street and come fight us. It's almost an impossible ask. Ooh, Ragdoll physics, loving that there. But Janny getting finished off by Beamy as he goes off the side of that building. Sheesh, this is the northeast. They haven't had too much action yet, but that's because they're moving into room for improvement, and Heroic have to rotate in as well. So teams that weren't fighting each other before, now being forced to.
Yeah, Perfectix trying to make his way on forward, but you have both FaZe and I believe Wu has an angle on him there as well. Howl now taking the fight towards bystanders. They cross the road. Mollies are there, though. Look at the damage coming through. Lassa, Schofield, both forced to slow things down.
And this is what you're forced to do if you want to say, okay, we do need to finish this and keep going. You can't afford to be sniping them in windows. You're not playing the long-term macro game. You are absolutely bum rushing them and making sure that they have no possible room they can hide in. And as a result, the bystanders, I think they've broadly gotten away.
They're crossing. They're leaving. I mean, you look at the split. They're playing 2-1-1 with Flammy and Herc playing the other buildings right behind them. They're trying to leave this, but Howl is reading this. They're coming outside. Once they hear the smokes, they're making their way out into the open to try and prevent this escape from the split bystanders team. MTP in the meantime trying to push on further forward. They have Northern Lights just across the wall.
Bystanders not using the smokes as a result, and that means 2 of their members are inside this building. 30 seconds left until the zone finishes, and they're going to have to think about moving again. High octane situation here for both teams. They're going to feel like there's not much more they can do. And now this is where, if we could bring up a stat for number of smoke grenades used per minute in a game, that number's about to skyrocket.
Cling, 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 cling. It just keeps going up
Jackpot.
by the second. Exactly. T-Bone want to get back on his feet, of course. But Misa ain't gonna let that happen. And now Marbo from the other side finds Corexi. Tricky position to be in, but when you're that far out on the edge, all the teams are eyeing you. Corexi into the fire he goes. He's gonna be done for. Squeaky. Nate lopped on forward. Try and see if they can find Beamy, but he's still alive. But for how much longer? Grandis finds him.
Heroic eliminated. Northern Lights still somehow struggling ahead with 2. A hard shift south. Oh, hang on. Here comes Jester trying to push in a Northern Lights. He maybe wants one more flash. Gets it. He has to move now. I mean, if that flash is going to do anything, what is? He's waiting for Junesy. That would explain it. Great peak. Northern Lights finally eliminated. We have another hard shift south, Toby. And, oh, hang on. Hold that thought. Herc actually got Ruin and Laza. So bystanders keep this 2-2 split. It's only Schofield left for Hal. I hope we have room to breathe. Yes, he's upstairs from Schofield. Okay. This is so unfair on the teams that were north of Los Leones. The same 7 or 8 teams have to fight time and time and time again. And the same teams are going to be waiting for them on the other side. This is brutal.
Oh my lord, the kill didn't come through. Oh wait, actually never mind, it did. The blood I thought it was going to be enough to get the knock instantly, but it was registered. I thought it was going to get him before the damage came through, but I don't think that's going to be rest possible there at all. Herc, of course, shotgun main. We've seen him with a lot of damage done with the shotguns in the past, but gotta say here, I mean, I feel like bystanders didn't get as much from this as they probably could have they opted to, you know, group up earlier, play 4 in one building and just hold off against the potential push. Them splitting into 3 buildings, then into 2 in the end of it, I feel like was a downfall for them.
We're starting to need to ask the question, Toby, what's going to happen with the teams that have been on the south side this whole time, that still have their vests and helmets as MTV get eliminated, that still have all of their utility? ENCE, patiently waiting. FaZe Clan, patiently waiting. Question mark. The Expendables, patiently waiting. And all of these teams that have been beaten to hell and back coming in from the north side, they're now going to have to filter into these teams one by one.
Also, we saw on the kill feed just before that room for improvement. It seems like they exploded themselves with a gas can. I'm not sure if it's worth denying points when you're in 13th, but I'm pretty sure that's what they opted to do. Sheesh, in the meantime, down in a second. Flamey finds 1, ENCE gets the other 2.
Nice mini spray there from Nookie. Absolutely no chance, of course. The opposition was in mid-air. And just like that, we are down to 6 teams at the 28-minute mark. How many smoke grenades are left? There's actually quite a lot of smokes left in this game, guys, because a lot of these teams that are closest to circle now, they haven't had to use their utility yet. So we're going to see a lot of grenades get used here.
True. Wu still playing the north side of the street alongside the remaining 2 bystanders players and Nuki. Nuki should have a pretty easy transition, but for bystanders, not quite the case.
I'm so sad for bystanders right now. It's like they've run through the whole gauntlet. They've done the 7 circles of hell, and now they're stuck on the edge of the construction site in phase 8. What? That's horrible.
Worse for them is that both Ents and Question Mark are still playing in this game with all 4 alive. So the teams they're trying to catch up to, it's going to be hard.
Toby,
yes.
Perk jumps now really quickly so that Flamey can res. And they get in.
I mean, there's a play that the jump and the rest I can get behind, but getting into the circle I think is more difficult than quote unquote they get in. There are 2 full teams sitting. Oh well, no. You don't pour oil on the ground when there's a fire.
Oh no!
So it wasn't intentional. It was just a lack of knowledge of chemistry. Oil and fire don't go well together.
Yeah, oh, the Molly transfer there. And that is such a horrible way to go out. Herc did make the jump, but Flamey couldn't, unfortunately, get the revive up. And now 35 seconds from... Oh, God, they're all there!
Yeah, firing squad waiting on the other side of the street. What's going to happen eventually? Flammy goes down. Bystanders out in 6th place. Now FaZe for the first time really forced to make a move here. 2 kills so far. It hasn't been a massive kill game for them, but now it's when they start racking points up.
So here we go, 5 teams, 18 left alive, but this game is far from over. Teams fighting for every inch at this point, and the verticality of the center of this zone is going to be so important. Ents have got a really nice high ground position. The Expendables now going all out against the Wu, managing to get a double kill with a nade as well to bring them back. Only double left.
I see double instantly swapping over to an 8-2. He goes, worth question mark when there's still this many teams fighting. I feel like the kills that could potentially get off of that is placement points. He's going to be spoon-fed by just staying alive right now.
Doubles on the dot, basically.
And he's playing SLR Thompson or Tomigan. That's a lineup we don't see too often. I thought FaZe were gonna have more in this one, but no, they're gonna go down. It was a hard transition across the parking lot there. Couldn't really find any room to maneuver, and Wu able to hold them off. Wu off of a good game here could skyrocket himself into top 4.
And I think the Wu went down to something like 1, definitely 2 or 1 player left alive, and they managed to salvage that situation when they were attacking the Expendables into a place where they still have smoke grenades. They've got all 4 back up. This is exactly the utility usage that they needed. If they were fighting teams earlier in the game, Toby, they wouldn't have the smokes to do this right now.
So much damage coming through from Ents as the smoke start fading away. They can see the players down below. That nade could be absolutely perfect. It's almost there, and the players from Wu are now starting to fall. Ents again doing so much damage, finding so many points, and question mark as well. Playing phenomenal today.
Ents also, unfortunately, have quite a lot of utility. And up top there, they are making this work. Ibby can't get to safety. The Wu eliminated in 4th place. Personalized red zone coming out from Ents there, and there is nothing the Wu can do. Double still in this game. FaZe were in 8th place. I think Double can bring the Expendables back up to 8th if he holds out a while longer.
The dot, should we come to that, is literally on the construction site that Misa is on. He, as long as question mark doesn't have nades, he can jump to that plateau right over there. Does he make it? Yes, he does. He can sit up there and heal out. Or Nuki can do it. They can have one heal and the other one try and go for a fight here.
They might not want to peek too much, but they need their first aids for when this properly starts doing all of the damage. Dante downstairs. This should be good.
Or no. Squeaky. He can't get out to throw nades. That's the thing. He needs to just keep them away. Needs to force Squeaky over on the other side. Needs to make sure that he's not peeking towards him as well. Here we go. 3v1. Heal up. Squeaky's making the run for it. Nuki from above goes for it. The last player goes for the Assassin's Creed sort of jump down. And Ents go back to back. 3 wins in 1 day. Easy for Ents.
We absolutely love to see it. I mean, after some fantastic shotgun play today, we needed the Assassin's Creed style play, right? Beautiful stuff. And Ents are here to stay. If anyone's asking, yeah, sure, they can get a win, but do they have the consistency? They've well and truly answered that question, haven't they?
3 chicken dinners today. That is wild. Absolutely insane. I'm sure the desk has a lot more to say about this game, so let's throw it straight over to them.
Toby said it twice, I'll say it a third time. Ends 3 chicken dinners, 3 wins. They are more than qualified for the grand finals with this new lineup. A few question marks around them when we started the group stages, but now definitely no question marks because that was a really impressive performance. How did they grab that win, Avenger?
The only question mark that's left is the team that is still playing. That's also looking very good. That win was due to the fact that they were able to grab a hold on a high ground building and just dominate everybody else. I gotta point out as well, that is 4 wins in 6 games because remember, they won the last game of the day before previously. So that is just crazy to see. So well played by Anton. We were talking about it. How are they just this dominant here? But the way they moved in and the control they had on a high ground concrete building was just crucial for this win here. 23 points as well, but a really good effort from both bystanders and question mark, getting a little bit more of those points there. And I gotta say, our last game is gonna be so insane because that 4th spot is up for grabs for a lot of teams.
So would you say it's 1 spot remaining now, Avenger, that's up for grabs?
Yeah, I would say so.
And then I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Froz, specifically on the performance of Heroic and Digital Athletics, both dropping out early, really couldn't afford to do just that.
I mean, that is something that is going to happen from time to time for teams, but it is very unfortunate for both of them right now, especially for DE, of course, that is one of the chasing teams, and you're having bystanders and the Wu that was just next to them, basically, or just below them on the leaderboard before this game. But Heroic, of course, they want to keep that 4th slot being one of the top 4 to move on to the finals straight away. But right now, it is looking a little bit harsh when you look at the previous results in the previous games here from Heroic. But at the same time, they are a team that could bounce back. But talking a little bit with T-Bone earlier, he said that they had a lot of issues lately. They are trying to change the IGL from Page to T-Bone. And it has caused a little bit of trouble. They are doing a little bit more mistakes right now, and that is something that we're seeing time after time right now. And they're losing out players because of that. They're not playing exactly the same spots as they would when Page is calling. And right now, they are hurting from it.
Look at that, 7 kills, 980 damage, so close to the triple digits. Ents is going to be smiling. They've got 1 game left. They know that they've definitely qualified. And as Avenger mentioned, 1 more spot up for grabs. It always is tough, though, Avenger, with the urban endings because they can go. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff happen there. So obviously a lot of teams probably a bit frustrated with the circles they're getting today as well.
In general, the circles on this lobby here has been so rough. Also, in general, in Miramar, it's just been insane. We've had 2 Lost Lunas ending, we've had the Oasis ending as well, and in general, it's just been really hot. But I gotta say, I gotta give it to Ents here. They have been able to play so damn well, been able to really put the points on the board today as we were asking for. So crazy scenes from them. 1 game to go. 4, maybe 5 teams trying to contest for that 4th spot that's Heroic currently sitting on.
Interestingly enough, for us, we talk about Ents' 3 wins, but question mark has had 3 second places as well. And I know I said earlier on the question marks around them, but solid performance. Obviously, though, not quite enough. They're going to have to. Avenger says that it's guaranteed, but I still think that they'll have to get a relatively high finish in this last one to make sure that they qualify for grand finals. What do you think?
I don't think they need a high performance on this one, considering you need 2 teams to actually take over them to be able to move them out from the top 4. But at the same time, them being on second place time after time after time shows the consistency that we always want to look for. And I mean, sure, you're not getting chicken dinners, but we're not playing for chicken dinners anymore. So right now, it's all about the points. They are making the points happening, and that's why we see them in the top 3 right now.
It is all about the points, and we'll take a look at those standings right after this break.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door.
Welcome back to PCS7 Europe, the group stages. We are moving into the final game for Group B, and you just saw that McLaren GT skin on your screen. It is very good looking. You probably heard Toby and Joe talking about it as well, trying to score all the broadcast talent. Free McLaren GTs in game. Not going to happen. We're going to buy them just like you are when it releases, so don't forget to do that. Okay, we are going to now take a look at the standings. This is it, final game. Let's see. We're going to have to do all the number crunching. Avenger, you said one spot remaining. You standing by that?
Yeah, of course. It's 14 points up to question mark from 4th place, and there's just no way that it's going to be. It has to be basically heroic and bystanders with 1st and 2nd place, with also a really high amount of kills for them to go down, and I don't see that happening. It's 99% locked in for question mark at this point.
There we go. Right. So NLT ends question mark. We're going to say that they've qualified that last spot. For us, who could potentially make a play for that?
I mean, if you look at the statistics, bystanders have been really good when it comes to Miramar. Sure, they haven't really gotten too many placement points, but in the previous 2 games, 8 and then 5 on the kills, there's going to be a lot of points, since currently they're sitting 3 points behind Heroic. Heroic have bombed out. They only got themselves 2 points in the previous 2 games here. And with 1 more on Miramar, the big question is, are they going to be able to do something about that? Because DA as well, they haven't been able to put too many points on the board, but the Wu, again, they've been able to put some points on the board. So I feel like it's going to be between bystanders and the Wu coming in for the 4th spot here in the last game.
So we're going to be keeping an eye on Heroic, bystanders, and the Wu. Avenger, are you with Froz? Are those the 3 that you're going to be watching out for?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
So that's what it's going to come down to. And of course, now all the other teams, how does their mindset change there, Avenger? Because they're going in, I mean, anyone who's not in contention, they know that this isn't an opportunity now. Are they already thinking about elimination stage next week, or are they going to still come in and try to get as many points as they can in this one?
I expect Polish Power to try to do more drive-bys and miserably fail by driving into NLT. Or now, jokes aside here, they've had a really rough one. I'm sad for Polish Power. Maybe it's because the our local fanboy Kylaris is not here today. He's not able to cheer them on, but they we know that they're so much better, right? And Sam, like at G-Loot, both the 1st and the 2nd one this year, they were just so good and they performed super well. But now we come to the PCSs and they're struggling a little bit, and I'm really hoping for them to turn the boat around. But yeah, realistically, it's only the teams on the left side right now, so 5th to 8th place, that I'm really expecting something. Maybe we can squeeze a FaZe Clan in there, but that require like 15-16 kill win, and then the other teams to have like a really sloppy performance for that to happen.
Bros, I mean, we were talking about Polish Power, and that this is the thing, right? The consistency. I mean, we say it all the time, but why do some of these teams struggle with that, and yet other teams tend to just find themselves in a position where, yes, maybe they're not winning every game, but consistently find a way from tournament to tournament, not just this particular series, find a way to finish in the top 4, top 6?
It's super hard right now because when you're playing a lobby like this, there are so many teams that you don't know about and you're not used to play against. When you're one of the teams who are usually in the PCS finals, those are the teams that you're going to be focusing most on. You know those teams the best. You know exactly how to play. You know their rotations and so on. But having this unknown variables is causing a lot of troubles. And that's why we see teams like Polish Power and FaZe Clan down there right now, not being up towards the top, because they're not used to this. And right now they're struggling a little bit. They're making a small mistake in the beginning of the game, losing a player or 2. And because of that, they're starting to just like trying to salvage the situation, trying to just kind of surviving. But when you go into that survival mode, you get kind of scared. You're not taking the fights like you normally would have been taking if you were 4-man up towards the end. So because of that, it's kind of a just downward spiral right now for a lot of those teams. But I mean, going into this right now, sure, you can stop thinking about it because this is going to be the last game. You're most likely to 99.9% chance not going to make it. Start focusing on the teams that you are going to be facing in the elimination stage and look at what are they doing. How do we start countering them? What can we learn more from them in the next game? Because this is some of the best practice you're ever going to get before the elimination stage itself.
We've had some fun circles, so very quickly as we move into the last game, Avenger, where do you think the circle's going to pop this time?
What do you think, or where do hope is 2 different things. I definitely hope that we're going to be ending up like on the new areas of Oasis, but I would like to see some west again, maybe Valdemar, something like that, or south of Monte Nuevo.
Let's see if you're right. We are going into the final game. At the end of this, we will know which 4 teams are going to be making it through to the grand finals of PCS7 Europe. Dorosat, Toby, where are we dropping?
I'm not gonna say it, Sam, because then it doesn't happen. But then again, when I say it, it doesn't happen, and then when I don't say it, it doesn't either. So it's gonna go. It's gonna go Los Leones, because what better than for this group to have half their Miramar games being played in Los Leones? I mean, what more could you wish for these 64 people to have to play out? With that said, final match for Group B now to get into top 4. Joro, yesterday we got Group A on through. 3 teams really there fighting for the top, or the 4th place essentially. Now I feel like many more teams have a potential to knock Heroic off for this one.
First of all, Toby, in 3 seconds when you just started this cast, you were instantly written off 64 Christmas card lists. As soon as you said the words Los Leones, I'm just saying.
We had 2 Los Leones endings already, and we laughed when it happened.
They do not want a third one, no. They do not want a third one, Toby. It can't happen. It won't happen. It can't happen. But yet this is tense, right? The point situation at the moment, Heroic on 73 points. They're in 4th place, but the bystanders on 70. Digital Athletics 67, the Woo on 66. And then there are 4 teams in the 50s that with an absolutely exceptional game, and if the stars align, could do it. But realistically, I'm looking at bystanders, Digital Athletics, and the Woo. Can any of those teams have a humongous game? And can Heroic have a big game to put it all beyond doubt?
Just a little stats update here that Lou has more kills than the bottom 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 players combined. It's insane. It is absolutely insane.
By the end of this broadcast, you're going to be like, stats update. Lou has more kills than me playing Worms Armageddon throughout the entirety of last week.
I mean, honestly, Lou has probably done more damage in these 2 days of playing than I have been able to put out in my last, I don't know how long time of playing PUBG in total. Is it's insane. It's wild to follow, because I feel like with every tournament we go through, it's not always, but it's like with Na'Vi. It's never the same one player that does everything on the team, and that's what I love about it. You don't have a roster with that one star player and everyone is just there kind of to support the person.
No.
All these players, whether it be Northern Lights, whether it be Na'Vi, they can all go out and be what Lou is for NLT here in the group stage of PCS7, and that's what makes them so incredibly terrifying.
So on this final day, in this final game of Group B for this stage of the competition, we have a relatively central circle. But the last time we had a relatively central circle, we had ridiculous shenanigans happen in and around Hacienda. We will shortly find out where we're going to end up. But for now, I think the players are breathing a sigh of relief that they're not massively rotating as soon as they jump in.
Not a perfectly parked car. Needs to reverse for a second. Even headed in the direction of the opposing team that just came through. But let's leave that for a second. Digital Athletics on your screens. Sitting in 6th. Just, what is that? 6 points now behind Heroic. And should they tie, they would beat them on the tiebreaker. So 6 points to get yourself, at least for now, into top 4. Quick question.
It's possible.
Do they do it this game or not, Joro? Go.
If they do
no,
it,
just
they
yes,
do
no,
it.
yes, no.
No.
There you go.
No.
And now you get to explain.
Okay. There's like a 10% chance that they do it, but when they do it, they're not going to pip Heroic to the post by 1 point. They'll do it by like 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll find a way to get a 20 kill chicken dinner absolutely out of the blue. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it big.
I would not, I mean, as much as I would be surprised to see that happen, I would also not be surprised if that's what happened. Because I'm with you. It's, DA, if there's one thing they're not famous for, is to just, go out quietly. Either they win, or they explode in a massive blaze of fire.
It would be really unusual for them to sit back, chill out, successfully do it, but do it by 1 or 2 points. That just doesn't feel like them. Whoa, Hugh.
Whoa, this ain't...
Experimenting with some physics.
I respect him getting out of the
Mert as well.
What am I watching? Hugh, that was suboptimal. Can't really fault him completely, but I mean, honestly, Jaro, you said no. This is your fault. This is your doing.
Is it? I curse stuff. I don't bless stuff.
You instantly said no, and there you go. That's their downfall.
I curse stuff, man.
You triggered a series of bad events to go in the way of DA, and there you have it.
Oh, mate, I don't even know. That was impressive there. They are gonna have to continue with 3. It's not looking great for them at the start, and this is gonna add to the pressure as well, right? When you know you have to have a big game and you lose one early, like everyone had nerves before the start of the game. For Digital Athletics, those nerves just got cranked up 4 notches.
Oh, Gustav caught by surprise. Thought he had this area up for grabs, maybe to himself, but the rest of the team is here ready to help, so the idea of pulling up on this is smart enough. Question is, will they get them fast enough? And no, not right now. 2 down so far. It's just Apocalypse and Nailcop here defending this position. The teammates aren't there yet, but they've just taken out the first 2 from FaZe.
Stardust happy to take this fight by the looks of things. Nail Cop quite far back and should be able to have an angle. Timing. It wasn't for Fex. Beautiful headshot. That's from far, by the way, with the M4. That's DMR territory, and now we wait and see if Diggory can clear out the compound.
FaZe already needed a good game. This just ain't it now. Fortunately, they might be able to salvage something. HC is down and out, but oh no, I was just gonna say if they can get them here, they might only lose 1, but that's not gonna be the case. Medibay finds 2 confirmed. Diggory, all that's left, and I feel like this is gonna be the first team that we can confirm for sure is not going to make their way through. And there you have it, FaZe 16th. It's not been their group stage. Hopefully, they can make their way through eliminations.
And at the root of that, it was unfortunate scouting, right? I think FaZe thought that compound was open and was up for grabs, and it wasn't, and they decided to commit, which is fair enough. They need a very big game. They might as well start with going for a do-or-die approach, and unfortunately on this occasion, the dice said die. MTB now leaving Jester for Dead. I think that's the right decision, by the way. Heroic all over that warehouse. There's no way they're going to retake that. So a fairly eventful start of the game.
And I feel like, honestly, I mean, the FaZe approach to that was pretty good. When I first saw Gustav kind of on his own there, I thought, what are they doing? But what we didn't see on screen was that the entire team was actually there. It just came down to they were expecting to make that play with no real competition. Didn't quite happen.
Very young team here in Polish Power, and incredibly talented team as well. Here you can see them cycling across the screen. They are so formidable. When you're playing on the edge and you just see them lighting up the kill feed, you're there prone going, please don't let me be next, because these guys are killing machines when they work as a unit and come towards you. Playing a bit of a different game this time around, though. It's game number 6 for today, and they basically are at a 2-2 split, exactly in the center of the circle. So they're waiting for everyone else to come to them this time.
Yeah, Polish Power is... it's as if they're where Tornado Energy, now Na'Vi, were a year and a half ago. They were inconsistent. They had their kind of their... If we put Polish Power on one end and Na'Vi on the other, then you have question mark in between. I feel like question mark, as inconsistent as they are still more consistent than Polish Power, but it's as if both Polish Power and question mark, I would say, have to look to the now Na'Vi in what did they do to turn eventual good performances, but other than that, not really a whole lot to show, into good performances to then be backed off by incredible performances. Like, what did they do? Did they slow things down? What did they do? Both those teams could probably learn from Na'Vi, because they play a similar game of PUBG.
It is difficult because, like you alluded to, it does depend on play style as well. So what works for one team doesn't work for another. But I guess when Na'Vi were former Tornado Energy, you could argue they had so much mega aggression. And one thing that we've seen from them that they've honed to an art form since they've been on the current Na'Vi roster. They're so good at swapping back and forth from being ultra aggressive to immediately shrinking back, being conservative, and knowing when to fight and when not to fight. And part of that comes down to experience, game sense, and playing as a squad, right? You just need that time under your belt, and you need to read it correctly. That combination has made Na'Vi the force that they are, and there's the possibility that these guys can do that too in the future.
Speaking of fighting, BME peeks over, spots one vehicle, spots two vehicles. Now well aware there's more than one player here, but it's going to be with best of luck from the side to deny him a potential double kill. Has to back off. Look at the split from Heroic, and even more so now, look at the circle. We are hard shifting north. Heroic has to leave those 2 kills. Don't go for them now. And honestly, for Heroic, as much as it makes sense for BME to peek there, Joro, right now, I would say Heroic, just stay alive. You're in. It's only 4 points, but you're in. Just outlast the teams trying to beat you.
Man, that was going to be like that was going to be in the highlight clips at the end of the day. We were waiting for that to happen, and the Woo just completely shut it down. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe everyone disengages just as they need to deal with the hard shift, and they'll be thanking the Woo for it later. I don't know. What I do know now is that something like 8 different teams are on the move, and most of the priority compounds have already been taken.
I mean, look at it this way. The Woo just... But if we just take for granted Beamer was going to get those kills, the Woo just made the gap for them to 4th stay where it is and not 2 points larger.
Yes, no, that's very true. It's in all of the teams underneath them's best interest for Heroic to disappear from the game now, right? So that's a really good point. The Woo are also chasing.
Indeed they are. Sabem, well, they've full speed sent it in 1 car. Today, now they do it in 4. We'll see if the success is different. Expendables here, ready and waiting. 59 points so far. They need to get up by 15 to make their way in. So not out of reach, but they need to stand strong here. Currently still in a 2-way split, despite having just been pulled up on.
I think we saw one of those cars upside down when he briefly went in and out of it, but that's fine. Russia's there waiting. I love how we only saw the silhouette when that happened. Good spray into the smoke, but because they put the smoke down earlier, it made it difficult for the first spray to get them down. Baron Peak goes down anyway. The Expendables now need to decide whether they are rushing in. It doesn't look like they're taking this ultra quick. Beautiful second frag. Oh my god, these guys are so good. Disengagement.
Finds 2. Roshi comes up, finds more, finds the flushes to confirm as well, and there you go. All out, and importantly, no casualties taken. Expendable 63 now as they get Item back on his feet. Just 11 points out of top 4. So many teams with a chance to make their way straight into grand finals after this game.
I want to call one thing out there, Toby. The timing from Gargi, how he cooked the second nade. He waited a couple of seconds until when he thought they were moving it, and that's how he got the double kill. That was so good from Gargi.
Phenomenal understanding of the situation. Ruin, not phenomenal understanding of the terrain. Bounces straight into a rock there, but here they come. Howl, full speed forward into Sheesh, currently 10th and 11th. Schofield peeks in, catches Yanni with a nade in hand. Yanni backs off.
Yanni pre-peeking the window, correctly judging. That's not going to quite work. Oh, I think that bounced against the wall. Unfortunately, he did. The Mad is safe. We've got Lazar on top, Ruin and Schofield below, and someone else across. Too many pairs of footsteps to deal with, unfortunately, as Janny goes down.
Nice approach. Scary to be on that roof, though. As you can see already now, so many teams with an opportunity to look in this direction. But last up, kind of hoping, I suppose, that there weren't too many teams high in this direction. So jumped up.
Finish it quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Jumped up, jumped down, got the kill, and inside the house again. New circle now. Where, oh, where are we going to go?
Not Hacienda again. Don't do it. Don't do this to her. You're doing this to her.
Stop doing this, Joro.
Well, I thought if I'm gonna like, you know what? I don't even know anymore. Is it a curse? Is it a blessing? I don't know. But it's happening.
I don't know. Northern Lights wide western split, pretty much repeating the playstyle of the previous game, ready for essentially any circle to pop. This one's just gonna have them play in from the northwest, I would suppose. Room for improvement. Full speed forward. There you go. They got a building to share. They're gonna sit tight here, but look at this. Expendables have one here. Item is there. Spots one. Headshot confirmed. Damage done on the second. Finds the knock on the second too. Goes down to Dante, but already confirmed 3 kills.
This is huge. 8 kills, by the way, for the Expendables. Unfortunately, Idam really is the first expendable. They are now up to 66 points. Okay, that's still 8 shy of Heroic, and Heroic are very much in the game. But if they keep going on this trajectory, they are in for a cracker of a day.
And in a much better position in the circle than Heroic 2. Nail Cup found 1.
Tasty!
And boop. There you go.
Thank you
That's
very
a
much.
helmet removed. Hobbits, who is, well, now probably going to think twice about peeking this angle again.
Exactly right. Let me help you undress. Here's the hat stand. Oh dear, oh
Could
dear.
he leave his hat off? I don't know.
You'll have to after that. Oh my goodness. Double nade into the garage for
the
if that went
bounce
inside instead
on
of
the
bouncing on
edge.
the corner, Toby, that would have been a knock.
That was an inch off too. Sheila able to stay alive, but really shouldn't have ever been. That's an unfortunate one. There was a full-length throw too. Bystanders now forced to make a move. 4 points out of top 4. Full speed, sending it in the direction of Hacienda, but they're going to continue driving.
They hear multiple guns. Is that enough to dissuade them? They're circling Hacienda, saying, hang on a second. How many people are actually here? Look, we're not being shot at in midair. They're considering circling back. They haven't made the decision yet, but they're thinking about it. By the broken wall, they now hear the DMR shots. Are they committing? Yes, they are.
There's only 2 Sheesh players up alive as well here. Bystanders, if they get all of Hacienda to themselves, that could be qualifier. I mean, reason really. Free kill while they're being pushed by one team. Peeks the other direction, finds Cabby. That's some sort of pressure later. That's a nade. Oh my god, it bounces through. Had it hit the car on the inside there, that could have been 3 kills. That one's going to be close though. Damage done on all players.
Feel like an average damage 80 per nade, but no knocks coming in by the looks of things. The bystanders have read that well though. They circled round. They're in a tricky position, but they 100% know it's not a full squad in Hacienda now.
If a knock comes through, look at who's lurking outside. Heroic is right up behind bystanders. If they realize who's fighting in there, like once that first knock comes through, they're gonna close in on that position had it not been because the circle just hard yoinked north.
I'm okay with this. We're not getting Hacienda twice in a row. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be but it's rough, right? Question mark.
We're giving...
They up...
Sorry, continue. We're giving the circle to the 3 teams who've already qualified. That's just
exactly
rude.
right.
That is rude.
Question mark, 87 points, don't need it. Ends, 117 points, don't need it. Northern Lights, whatever. And these guys are the ones that have the circle? What?
Yeah, that's a feels bad, man, for teams trying to qualify. Heroic realizing they might just have to play on foot, at least for some of this, trying to push on forward. Expendables sharing a compound with Harold now. They are inside the next circle, so technically not forced to go anywhere, but we'll see for how long they opt to share this area of the map.
Rotations coming in a little bit slower than before. When it gets to phase 4 here, you can't just hop in a car and blind send it. The scouting becomes that much more important because everything's already taken. And these teams know that all too well. Hal and the Expendables, this is a fight that's going to be lasting quite a while on the edge, I think. No one's going to full send. I want to know what happens to the teams in Hacienda.
Well, that and also Wu far out on the east side. They're waiting for some sort of a break. Well, you can see them here. Thank you, observers. Jumping straight over in that direction. They have to make a play. They have to be the first team to send it. There really isn't. And if you go out into the fields now with Ensign in a position, with Thea in a position to do damage, you damn better be sure that your tires don't get popped. Because if the next circle then goes south and you have to play that on foot, you are out. So we'll see. I thought they were going to go play this dip, but they're going to be visible to opponents. Those tires are not going to last much longer.
No, I think they're accepting that the tires are going to get popped there, and they're just hoping that they get 2 or 3 circles in a row. It is close to center, to be fair. In the meantime, Heroic, they were going to creep up on Hacienda, but MTB have said absolutely not to that, although they're down to Wardy up. They're giving Heroic a bit of a headache right now.
She speaks out. Bystanders pushes in. They know who's fighting on the south side. It's south side. It's 4th place. If we actively can be the ones to take down the team we're hunting, what more could you wish for? The thing for Sheesh is they can't really extend too far. Because look at just by them focusing south. Look at what they've allowed to push in from the north.
But south is indeed the focus for them right now. I don't know if Polish Power or anybody else are going to be making their way in. Wardy, the last member of MTB, is going to send it center instead. So they might be able to focus in for now. Although Wardy could turn around. He might look at this and go, actually, this terrain doesn't look great up ahead. And if he goes much further, he's running straight into a Polish Power.
She spots one again. It's a 2-man team here. They gotta fend off against all of it. Spots one with a shotgun. Can't quite get it. Deadrix is there for the second. Heroic falling apart by the second. Being fended off here by the 2-man Sheesh. Sheesh do go down to the help of Flammy, but here comes Bystanders. Again, they know who they're up against. They have to take this fight to try and claim that top spot.
Amazing flashbangs. There is nothing Beamy can do about that. Trying to run even into the blue to get away, and they cannot. The bystanders eliminate Heroic, and they're in 4th.
They actively went out and took out their competition. Bystanders surpass Heroic by taking out Heroic.
Oh my good. I mean, that is the way to do it, right? If you're going to tackle the problem, do it head first. The bystanders did such a good job of reading the kill feed and going, guys, we clearly have to go for this, but attacking at the right time as well. Sheesh did some work, but Toby, that was clean.
It was
really clean.
Very clean. Nice hesitation by bystanders there as well. The good thing I suppose you can say for Heroic is despite the fact that they don't make their way straight through the grand finals, they thrive. They thrive in those in those elimination stage lobbies where, again, overall the competition will be lower. I can only imagine they're going to go out and harvest, and I don't want to say easily, but pretty easily make their way into the grand finals. So it's not, of course, if you're a Heroic fan and you don't necessarily know the format here, it's not that they're not going to have a chance to qualify. They just didn't get straight there.
Now, dear, oh dear, exploding vehicle there getting murked. Caster's storyline update, though. Bystanders currently in 4th, but I want to point out there are 10 teams remaining. The Woo are on 66. The Expendables are on 66. Digital Athletics are on 67. All 3 of those teams can still catch the Bystanders. It's still all to play for.
Bystanders as well, having been forced to leave Hacienda, are currently playing in the open. I'm not sure how much vehicle... how many, I should say, vehicles they have available here. Ends, again, this is just a team that's going to be a nuisance. All they're going to do here is try and prevent teams from qualifying. They're through themselves. They're just the butchers. They're the reapers of dreams. And that's the EA out. Ends punish them. You're not qualifying, guys. Nope. Misa runs over too.
And what's... Oh, hang on a second. We've got Northern Lights coming into question mark as well. Although I think... No, Phil First and a Doozy are actually at the end of the same building, so we're going to have absolute ferocity in this compound. We've also got Stardust coming in as a third party. Question mark are not going to like that at all.
Why are Northern Lights still alive? It seems so rude with all these teams trying to qualify through, and Northern Lights are just sprinting into team after team. Honestly, a team that's really benefiting from all of this, having seen Ends focus their way east, having seen Northern Lights focus their way west, is the Woo. They hard committed to that open ridgeline position early on. They're still there with all 4 up. The pressure on them has been massively reduced ever since Ends went east.
So Toby, you know when Ends finished off the remaining 2 members of Digital Athletics? They also stole 2 points from the Woo because the Woo actually got the knocks.
You win some, you lose some, you know? I mean, you can't get all of it.
But the Woo need the points. They need 8 more to tie.
They'll cook the dinner, but you gotta serve it yourself. I mean, it's not... They can't do everything for you.
They have at least got all 4 alive, right?
Yeah.
But they're not exactly in the middle of this fight, and they need the kills, ideally, and the chicken dinner, because bystanders are very much in this game as well.
This is a bystanders Woo fight right now, that's for sure. And speaking of bystanders, here they are, a little replay for you. Boop. There you go. Best 2-point parking.
Oh no.
From a buggy that I've seen in a while. Bystanders.
Great drifting.
1 knock, second nade comes through. Was that a replay? Did that happen just now? I believe that was previous to, because Herc is now a solo player on his feet. So the rest came through. That's why they went west side. Okay. It happened off camera. So they went west, got the rest up, and are now up with 3. I thought that just happened now, but no, that happened earlier.
And this is... I think there's no other way to call it, Toby. This is messy. Everyone's sort of in a situation where no one wants to push in because there are multiple teams with good footing in the same compound. HP? Oh no. Well, actually, you wanted Ends out of the game.
Well, I mean, Schofield just did Woo a massive favor. He still had nades and mollies to throw, but prevented from doing so by Howl, who are currently sitting down. Honestly, I mean, no, it's a stretch. It's a stretch. But I was going to say, if Howl start racking up points and bystanders don't get more than where they are right now, can they get the win here, Howl? There might be a world where a 9th to 4th jump in one game is a reality.
If they kill every player in this lobby, maybe.
They'd actually be going even further than that. It would be an 11th to 4th in one game because that's where they started.
No, because the rest of the teams will still get placement points.
Yeah, true, but that's what I'm saying. If bystanders die without more,
maybe,
and Howl just skyrocket,
that would be amazing.
It's a stretch. I know it's a stretch, but we're casters. We like to never, you know, we don't want to call it quits before it actually is. And right now, technically, it's doable.
So the interesting thing is, the fight in this compound, Toby, is between the 3 teams that aren't fighting for the 4th spot. Everyone we're watching from a points point of view are the teams on the periphery, the teams on the edge.
Yeah. And right now, I mean, for Wu, the fact that bystanders just get to stay alive. Again, every placement point Wu gets is kind of nullified by bystanders getting them too. And now with the kills coming in their favor, not making things easier either at all.
Oh, here we go. Flammy so close to getting headshot in that window. Ruin trying to ruin bystanders' chances here, but coming within centimeters of that headshot going down. So they're fighting each other, which means the Wu they're free to choose whoever they feel like engaging. What a great nade onto the car. The car's exploding. It could explode onto them. It doesn't. And it actually...
That second one?
Wow.
That is so close. Second one there. You finally Ruin committed to it. Usually when you see nades thrown and them not finding anything, you'll stop throwing them. But he threw 4. And with the 4th, he gets what he needs. 7 kills for bystanders so far. Currently at 79. But damage done in that direction too. Wu are loving this.
If the dream is alive for Wu, if Howl are able to finish off the bystanders now. Remember, the placement points are mega important.
Nade.
That's it.
Confirm.
One more. Just one more. Herc is a solo. Oh my god.
His face. Full focus mode here.
This is insane. The pressure Herc must be feeling right now.
Again, right now it's a outlast.
Yes.
Outlast. He knows that Wu has to make a play. He knows that Howl have to make a play. How do you somehow sneak your way in behind a Habel here? No smokes, only a car to play. And if this kill goes to Wu, which it very well could, Ruin gets it. 10 kills for Howl, but just 2 players alive.
So there we go. The door is open for the Wu. They're on 72 points. They need to be...
For the nade.
Oh god, that nade! Okay. Nail Cop with a nail biter moment there as he cleans up 2 more points courtesy of Northern Lights. Not that they need any more, but Stardust with a very strong final game here. Hal struggling to make it into circle, and the more people who shoot at Hal, the fewer who are shooting at the Wu.
And Wu can't really move, I think, before Howl are eliminated. It's so beneficial for them that Northern Lights right now are sitting on that warehouse roof and just doing all the damage needed in order to kind of prevent Howl from making that initial engagement. I think they're going to play up on that stack of what do you call it, stack of Habels, essentially, further towards the west. They're inside the circle on the hill still with the rocks for cover, but I would imagine they go play downhill at some point. Batul is now forced to move forward, and what are we looking at here? 7 points for a tie.
Oh my god. And all 4 are alive, but they need to use smokes. They need to find a sensible way into circle, so it is not over for them yet. Everyone else is still fighting in the compound. If they outlast everyone with a couple of kills, they can still do this, but that's Northern Lights out.
Duo, solo. Wu wins this. Wu qualifies on a win. They were on the east. They were the first. I questioned their movement. I didn't question. I was worried. They were the first team to have to move when we shifted into the open. They full speed sent it to the dip, knowing that 3 teams could see them, that 3 teams could wound them. And in the end, Howl, the team that is trying to surpass them, became their saviors when ends pushed towards Wu. You really cannot... Like, you cannot write it up any better than this.
That kill was big for the Wu. So what this means now is that if they outlast everybody else but don't get another kill, I think they win by they're 4th by 1 point.
I mean, it's 4v3 solos. There should be no way they don't win this game. With the skill on this team, there are years and years and years, decades of PUBG experience combined between these guys.
That's 1 gone. Phil first with the sawn off on Nail Cop. Remember, if the Wu successfully outlast everyone else here, I'm pretty sure they go into 4th place.
Yeah, they do. They do, because it's 4 points from...
Ruin now trying to smoke himself off. Phil first and Ruin are going to have to do some pretty mega heroics here. And they can't. Howl eliminated in 3rd. Wu's destiny is in their own hands. Phil first trying to peek out, but I don't think he just wants to get away at this point.
Imagine if he denies here and that's what would have prevented them from qualifying.
Yes.
But no.
That's
there
it.
You go. 81.
Oh my god, the Woo! And they literally had to wait until the closing moments of that game. And sure, they're fighting against team solos. But when even if you're fighting against solos, I mean, Toby, you know better than almost anybody else. Anything can happen in a game of PUBG. You never count your you never count your chicken dinners until they hatch. And the Woo, by the skin of their teeth, make it into the top 4.
It was a game of hide and not so much seek for Woo. But again, you can say that it came to them in the end, in the very, very final 1.5 circles. But to commit to the decision to rotate into that open field area, knowing that 3 teams were going to be shooting at them while making their way there. The 3 teams were going to be doing everything they could to take them out and take that spot for themselves. That requires commitment. And Woo dared to do it when no one else did, and that's what got them the win.
They could have gone for the kills. They could have sent it in. They went, no, let's play this positionally. Let's be calm. And it paid off for them in the end, even if only just. But that's all you need. So for the final time today, let's head back to the desk and talk about how that all went down.
I mean, how that went down. What we had is a team of players that in their prime were superstars who knew exactly what their win condition was, kept cool heads, Erangel, and did exactly what needed to be done to make sure that they could get into the grand finals.
Yeah, amazing for the woo! I managed to get this and close it out. It's super exciting for the last game here. I couldn't believe that they're able to close this around, but you know, they're so focused and their eyes was set on the prize here. They had to win, had to get a few kills with it. I'm super sad for Bystanders though. Them being able to take out their kind of one-to-one direct opponent for the top 4 and then not winning it with the squeeze that they tried to salvage so much from this. But the nades and the utility that just came in, it was so detrimental to that.
Frost, walk us through that Bystanders taking out Heroic, because it was an epic play from them.
I mean, it's a little bit of a win for them taking them out there. They knew exactly that it was Heroic. They heard the fight. They knew exactly who they was fighting. And they knew that they had to make that push. They made it. It was excellent push there with the flashbangs, making sure that they had their whole upper hand coming into that fight. And of course, taking them out, that's just a small victory. It's not the whole win yet. And they knew that as well, trying to keep on moving. But of course, they had a rough time with the circle, with Hull towards the end there. And it was just not enough. But it also proves how good Bystanders actually is. Being able to take out a team like Heroic and being able to push themselves to get a 5th place here. I think they should still go out with their heads high coming into elimination stage, and they hopefully will make it through there.
I'm going to go all the way back to the start of the game, because I mentioned there about win conditions, knowing what you need to do in order to make it into the top 4. Erangel, FaZe, they knew what they needed to do, didn't quite play out for them, and obviously went out right at the end, or right at the beginning. What happened there?
In general, it's just the way they approached it was just, a rough situation in general. I gotta say, with the way you approached like that, like they're like, okay, this is the last game. It's kind of the last game of scrims as well. You know, they just go for it. They have to either get 15, 16 kills and a win to make it, or just take it and shake it for a day and like BGG. I saw Marsalek wrote the same. All right, it couldn't be much worse. We're just gonna go for next week and GG, you know. So I didn't really appreciate that. But unfortunate that FaZe went up against Stardust and lost that. I'm not sure if he was anything other than an intentional try for points. It definitely wasn't a strategic approach.
And now on your screen, of course, that winning team focus, the Woo, with their 5 kills. And of course, the win is going to give them enough points to get them into the top 4. We'll take a look at exactly how those points, what the results were of this particular game. But it was unfortunate for Bystanders. For us, anything that you think they could have maybe done to turn this in their favor?
I don't think there is much more Bystanders could have done. I think they played an excellent game here. With down to the rotations and how they were trying to approach this whole game. They were not trying to hold back. They were trying to push. They were trying to make sure that they had control over the whole situation. It just didn't work out. And it was a bit unlucky that it was the Woo that was up there, that was staying on the eastern side basically by themselves. Because if that wasn't the case, Bystanders would have gone through with the points that they accumulated in this game alone. But again, Woo did manage to make it through. And as we mentioned before, sure, you have 3 guys that are very experienced on the Wu. Then you have Nixie with a little bit less experience. And talking with Wookie earlier, the coach of the Wu, he said that, yeah, sure, we have 3 very experienced players, and then we have Nixie, but Nixie is making up what he doesn't have, what he's lacking experience. He's making up in terms of the skills when it comes to the aim and stuff.
Nixie is ultimately their firepower, like their young gun. Frost, would you call him that?
Yeah, you could say that. You could definitely say that. And there's a big potential in Nixie as well, and in this team, the Wu themselves. And I'd love to see more. And of course, that we'll see more from them in the finals of PCS7.
We do get to see more of them in the finals of PCS7. I like that Erangel called this right at the start of the group stages. He said that this was the team that you needed to watch. Nixie on your screen right now. Another team, though, I always give them a hard time and say they're inconsistent. But Erangel, question mark, they delivered today, and they've delivered in these group stages.
Yeah, and also a team that managed to qualify to PGC last year, now here being in PCS7 finals, so they have a chance to do so again with a great performance just like they had last year, similar tournament, and you know, they can set themselves up with it with a top 3, top 4. I think they might be able to close it out.
We do, of course, have an interview with the winners of this last game. The Wu Ibiza is with us now. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm joined by the man on the hour. Congrats on the finals, EB.
Yo, thank you, Ko. Let's go.
Let's go. I want to talk a little bit about that last game, but first, did you have any idea how close it was while you were playing?
Yeah, so we checked the leaderboards. We knew about Bystanders, Heroic, and a few others, and we were just tracking the kill feed. We saw Heroic die southwest to Sheesh, if I remember correctly. And yeah, we just play. I said already before the game, Quizzy as well, play slow, guys. A lot of fights are gonna happen. We made a nice rotation, then we played the dip. Let's go. We qualified.
My next question is about that dip, actually, because I was wondering, were you not afraid at all to get sort of pull up and naded there, or did you just not have a better choice?
We had no better choice. We scouted all the compounds, most of the compounds. Had like 2 teams, 1 team, a full team. So we were like, we're just going for the dip, and yeah.
Worked out.
Yeah, super happy.
Super happy, I can imagine. Now, this is your first PGC points tournament as the Wu. You barely made it into finals, so clutched it in the last game. Do you think there's stuff that you guys can still improve on for the finals, or was this just a really tough lobby?
No, for sure. We're still making some individual mistakes. I made some individual mistakes. We all made some individual mistakes. Me and Quizzy were just really on the same page with a lot of calls, but we're just playing together. We're pretty much a brand new team, and we still have to find our flow. But I can just feel the experience in the team. And if we just keep playing together, we're staying together, scrimming a lot, like our team is going to be ready for next year. So I'm like super excited. Nice. And of course, we're ready for PCS as well. We got some work to do, but hey, we'll see.
You've got some time to do that work as well.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to let you celebrate your win. And thank you so much for your answers. And we'll see you in the finals.
All right. Thank you, Kovo. Catch you later.
I'm so glad that Kara did that interview, because if it had popped up here with that camera angle, I would have started laughing. I wouldn't
What do you mean
have been able
camera
to.
angle? That's the real size of Kovo and Ibi. Ibi is a special breed. He's actually only 130 centimeters tall, and Kovo is huge and massive.
I would have just laughed, and then this would have been a mess. I loved how passionate he was there for us, though. You can hear him talking. He's really excited and saying that the team's going to be ready for next year. That gets me quite hyped, because I want to see more of this lineup, not just in PCS. I think that this is something that could work really well as we move into next year as well. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. And we see a lot of improvement from day 1 to day 2 here already in the group stage. And that's just the beginning of this team. And them having a coach like Wookie Bookie in the background as well, helping them out, that's a huge thing. Like, if you don't have a coach, sure, you can still improve. But there's always good to have a coach that has another perspective on things, that are also an experienced player from before, that is able to help you out there. So yeah, I want to see much more from the Wu in the future.
Teeny tiny Ebi. Maybe we'll see more from him in the future. Let's take a look now at the standings, the final standings Group B. You already know who's in there. NLT running off with the top spot, 131 points. Ends claiming second with 120, and then question mark and the Woo claiming those final 2 spots. We have to say Ents was impressive as well. I didn't know what was coming from them, Avenger, with this new roster, but I think it works in their favor, and I'm excited to see what happens now when they move into grand finals.
As looking really good. If they can replicate this performance here for finals, they might be able to reclaim back a top 8 spot and be able to go to PGC. Considering what we saw from Polish Power so far, they have really struggled against some of these big teams. So really hoping they can keep up the momentum and capitalize on such a good performance and bring that into the finals. Now they don't have to play next weekend. A lot of other teams have to qualify, of course, for grand finals. So that's going to be interesting. But with all the teams that are right now outside the top 4, it's going to be a really stacked elimination weekend for the next one. So it's going to be even harder to get those top 6 points, top 6 spots.
Let's take a look now at the Group A playoff standings. Just to remind you, because we are closing off the playoffs. So these are the 4 teams that have also secured their spots over Peakers, of course, the old Team Liquid, Na'Vi, and then Austrian Force, which for us, I was surprised by. Not the performance was great, but was surprised to see them in the top 4. Were you?
Not really, to be honest. They are phenomenal players on that team. You have players like Vasco and Soccer that has been there for a long time. Then adding on to someone like Silas and Pains that are really good players as well. And they are working on some things, of course. Still a very young team, just like the Woo. But again, it doesn't mean anything if they're able to prevail in a group stage like this against so many good teams, and also against so many teams that could be playing a little bit more, you could call it random. So in that matter, I feel like Austrian Force, they played really well to make themselves a spot there in the top 4, and I'm looking forward to see more from them in the finals and how stacked it is already with the 8 teams we have qualified for it.
Possible surprise, of course, Entropic not making it through to the playoffs, but that doesn't matter because the teams that you see here, the ones that did not secure those top 4 spots, they are all going to move into the elimination stage, which kicks off next week, Thursday. We have a list of those teams now, and now it gets a little bit tough. Take a look at this, Avenger.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting. This is okay. So this is exactly the format that's going to be Group C, Group B. So it's actually set already. That's going to be really interesting here. So who's following each other? That's going to be fun to watch. Ooh, there's multiple, and also some of the groups are kind of stacked. With this already, Group A is looking super stacked. And yeah, I'm just excited to get things started. Of course, they're going to be playing each other for 3 days, and then after those 3 days, the top 6 from the global leaderboard of these 24 teams, they are going to be making it straight to the grand final. And they're playing one more day, 6 games for the top 2. That's going to be a nail biter of a day, and that's going to be in just exactly a week and next Sunday. So yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that for sure.
Guys, we got a quick look at what those groups look like, but in that quick look, I'm pretty sure the 8 teams that have qualified over the course of this weekend are breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, because that's going to be a tough battle.
Not only is it going to be a tough battle, but as mentioned before, like having these groups that are going to be changing from game to game as well, it is going to be rougher for you to keep track of everybody and how they're playing it out. So a lot of the teams, they do like this kind of format that we had during the group stage, where it's the same teams you're up against all the time instead, because then you can analyze a little bit from time to time. But having this interchanging groups, it's a totally different game to play, and yeah, much harder for a lot of the teams.
Totally different game to play, and we get to watch them play it as of next week, Thursday. PCS7 Europe has bought the heat already. It's only going to get better next week. So we're going to take a quick break, of course, for the next few days. And when we return on Thursday, you get even more action from myself and the entire broadcast team. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next week.